Welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. I feel like it might be the 20th of March, the first day of spring. It snowed today in Montreal, but that's okay. Hopefully everyone's doing well. It is, I gotta close the curtain. I think my face is too bright on this side. It's just the way that happens. How's everyone doing? It is a Wednesday. We normally don't stream on this day, but we're streaming every day this week. We're taking up a lot of space. On that note, we'll be streaming here until 4, and mind you, Axu is in chat, so at 4 p.m. we're gonna log off because Axu's gonna log on. Hot takes from 3TIB members Corp Cards edition is 4 p.m. is scheduled. So once we're done, we're gonna throw it over there in Axu, and I'm not sure who's joining Axu. Last time that this happened a couple days ago, it was like Augustus and Axu and Abba. Maybe there's one other person. Maybe there was. Am I missing someone? I feel bad. But anyways, that's at 4 p.m. So we're gonna be streaming till then. Augie and Ba, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yo, everyday streams. Frisbee, how's it going? It's really okay. So hear me out. Feel bad in some ways because I'm taking up way too much Netrunner space. Potentially, other people probably want to stream and do stuff. Feels bad. Streaming every day, trying to do it as like a full-time gig, it's just kind of been like a thing I wanted to do. So that's kind of fun. So it's been cool. Like, I don't know, maybe just like streams in the middle of the day make more sense because I think a lot of people tune in at work or obviously for time zones that make more sense. Third Tuesday this week. It's 3 Tuesdays. We're doing 3 Tuesdays. We're gonna do a 4th Tuesday tomorrow. We're gonna end it up with a 5th Tuesday. 1 second. Well, that's much better, I think. How's everyone doing? You're streaming every day this week. What a coincidence. I'm watching every day this week. Oh, Lucille, I don't understand how you slip in and figure out what the stream's about before it starts. This is a Sebastião stream, and I'm actually kind of excited for Sebastião. That shouldn't be a surprise. It's just like there's a deck idea that we kind of saw yesterday, which we'll go into in a second because I actually already have a deck built, so we can jump into gameplay like really quickly. I'll just spend a second explaining what we're doing, why we're doing it, and then if y'all have any good ideas, because it is hard to build for Sebastião. It is way harder than I thought it was. We'll be able to work it around. It is running stream today, Carrie. How's it going? Good afternoon, I think, is more accurate there. We're going to be playing some Sebastião, play some connections. Anarch time. Yeah. I don't think I said hi, Sophie. Hey. Hey, Izzy as well. Good morning. Must be a Tuesday. New intro goes hard. Thank you, Radish. We edited that together from some Photoshop files we got. That's Marlon Ruiz's Charlotte Casador. We did a bunch of animation and layer work to make it look 3D, and I probably want to do more on it. Unfortunately, not all the layers, it's like takes a lot of time. So we had to do as much as we could in the time we had. So I'm actually hoping to get a couple of those because we have one for, it's not, I don't know if it looks as good up close, but we have one for Slash and Burn we did for last spoiler season. And then maybe just having a rotating set of them makes more sense considering I don't think people know who Easy Mark is. And I'm worried that people think that's what I think I look like. I'm enjoying this Outback drum dance track. How's it going, Pat? That's the song we used in the spoilers video for the Tom Initiative. It's called Brasileiro. You wonder how I found it. Pink Monkle. How's it going? Heyo. Heyo. Release week stream's going wild. This is the thing I don't know. Solom, how's it going? I think it probably serves me better as a content person to put out videos. And I think maybe at the end of this week, and mind you, we're recording the tier list hopefully after the end of the week, is that I want to actually put together videos, or at least a video where I'd be like, here's 5 deck lists that throughout my time playing every day of, you know, Rebellion Without Rehearsal, here are 5 archetypes for 5 new cards or 5 new IDs. Because I worry that this is too much content for anybody to manageably watch. Like we're 10 hours in over 2 days, which that's probably too much. So I don't know. I think it might have to be a bit curated, but like we played, mind you, we played a lot of Nuvem yesterday, and only at the end of did we find a Nuvem deck that we thought actually did something pretty cool. And it was pretty cool. I kind of enjoy Nuvem. And I think today might be the same thing. We're going to bounce around Seb until we find something that works. And it's a process that takes time. So maybe for the curation, it should just be the part that works instead of the process. Hey Mango, how's it going? Sick shirt, by the way. Thank you. The stream is focused on Sebastião. So I'll show you the deck I have right now. So Sebastião is the new Anarch, notably an interesting Anarch because the text box is kind of criminal-like, and it plays a play pattern that is very criminal-like classically when it comes to connections and tags and untags. And the untag me archetype is something we've only entirely seen in criminal and arguably sunny sometimes. But I'll go through a second what this deck does because I think it does something potentially interesting, but I think it's hard to build for. And it's the same sort of deck where I think Sure Gamble might actually be not correct, kind of like the Virus Anarch decks. So we'll see there. Excuse me, never too much. Oh, thank you, Sauce. Yeah, this shirt, by the way, was sold at Worlds. It is way too small on me. I have to put a shirt over it because we washed it on kind of high heat because we were worried about bed bugs. when we returned from Worlds, which was a thing you had to be concerned about. It wasn't like paranoia. And it's a real tight boy shirt now, so I can't really wear it most of the time. Bear in mind, I'm watching while also chefing. Happy chefing. Let me just catch up. Hey, Metropole. Hey, Jai. Can I give a live soundbite telling us actually that amanuensis is good? Yeah, you definitely can. Is amanuensis good? Am I playing amanuensis? That's the issue. And I think that's actually a really interesting thing we should talk about when it comes to this list, because obviously amanuensis is a new console. And I think what it does is really good. What it solves is really important for Seb. However, it means you have to float tags. And what I found to be a bit surprising is that this is the only payoff card to float tags. I don't think you need to play Solidarity Badge with it, which clears a tag at the start of your turn, as much as that's the nicest way to clicklessly get 2 cards. It's better than drawing from Solidarity Badge, that's for sure. But I feel like just clearing tags and not having half your text box is like kind of relevant, unless you're playing Dummy Box. And if you're playing Dummy Box, I feel like you don't have the influence for the basic stuff to do. So obviously we're diving into the Sebastião deck building right now, but I feel like I don't know how to build Sebastião if I'm not playing 3 Nuka, 3 Rogue trading, and then you don't really have influence to work with to play Dummy Box that easily. So I'm not sure. Esteban, good morning from Seattle. Hora de vencer algumas corporaciones. I don't know how to say or understand most of that, but I really appreciate it. I'm assuming it might be Portuguese. My Spanish is pretty weak. It's conversational at best. It's Duolingo Spanish, right? I think it's a big mindset difference between live content and video content. If you're streaming more than live content, stop spinning, watch everything. Edited streams might be nice though. Yeah, exactly. But you're streaming all the time, right? It becomes, you know, like someone who streams all the time where like you're not expected to watch everything. Of course you're not. Cutting down the deck building and time spent thinking, waiting for opponent. Yeah, that helps. And when I edit my videos together, I cut that stuff down. I think it helps. Is there going to be a video going over all the cards from the Corp side? Mango, I don't know if there's going to be a video like we did for the runner side. Maybe we will later this week. I want to do more gameplay than talking because we spent all of Monday talking. But I know Jeff and I this weekend and on Tuesday will be recording our like tier list videos, and then those will be up. So we'll definitely be addressing all the cards in a more structured way. So that might be what you're looking for. There's a chance that will be the soonest that will happen. Big wrong. Hey Lane, I played your Nuvem deck in person yesterday. That was a lot more fun than I thought it'd be. Yo, that's so good to hear. Which one did you play? The FA one? Like the one we ended on? Because I genuinely think that deck is probably, and this is a Nuvem thing, I think Nuvem is probably much more fun in person. The same way, and like obviously this ID is not like screams fun, is like Plana Agroplex, Plana Foods, gave you a credit when the runner drew once a turn. And when you played it on JNet, it was just like, oh, it happened in the background. But once you played it in person, and then you had to remember to do this, and you saw physically the credits come in because you had to pull them from your pile and put them in your credit pool, it feels better. It feels much more noticeable what Plana is doing, and that's cool. And I think Nuvem is going to be more fun in person for not only the 2 credits reason, which like we had to go back through a log and be like, how many credits did we make? And we're like, oh, 12, 14. That's not that bad. But like this was a surprise. And then looking at the top of the deck is kind of more fun. Tried playing him a few times. I had too many installs. Yes, I believe it. Terrence, I think there's so many ways where like it can be really, really hard to make Sebastião work. No TCA? No, it's too much influence. It's way too much influence for a single card. It would be nice though. It's just like, how do you not play Nuka and Rogue? I don't understand. Rogue trading seems like the best Sebastião card by like a country mile. And so I feel like you're playing functionally with 9 influence. What about the extra cost for trashing stuff? Does that make floating the tag more palatable? It definitely makes floating the tag more palatable. But so this is why we're coming here. Mango, how's it going, by the way, from Seb and other cards? So yesterday we played against, the last game was against Nichan's girl. And Nichan played the first Seb deck we had ever seen. And she played something that I think is actually probably very powerful and then probably a bit toxic. And I mean that in the best way possible. I'm excited to see how bad it'd be and how far we can push it. But there were very important turns. And this is what was cool about the matchup, is that there were very important turns where Nichan floated tags and we had to trash the right things. It sucked. It didn't feel good. We were throwing out our worst cards. We had to purge into an Helium 4 and lose more cards. But we were systematically trashing the right things. And the payoff for Nichan floating the tag, at least her deck didn't have it. Now, I think there are payoffs for floating tags. I think it's mostly amanuensis, which we are not playing, let alone know how to pronounce properly. So I don't think you have to float tags, but I think you definitely can. But then if your deck build revolves around sticking powerful connections, like if we lose the Eero, we lose our multi-axis. But more importantly, if we lose the Araceros Cruise, we lose the thing our deck is trying to do. So I just don't think there's a good enough incentive outside of amanuensis to float the tag that you can in a pinch. And against some corps and low money, you should. But we're trying not to. And I think the payoff for not doing it is totally fine because we're like not playing Solidarity Badge. Because Solidarity Badge seems really hard to play. As much as we're playing a Knob Curry deck, like we're not gonna be able to trash things every turn. Far from it. Yeah, the last deck you played. Oh, glad to hear that. Physical interactions for the win in the Flesh and Blood. That's a good Flesh and Blood. How do you feel about Thunder Art? I think Thunder Art is like really extra. It's influence, and I think Seb, at least the way that I see Seb, which is like 12 influence already locked in, is really, really difficult. But we'll talk about the deck list. I think Thunder Art is a bit much. Hot Pursuit's better than Rogue Trading? I don't think so. Rogue Trading is 18 credits on a single card. Hot Pursuit means you have to run HQ. I honestly don't know what your Breaker Suite is in Seb. And you have to worry about a Breaker Suite. We'll go through this in a second. Back on the Nuvem puzzle. Hey, Nick. Is God of War a good card again? It honestly might be. We're mostly testing it. But this is one of the cards that gives you a tag every turn. And that's just gas. It's like literally just gas. It basically says start a turn trigger, install a connection at -2. It also is a really good breaker in theory because it breaks everything. Obviously, viruses is a problem right now. But when you have things like Araceris Crew that allows you to reduce the strength, we're playing Leech, we're playing Ice Carver, it might not be terrible. It's probably not as good as like Amakua. It might actually be better than Amakua in some ways. But it's honestly interesting. Because as long as you want the tag once a turn, which you kind of do, and as long as you're clearing the tag at some amount of rate, and we couldn't fit networking to this deck, it doesn't seem terrible. It's really strange. Keep up the great content. Thank you, Mango. I won't lie, I do wish there was one card for ESA support. Maybe I'll learn to love Seb. So I think there's a chance. Like, I think you can play probably Privilege Access in ESA. I don't think it's the worst. Like, those are good. That's good text. You're running archives. It replaces the breach though. Sometimes they protect archives, but yeah, I don't know if there's anything that's like obviously ESA, but I also haven't like spent a lot of time looking at the runner card pool. Like this is our first dive into the runner card pool, so I'm probably missing something, but there's nothing obviously that screams ESA. Helium Fora maybe. There's probably going to be some annoying Amenwence's dummy box deck, but someone will smarter than me is going to have to come up with it. Yeah, I think dummy box is potentially poisonous, but I just don't think you have to float the tag. We'll see if that's not true. Like if you want to break an ice of like 5 strength, you might need 2 of these and then maybe you float a tag, but we'll figure it out. TCA is better than Nuka Trust, at least without Julie. Yeah, we're not playing Julie. We're not playing TCA. We'll talk about the deck build. I just want to catch up on chat because there's a lot of like reasons we did and didn't do certain things I want to explain because I don't know if this is right. When is it better than Amakua? The fact that it breaks for free. 999, how's it going? Because you break all stuff for free, in theory, if you have this set up properly with your Araceris Crews, with your Ice Carvers, and breaking ice for free is immensely powerful. Amaku obviously is its own thing, and it means that you can run and get values even off of incidental runs. Like Amaku is really good, but breaking for free is very, very powerful. I guess Seb wants to play flexibly, but the opponent is on killer tag punishment in the load up. I don't think there's enough tag punishment in the meta to worry about it right now. I don't think we saw any tag punishment in the set. So when people are like modernly trying out new stuff, like you're playing against a Taya, Mindscaping is not a real tag punishment. So I don't think floating the tag is a problem in terms of like text on the corporation's cards. I think floating a tag is a problem because they should trash your Araceris Crew. They should trash your DJ Fenris. They should trash your Nuka on some board states. So it's a bit tricky. Not worried about Hammer? No, I guess not. I think I'm the only one who likes Hammer. I haven't heard anyone talk highly about Hammer, but you're right. There are cards that, like, in theory, we can barely break Triple Advanced Swordham. Can we break Swordsman? Sort of, but not really. But when we make a deck like this, we want to basically push it and then see what our limitations are and then see how common those limitations show up. In theory, if there is a Hammer, we're just going to destroy it, right? Like, that's our hope. Is if we run into a Swordsman, we destroy it. If we run into a Horde that's Triple Advanced, we destroy it. If we run into a Hammer, hopefully we destroy it. So it's mixed. There's obviously powerful things against us, and we'll figure out what those are. I love Hammer. Yeah, Hammer seems great. Hammer seems really good in the meta. Hey, David. Good morning from Calgary. Good morning. Would you put Sabotage into Seb to synergize with the ID ability that trashes HQ? Probably I wouldn't. And that's because inherently, Sabotage is something that scales non-linearly. So it's true that with Seb, you have discard from hand, which is like pseudo soft Sabotage. So if the corporation is trashing cards from their hand, then Sabotage gets slightly better because they've already trashed the best cards from hand. I would argue though that like, I don't think Seb seems amazing at running because I don't know what the Seb runner suite is or the breaker suite. So like Chestushka pressure is like, I don't know, like we don't even play Eye for an Eye. I don't even know if that sees play in Seb decks. I could be easily wrong about this, but this card is good because it allows you to see additional cards. And I think if I want HQ pressure, I'd rather actually play a card like Eye for an Eye or even, you know, Legwork or Dawkins Pass. Because if they are trashing connections, which probably only happens 2 or 3 times a game, so I don't even know if you have to lean into it. In our deck list, it should happen 0 times. But I'd rather just have honest multi-axis sooner than I would have to have disruption that's like, it might be good, but it might not be good. So yeah, it's tricky. I just like the way we're building our Seb deck, the bottom part of Seb's text shouldn't fire because we're just not floating tags. You have the tools to punch through if the ice centrals and purge. Turtle's honestly really good. You're already clutching so hard on leech that it honestly doesn't hurt to lean into a bit more. Yeah, so let's talk about the list. So again, we saw this originally yesterday. Chen was playing it. And so there's a couple things we want to do. Firstly, just so we're on the same page, Sebastião says whenever you take a tag, if you have no tags, which means you definitely want to be clearing tags, you can install connection from your resource paying 2 credits less. Now that on its own is a free install. If you're doing something that gives you a tag, wow, fantastic. And saving a click and 2 credits is akin to basically clearing the tag for free. So it is like clearing the tag for free. That's wild. And we have a lot of ways to make clearing the tag a bit better, but just keep that in mind that any card that says get a tag just becomes so much better in Sebastião for many, many reasons. We've also talked about the Reality Plus matchup, which sounds a bit cursed because they're just going to get free 18 credits because Reality Plus doesn't care who gives you the tag. It's just if the runner takes a tag. I kind of wish it said if the corporation gives you a tag, draw 2 cards to gain 2 credits, but it's not. That being said, though, you can face check into their stuff and then get value from it. So it's going to be a mixed volatile matchup. I'm not sure who's going to come out on top. Again, I was called out in chat. That's probably similar to the Thule versus Essa matchup, which is like parts of that sounded really bad, but then parts of it sounded really good. Just don't get ontological. So that's interesting. Now, this bottom set is that if you are going to float a tag, if the corporation wants to use the basic action to trash one of their trash one of your resources, they have to trash a card from HQ. It's not random. It's kind of annoying. It's definitely annoying. It's going to be more annoying if we have HQ pressure or HQ disruption, which we just talked about. We don't really have any of that in the deck. It's definitely annoying. I'd argue that we don't have that good of an incentive to float a tag, to remove a tag. There are cards in the card pool that like incentivize you to float a tag, but they seem like difficult engine pieces to get you there. You have to kind of work a bit harder and take on risk, and I feel like the payoff for taking that risk, what I've seen before playing 0 Sebastião games, so keep that in mind. My hypothesis is that it doesn't make sense. I think there's going to be decks that do it, but so far we don't really care about it. So what do we see? Thule S is so fun. Listen, it can be really, really fun. This is one of the most powerful cards in the set. I think this card's really, really messed up. It's Arceus Crew. It comes in for free. Mind you, you want your connections to be 2 credits, 3 credits. 1 and 0 is okay, but you generally want to be installing these for free. It says take a tag. The ice you're encountering gets -2 strength. That's really, really powerful. And more importantly, you can trash this thing by paying 2 more credits to trash the ice you're encountering if the strength is 0 or less. Very importantly, these cards are not unique, which means you can take 2 tags and basically, or 2 tags and pay 2 credits to trash a 4-cost ice, or 4 strength ice, excuse me. That actually hits most of the ice in the entire damn game. I'd argue that getting to 3 strength hits most ice in the game, and we're building our deck around Arceus Crew being really, really powerful and really easy to capitalize on for multiple reasons that our rig makes sense. Firstly, we're playing 1 copy of Ice Carver, which works, so now we can trash any 3 strength ice on site. That might be a problem. They stack. We're also running Leech, which works. So with Leech, we can strength trash anything. We can face check into a Cloud Eater and technically destroy it as long as we have enough support on the table, which we definitely can because this card is not unique for some reason. It's also a recurable card. Mind you, you do have to trash it. You only have to trash the 1. Like if we use 3 Arceus to get -6 strength, you only still have to trash 1 Arceus Crew. And then this deck inherently just has a lot of recursion in it. So Privilege Access runs archives and we reinstall the Arceus Crew. Seems messed up. It's worth noting in terms of leaning into the recursion, the version that we saw from Chen was playing Labor Rights, which I eventually cut. It was also playing Ashen Epilogue, which I think is a bit rich for us. We probably don't need it. But that version was also running like Lagu and Moshing and a bunch of the Trash from Hand synergy packages, which we are not doing. I don't know if that's right or not. I think Lagu is obviously a really good connection, but I kind of want to play every card in the deck that I'm not sure that this deck is going to get to the bottom, let alone Labor Rights it back. But Labor Rightsing back 3 Arceus Crew right late game sounds like a nightmare. It sounds like a total nightmare. The fact that also this doesn't care if you're tagged or not means you can go, well, this doesn't care if you're tagged or not. Of course it doesn't. You can go full tag me. So it seems pretty messed up. And that's what we're going to do. And also -2 strength is really important with this, even if we're not trashing guys, because our breaker suite is going to be Amakua, which we can only play 2 of, a bit upsetting. But obviously Amakua with Leech means we get through most ice for just credits, which is really, really powerful because then we can just kind of roll in. And we have not that much reason to run, but enough reason to run. And then we've God of War, which start a turn is install a connection, get 2 credits, as long as you're clearing the tag. And God of War is really good, like Audrey, well, opposite of Audrey, sort of, because hosted virus counter to break a subroutine and you get 2 virus counters each turn is really good, but boosting strength is ass. It's really, really quite bad. There is a chance this deck can actually only run God of War and not run maybe Amakua. Maybe it runs a bit of a different breaker suite, but God of War is worth looking at. Not only does it work with Nob Kari, which says each successful run gives us a virus counter, but also it just means that we save 4 credits every time that we use an Arceus Crew to get a tag. The tag saves us 4 credits. The Ice Carver saves us 2 credits. The Leech saves us 2 credits to pop. Now that sounds really good, but that's because God of War's boosting is just inherently very expensive and very bad. But it means that this card is much more playable because 0 strength is terrible, 2 for 1 strength is awful. Very notably too, we also have Devil Charm. We only have 2 of these in the deck. I think we're considering playing 3 at some point. We're considering playing Hippo as well, just as much program destruction, or sorry, ice destruction as we could get. But Devil Charm also means that at instant speed, if we hit something that's really nasty, we can make it trash itself with our Arceus crew, or we can just sail through it for free with God of War or really cheaply with Amakua. So we have a lot of flexibility of ways to attack ice. And that's the main part of what we want to do, because our Arceus crew seems like the most powerful tag card we've seen in a really, really, really long time. Let me catch up on chat. Have you played this deck? No, I just made this yesterday. We've played no games with it. We're going to start in like obviously 5 minutes. What program are you planning to get back with Praxis? I'm not actually sure. Originally the deck had fermenters in it, and I thought like we really don't need that money up front. We could be wrong with it. Getting back an Amakua or God of War is fine. Getting back a Botulus is probably the card that's going to get trashed most often. And Botulus, again, we're breaking for free. Why not? We could get back a Leech if we trash it early. Helium 4 if it's purged, which this card might be a bit extra. Maybe we want to play 2 of these. It's hard to tell because it beats Mavirus in a really meaningful way. And also it means that purging is really difficult because it's more HQ pressure. The purging into Helium 4 feels really, really bad. So yeah, I don't know. But even if this didn't have the Threat 3 text, I think we'll still play it on most board states as long as it's getting an Arceus back, because this is how nonsense this brick of value is. Run archives, get a tag. That means we install a connection -2. Then we install a resource from our bin, not a connection, a resource. That being said, we mostly have connections at -2. Then we install a program playing costs. So it's like, it's the most push recursion card. Obviously, it's a bit more like situational. Not deuces, what is it called? What is the one from the core set with the big eye on it? Deja vu, right? Like we used to have weird uninteractive recursion cards that said like in some situation pay 2 to return 2 cards. This does that, but it installs them cheaply. Like it's messed up. It's a wild card, and it's another card because like this is the idea with this card, right? Is that if you play this deck and it is messed up, which I don't know if it is, you can recur Arceus crew. You have 3 Arceus crews. You have 3 privilege accesses. That's 6 Arceus crews. You can play 3 labor rights. You can play Ashen Epilogue. And you can play a game where you actually install like 9, 12, 15 Arceus crews. The question is how quickly can you get there? But we have never seen recurrable ice destruction. Almost never. We have with like programs like Simulchip and stuff like that, but this is easier because you don't host it on anything and you install it for free in most board states. It seems wild. And I think originally we had labor rights. You know, there's a lot of recursion cards you could consider, but like the same way that virus decks are recurring, you know, whatever Simulchip nonsense are recurring. If you recur Arceus crew that many times, there's no way that this is not going to be like a problem. Same old Cutlery. Yeah, but that's really, really slow. Same old Cutlery was very slow, but those were toxic decks, mind you. Same old Cutlery had an effect on the ban list. What is it? Lamb got banned. Lamb got banned because of Same old Cutlery. Let me catch up. Someone of my locals Arceus leech through an advanced Pharos yesterday. Sent a screenshot of GLC. It was gross. Hell yeah. This is like Parasite, but can be pre-installed and its recursion mechanism doesn't cost influence. It's nonsense. Yeah, it generally seems a bit nonsense. We'll figure it out in testing, but like the point of the deck is to push this as far as we can go because this card is messed up. They did Monkey Wrench too. Oh yeah, you could do Monkey Wrench. Like I think Monkey Wrench makes sense. Like Monkey Wrench might be a target for privilege access. That's kind of fun. I'm generally more of a Leech guy because Leech is a bit straightforward, but there's no reason not to play Monkey Wrench besides it's a bit awkward because if you trash the ice Monkey Wrench is on, you trash Monkey Wrench. I'm a big believer in Julie in general, especially with a friend of a friend in Wheels. One influence. I agree, but let's talk about the influence here because the influence here, I'm behind on chat. Excuse me, I'll catch up. The influence in this deck was actually really tricky. Nuka is the best resource connection to draw cards. So I'm playing this many of them. Draw is a problem. Generally, when it comes to Sebastião, you need a lot of draw. So I'm playing 6 influence on Nuka. I feel like that's okay. The next card is Rotating. I think Rotating is just so good. When it's 2 clicks to gain 6 credits and install a card for 2 less, obviously you have to deal with the tag, but this just seems like the massive economy. I think with an existence of this card, you can actually not play Sure Gamble. Even for what it's worth, Strike Fund might be a better slot here because you might find yourself on low credits, but this card just seems so massively powerful to set you up to give you economy. We don't use economy that well. There's actually a chance that Rogue Trading is a bit too much for the deck on the basis that like we don't spend that much money to break. Amakua eventually, you know, we spend credits, but God of War is largely free. Having a money to threaten that is kind of okay. But this card is absurd, and there goes the majority of the influence of the deck. I wanted to play 3 Amakua. That might be correct. I think maybe playing 2 Amakua, 2 God of War might be correct. And then I wanted to play 1 DJ Fenris because there's another angle to recur Arceus crews, or better off to recur 2 privilege accesses, and then you get a privilege access back. Yeah, I don't know. DJ Fender seems really good. I argue that DJ Fenris might be the one extra influence that we could spend on something else to set us up faster, because this is like quintessentially the card that's only good once you're set up. And I'm worried that we lose the game before we are set up. So we'll see how that goes. But that's the influence spend. So there's a lot of things that I wanted to put in the deck that we couldn't. So like networking is really good. We can't really play it here. Julie is already really good. Julie Moreira Lee was really good. But it's just like a setup card, which admittedly, like having DJ Fenris instead be Julie, which is a setup card, might help, because I think we have a lot of setting up to do, unfortunately. Class Act, it's a setup card, but it's a really good card. It's just unfortunately 5 influence, which makes it super, super inaccessible the way that I see it. But there's a lot of cards that we looked at that didn't make it. Let me just catch up the chat really quickly. I just want to shout out this. This is a 3 of them in the deck. I don't think a lot of people are excited about this, but in this deck, we're going to clear a lot of tags, and we have to do it with the basic action. Mind you, you also do gain a credit when you do this off of Hannah. I'm not sure whether we should be playing 3 Hannahs. I think there's a chance, because Hannah is just like gas. She's just gain a click, clear a tag for free. So probably should be on 3 Hannah. It's good in other matchups, but we're on 3 Valentina. This to me feels like the old scam shop criminal deck. Some of my favorite 419 decks that were playing Security Nexus and Rogue Trading, because they would play 3 copies of, back in the day, with Citadel Sanctuary. And Citadel Sanctuary is a much better card, because with Link, this allows you to clear a tag for no credits, for no clicks at the end of your turn, which is incredibly powerful. And this is not exactly it. This just saves you a credit a turn. It's kind of like a Rizeki, and we should be clearing a tag a turn. This is obviously really good with networking. It's better with anything else that clears tags, because it's when you remove a tag, not use the basic action. But I feel like we need to play 3 of these on the basis that our best opening hand is Rogue Trading Valentina, and we need to hit that as soon as possible. It's not sexy, but I think this deck is clearing tags through the basic action or other cards so consistently that we probably want 3 of these, because the tempo loss of clearing a tag, we want to make that as not bad as possible. So we're playing 3 of a unique card. Mind you, you can over-install it in the late game. Like, you install this with taking a tag to actually make money. That's kind of cute. And you can install a unique on top of unique. Surprised there's no solidarity badge. Steven, how's it going? Sorry, because I'm jumping ahead in chat. I'll catch up in chat in a second. I'm way behind. The problem with solidarity badge, and the problem with, admittedly, amanuensis, but mostly solidarity badge, is this clause we are not good at doing. The first time you trash a Corp card, and mind you, trashing ice counts. Like, Araceris crew does count, and maybe I'm discounting that, but we are not very good at running. We're not very good at trashing cards. Solidarity badge has a big home in Lou decks. It's a really fun card, but inherently, we're just not good at consistently setting up board states in which we're trashing cards. And if we wanted to do that, we'd have to play I and I, we'd have to play Imp, we'd have to like really restructure our deck to the point where if this fires every turn, you can draw a card, or you can remove a tag, gain a credit with Valentina. It just is a lot of work. There's a lot of synergistic packages you're trying to put in the same deck, and for me, it seemed like a bridge too far. So we want to be a bit more focused and unfortunately not play with some of the tools. If y'all have any good ideas how to make it work, because at the end of the day, we just don't have that many ways to trash cards while we're also trying to do the ice destruction thing. Surely with DJ, you need Ashen? I don't know. I'm not actually sure. DJ, for what it's worth, is not that good with Ashen, because you start removing cards from the game. Oh, surely with DJ, you don't need Ashen. 100% Jai. I read that wrong. I agree with you. I'll probably go tag heavier and use networking. We should take 1 tag a turn. I think networking is nice. If we could have extra influence for networking, we'd play networking. Around 50% of all ice are 3 strength or less. Ixaron, yeah, it's like most ice. It seems really frightening. I missed a lot of the stream yesterday. Was there any thoughts about using Cohort in Nuvem to power up face-up archives cards? Matt, how's it going? I've seen some people publishing Nuvem decks and they're using Cohort. I think it's really good. I think we were struggling to ice up something in a remote server and get value from it, and then we have to build a second remote server to like score out our agenda. So unless we're doing only fast events, and then at the end of the day, I even think Cohort is probably super comparable to wall to wall, and probably is worse to wall. Is not as good as wall to wall because we had advanceable ice. So it's hard to spend 2 influence on a card that's that similar, but I think Cohort's the sort of thing you need to play to see how good it is. Andre Hammer's good. Also, Andre, I'm going to make a deck that's so punished by Hammer. It's because from what I've heard from like spoiler season, people are not hyped about Hammer. And even if it is a Hammer, we just like Devil Charm it and just like Araceris crew it. Like, we have safety valves to the things that will show up, but you can't build a deck that's safe into anything. Hey Seb, really interesting that I feel like NSG avoided reprinting Parasite for so long, and now we have Araceris a bunch of support to make it even better. Arguably, yes. I don't know. It's a weird set. There's a lot of things to me that don't feel NSG, and like, this is a deck that I think can be quite annoying because it's like ice destruction spam and recursion spam, which again is a bit surprising considering what the last sets have looked like. Yeah, Adam, how's it going? Thanks for supporting the channel, by the way. No counter surveillance, Salwin. This is me catching up on chat. You can't really play counter surveillance because counter surveillance only works if you take a lot of tags, right? Because you generally want 5+ tags to sweep this. But inherently, not only does Sebastian's text box, but a lot of his cards don't work if you're tagged, right? Play only if you're not tagged. Sebastião says install a connection if you have no, when you take one more tags if you had no tags. So playing Tag Me Sebastião is something worth looking in, but you have to very specifically build into that. And I'd argue that it's probably not better in Sebastião than anyone else. Because this is the only part of the text box you care if you're playing Tag Me Sebastião, which like, yeah, it's not bad though. 1x Chisel, there's a lot of slots that are really hard to put in there. You could argue that 1x makes sense. We'll go through all the other slots really quickly, but yeah. Yeah, you can install the Chisel with the crew. Yeah, there's a bunch of like interesting slots you can get. I don't even think we need the whole part of Praxis to make sense, but if we did, it would be great to get a Chisel for sure, especially because we have Ice Carver. It's very notably though that Chisel does not work with Ice Carver Leech, I don't think. Yo, Patrake, streaming every day this week. Yeah, that's the idea. How you doing? Red Run, we don't really need it. I don't think it's expensive. Have you played Earthborn Rangers? Hey, Chillstad. Started playing it now with my partner. Absolutely enthralled. I'm on day 17. I'm playing with Daniel, my brother-in-law, the guy who delivered the spoiler on last Thursday. And I think it's phenomenal. I'm really, really enjoying it. Hey, Diogen. Parasite Deja Vu. Parasite Deja Vu. Which everyone loved that, right? We have, in fact, had recurable ice destruction. We've had it, but like it was not a good time in the game. You're right, though. We did. This feels like it wants a cookbook. Chenchling. I don't know if it does. We don't have that many good targets. Like getting our botulus cooked, maybe. So I'll explain the other slots, but I think there's a lot of things like putting one cookbook in this, putting two cookbooks that make sense. Mind you, all our resources besides Ice Carver and Rogue Trading, I believe are connections, so they do protect themselves inherently. Not that we want to float a tag with a cookbook. I don't think the corporation's going to trash it that quickly. We'll see how it goes. Surely something's cuttable for Julie. She's really cracked with Wheels, Nuke, and Rogue. I know, she probably is. I probably would be Fenris. Biobands feels good. Biobands feels good. Biobands is a nice card, but again, influence. It was a card we considered. It's just an influence problem. Julie Nuka seems sweet. Julie Rogue is sweet. Julie Hannah is messed up. Julie Friends is good. Like, Julie's just good with everything. It's just, she's limited use. Feels like amanuensis and networking would help a lot rather than trying to force God of War, but I'm excited to see someone trying to make God of War work. Amanuensis, you have to float the tag. We're not trying to float the tag. If you install Julie with Seb, you gain 4 clicks. Seems super slick. I think it is good. It's just like, to me, it feels like a luxury piece, and I want to get something that's functional as a proof of concept, and then get the luxury in it. Like, if we're playing this deck, I think the most likely thing that we're going to see, and probably we should do this anyways because Julie's more fun than a new card, we'll cut DJ Fenris for a Julie. Because I think by the time in the game that DJ Fenris is good, and mind you, DJ Fenris is actually really important because we can trash the ice on HQ. This is the one problem I think I see with the deck, is if we could trash every single ice on every single server, we can't still win the game that easily. Because our multi-access is incredibly limited. We have Iru, that's good on threat 3. And then we have one Manuel, which we can fire consistently. That's obviously very good. So we can see 3 cards on top of R&D, 2 from HQ. Like, that's really good. But we actually don't close the game out that well. And so having DJ Fenris to get more value from running HQ, to charge the Amakua, to charge the Leech, to charge the Nabkari, like, that's good. But then there's a bunch of other, so like we could swap this because I think by the time that we're doing that, we're probably winning the game anyways. So I think we could play a Julie here. But on that note, like, should we play an Imp? Yes, maybe, probably. Should we play a multi-access card? Like maybe playing an Xer makes sense, right? Like just something that we can recur with Praxis that is a bit of an annoying thing to deal with. I think that could make sense. Like there's a lot of cards in this deck that it's just a slots issue right now that we have to figure out what's worth it and what's not worth it. One TCA and one Meeting of the Minds is something I want to mess with. Yeah, Meeting seems like a lot of influence, unless there's like, you're playing one of connections you need. But it's not hard to play, because I think financially it's generally nearly credit neutral. Sebastião with the HQ Sabotage makes it harder to trash resources. Yeah, we're hoping that they never have the chance to trash resources. With so many new strong runner toys, I suspect Corp Met is going to have to be Rush. Tanuki, from what I've seen so far, it looks like Corps are on the back foot right now. But that is not uncommon because I think new runner tools are easier to build, and Corps generally take a bit more of refinement unless things are like very obviously messed up. I'm so baffled by the crew hype. Seems good. I don't know. It trashes ice. People get scared of that, myself included. Hippo, mind you, there's a lot of slots issues here. Ice destruction is like my least favorite thing, so I'm rooting against you this time. Yeah, Aris, you and I both. You've checked amanuensis? Yes, we have. We just have to float the tag, and I don't know if it's worth it. There's a chance that this deck can actually run no console. I don't think we need Nobkuri. People lose their minds when they see ice destruction? Yeah. Are we started for ice destruction that a single new card this is trash ice on is ban-worthy card? Yes. For what it's worth in Arco, there's like no ice destruction in the entire format that's playable besides Hippo, and that doesn't even see play. But it's not even just ice destruction, it's ice destruction, and then just like Central's Pressure feels good in Anarch. Network feels like a 10x credit card in this deck. It does, but the problem is we're playing a 1 of and then hoping to draw into it. So it's the same way Valentina is a 10x credit card. With networking, Valentina is even better, of course, but it's a decision where our influence goes. I think cutting Fenris instead of Julie for networking also could make sense. Valentina is better than networking. I 100% believe it is, but both work really well together. Hey Morgan, how's it going? Reb week. Maybe it's time, but having to hold networking in hands feels so bad. It's not great. Is there any free influence? It would be the DJ influence, if anything. And made lattes. I think 1x Julie is more fun and possibly better than the DJ and gives you sweet recursion. I think when we try this out, we'll drop the DJ for Julie because I think it is more fun. It's a new card. Played a bunch of Seb on stream yesterday, and the number of times I thought, damn, I really wish I had an extra click to get my tag on, tag off combo. It was actually unreal. What DJ can get in contact except Steve right now? There was no rotation, so you can get Steve. What are the Shaper G mods? I don't know. You can get Los, which if they're rezzing ice a lot because you're destroying it, maybe. But generally you'd get Steve, I think. You can get Sable, which if you're just trying to charge up the Knob Cree, whatever. But I think you'd get Steve over that. So, who knows? Crew feels a bit weird because the evaluation is very different in Seb versus not Seb. This is playable in not Seb. This is like very scary playable in Tag Me. Like dummy box Araceris crews with all the recursion spam you can play. As much as like that's the cool thing is you can't play Tag Me to play Praxis. So that like kind of keeps it slightly in check. Are you coming to Swedish Nationals this year? Probably not. When is it? And is it in Sweden? I would like to go to Sweden. Banner might be fun. It's hard. Banner's kind of expensive. And the use cases for Banner are not that good. Because it's usually like high strength barriers on which Banner can't do anything. And then low strength barriers you get through with Amaku or God of War. So it's tricky. You can protect against Hippo with a good ice placement. Crew can just trash any ice. Yeah, you can't run from Crew. If there's a leech, like that's the biggest issue. And I think it's a feel bad thing. Like I played against this yesterday for Nichan and I was really scared. It was like, oh, there's a leech is on 1. Araceris Crew's on the table. The Winchester on HQ is messed up. If she can make 1 good run, leech is on 2, Araceris is on 2, game over. Right? Like it's just game over. And then like the Araceris Crews were reinstalled twice with Praxis. And luckily we ended the game right before or right after technically she Ashen epilogued. Yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes. Let's try it. I have no idea. I have no idea what corps look like. I've only played corporation, so I've not ran into a corp. So we'll see how this goes. I think it's tricky to play too. I think one of the cards that's really tricky to play is understanding which mode of friend you should be using on most board states. Because obviously this one's really good, but like I feel like so say you're rogue trading. These are the math questions I can't figure it out. Say you rogue trading on turn 1 and take 2, take 6, and then we install a friend of a friend. Should you crack this? Or should you just clear the tag with the normal tag removal? I feel like you should clear the tag with the normal tag removal dependent on your hand, because this is a better text. However, this better text you won't use for a while because you have a rogue trading you need to empty. So it's kind of hard to say. I keep hearing Praxis. Terrence, I am saying Praxis. I like to call this Praxis. It's a fun name. Shout out to whoever said that in, unfortunately, I don't know, in a daily cast called it Praxis. I was like, oh, that's actually a really nice way to say that. But it is privilege access, of course. Helium 4 Praxis. Let's give it a shot. I can nudge OP about Nats, but no, not really. I'm still praying for us to open a web store with prints and such. This deck is so fragile to one timely in a virus purge. It's not as fragile as you think. You're right, we can get locked out. That's why we have Botulus. We don't have Simulchip. But God of War gets purged out. Amaku gets purged out. But we have Devil Charm, so we can always beat a single piece of ice. We can always Araceris Crew our way through ice. So even like taking a tag means we get like Amakua gets through basically every 2 strength ice. Not a very popular number. 2 Araceris Crews we get through every 4 strength ice. So we get purged out. It's not the end of the game. It's not good for us, but it doesn't cost us the game. And so the question is, how many Helium 4s should we play? How many Leeches should we play? And Helium 4 is like the very strong anti-purge card that makes archives not poisoned. And there is a chance that people are playing enough from a virus that you might want 2 Helium 4s because running archives is one of our best targets for many, many reasons. So 2 Helium 4 us would actually make sense. So I don't think we actually get purged out anywhere near as bad as some other virus decks just because we have ways to cheat around ice. It's kind of strange. It's Mr. Neon. Time to go back to the days of Parasite Man where everyone's packing Lotus Fields. We beat Lotus Field, mind you. We can't trash Lotus Field. Oh, that doesn't work. It's a very strange thing that we can trash Lotus Field, but we don't care about... Oh, wait, no, we do care about ice. We can't trash Lotus Field. Yeah, never mind. We can't. Because strength goes down. Pop. Sebastião? We don't have the pronunciation guide just yet, but I'm still not sure if it's Sebastião. I think it's Chow, right? Al Carver. I play Lotus Field. I'd be shocked and appalled if people unironically are playing Lotus Field. Yeah, I would be very, very surprised. No chisel? Nah, slots. It's hard. I think we have enough built-in tag. We could, like, this is the thing, is we're going to try this proof of concept and then see whether we have to swing into it more or less. And I think there's a world where chisel makes sense. It's just not my first stop. Oh, you have it, Morgan. Sick. I'm so hyped for pronunciation guide. Hope it comes out before the AMT. Yeah. Pronunciation guide. Seems like a big deal. We're a runner. This 4.9 deck seems busted. Hey, Izzy. Izzy, what do you got? Uh-oh. How much strength did they put on that snake, huh? Hey, me too. Best of luck. Have fun. Cloudy, 6 strength. I know this one for some reason. I second the second way. The second way sounds what I would imagine. So our best opening hand possible is generally like rogue trading into Valentina. That being said, we can do rogue trading into Nuka. So like you have to do the play pattern. It's like rogue trading, gain 6, install Nuka for free, which is not the best install for free. Like in theory, friend of a friend, you save more money, but rogue trade Nuka's gonna be our turn next turn, and then we clear the tag. Dummy box is a thing that you can play, but I think we're just gonna do rogue trading. This is a really reasonably good hand. We do rogue trading, take 6, install Nuka for free, clear tag. We're gonna end the turn on 8 credits with a pretty good board state. And I don't think Izzy's gonna go that fast. Essa is now unusable in startup. Oh yeah, Essa rotates from startup. Sorry about that, that's true. How many devil charms? We just have 2, but yeah, Eric, they're gonna do a lot of work here. It's all fun and games, yeah, until your opponent punches you in the head, right? Everyone has a game plan until that. Did she cape or did she maul? Izzy kept. Uh-oh. Yeah, startup is definitely going to feel small. I think that's good for people getting into the game. Like, that's approachable. I don't know how deep the card pool is going to be, of course. There's going to be problems there. R&D is open. You want to trash my ice? Well, the 2 can play this game. I know. We'll see who trashes more ice. So rogue trading, hit rogue trading, gain 6, install a connection, clear tag. So we end up on 9 credits with this board state. That's not bad. Then next turn we Nuka, we rogue trading whatever connection we install. And unfortunately, there's a parts of Sebastião that do feel a bit install runner. Like we're not going to have an incentive to run for the next like 3-4 turns. Mind you, I did go out of the way to play into the deck list because not only because I think we need more card draw, but I am playing raindrops. I think I normally had labor rights in this slot, but I think raindrops is just so good because we don't run. And so having the tempo-based face check run to slow the corp down to push us forward seemed really important. So I'm happy that we have that at a minimum. It's one of the only run cards we're going to be playing before like turn whatever. Oh, Yodel. That's not a great Yodel. It's a good Yodel though. She's on 9. Click for 1 more credit. Take 2 tags off the Cloud Eater. Get your ability to fire. I'm hosting a startup CEO this weekend in the new format. Building decks is a trip. Oh, I imagine it, Baxter. Oh, Z-Bag Sisyphus. Yeah, I would bet good money. I know Izzy wanted to play Sisyphus. Should we deal with the Spin Doctor sooner than later? Before recurse 2 cards? It depends what we get here. If we get a Nuka, or sorry, if we get a Hannah, we can. All right, we will get down in our Saris crew here. So I think we just do the same install Netrunner stuff. And then we just remove the tag. So no Valentina yet. But like, yeah, Seb. Install cards, go. It might actually been better to do friend of a friend there because I don't think we're going to use this anytime soon. We could have got friend of a friend there. It's just we're not going to use it to clear tag for a minute. This is good. Okay, so refer to the guide. Okay, hold on 1 second. Refer to the guide when it gets released, but here it is. IPA Sebastião. Yeah, ow. Souza Pessoa. Souza, not Souza, Souza. So if I trash the ice, I don't have to Sisyphus it, right? So I'm assuming this is Lacosta into something. Even, mind you, I think the Hollow Man could exist in this deck. I assume not. This is good because it shows that Helheim server with Ice like Anansi and Saisatana is a win condition. It's a win condition in the way that we're upset about it. Yeah. Sisyphus Big Snake startup deck I made is the most fun I've had playing Netrunner. Oh, that's really cool. All right. Unfortunately, we're not running Nuka. Okay, we have Valentina here. So, unfortunately now, we have too many cards in hand, so we probably don't rogue trading. Which means we likely just set up. We want to pressure archives. It's only a matter of time before Izzy gets archives down. So if we install Leech on Amakua. How do we play this? Watchless is pretty good, but we want to wait for the ice to be rezzed. This is the first icy pass. Yeah, so if we trash it, it won't work. We don't pass the ice though, so it'll work on the second one, right? So this is where like Sure Gamble doesn't feel like a great card in the deck. It's kind of like you want one in your opening hand sometimes, but it's not the best card in their hand. Because like we don't really need it. We have a lot more money than we think we do. We want to install this for free. So I think we just do Onmakua, Leech, and we just raindrops archives. Because now we're getting through all 4 strength ice. Like, it's good. There might be a virus on the table. You can float because the rogue trading will be gone? I don't want to. At La Costa. Like, I just don't think we need to. Like, we don't need 6 more credits here. Uh-oh. Oh, she got it! Nice! Okay, she's on 2 credits and she scored a Sisyphus protocol. This is a better score out than an early, like, Fuji, that's for sure. This was strictly wrong, but so right. But I can say I've scored it. Let's go. Seamless launch. Load bearing, first step. Score 5-2. That's what I realized was also, like, we played yesterday Basalt Spire, and we literally could not play it until we put like 3 sequence launch in the deck, and obviously slash and burn, and then it was like obviously sick. Yeah, right. So now we're just gonna run HQ. So now I would like to have the run card, but we're gonna load the leech up really bad. We need to trash the La Costa, we need to trash the Spin Doctor, so we're just gonna do our work. Step 1 completed. So we're gonna deal with this first. It's gonna get shuffled back. We just don't want to let her shuffle the La Costa back in. I don't think she's gonna let us trash this. We need to trash La Costa, we'll run HQ. We just, like, we have to set up, but we also just can't let her, like, do whatever she wants. That's a very important thing when you're playing these sort of install runner decks. Oh, that's not good. Do you think she has ice in hand? Interesting. I think we're better with her just not having money. And then we can just run HQ and then lock R&D a bit. But once we have this, she has to purge. Here's where you want a Helium 4 really bad. That's gone. Blow it up. Honestly, maybe, but I think there's other targets. Oh, that's good. That's good that didn't go on the remote server. So it's good that we played Netrunner there. We didn't just set up. But this is where like the deck feels like it's lacking card draw. Where like outside of Nuka, you don't have really good card draw options besides like the only cards in the deck that draw are Nuka and the what's it called? Raindrops. So like we have to click to draw here. This is where like if we floated a tag, Enma Insist is actually pretty good. New Unique Ice's Wade plays a game yesterday where CTT fired my tributary sub so many times I decked myself. It's not May? It's not May? All right, let's draw once. Ice Carve is really good. Like, we're doing the scary thing. Oh, we have Steel Skin too. Yeah, you're totally right. We don't need this down here. So we can rogue trade. I think we want the pressure on because we want to get this up to like 4 strength. We technically can break, like, we can trash a Cloud Eater. Oh, no, not trash. We can break a Cloud Eater. A Nancy, okay. So we can deal with a Nancy. So I think we're going to just run R&D. She can't really purge here because Archives is open. But we're not setting up, unfortunately. We need a bit more card draw here. Another Nancy, that's not a great draw. So it's either install Valentina, which we'll do for free. I think we'll just gamble. The other options install friend or friend. Yeah, I'll just gamble, whatever. Playing Seb has weirdly been reminding me of playing Leela. Is that I treat being aggressive early and then spot the right time to set up? Oh, good. She has 10 credits. Okay, well now, like, any 7 strength ice she reses is gone. Like, it's that simple. 7 strength ice, gone. Do we know the card in hand? It's an Anansi, so we want to go R&D here. Like, this is what our Sarah Screw does. She can't res because we'll blow it up. A teeny, great. So we need to get through our deck more than we need to hit rogue trading. So I'm going to draw. Manuel is good. So we would want to like rogue trading then run. So I think installing Manuel for 2 here is acceptable. If that's the case though, we can do rogue trading float Manuel. Is this an additional cost? Yeah, so she would have to rip the cards out of her hand. This is tricky. I think we can just install Valentino. Oh, threat 3. Kind of wish we were on threat 3. So Sisyphus has that going for it. We found to make finally we found a way to make Amaku with 5 counters leech good. Yeah, if we actually install this for free if that was a 3-pointer. So I think we're just gonna install this and click for credit. Maybe we should just install friend of a friend. We probably should. Yeah, ruined. Atini makes me think of Jawas in Star Wars. Like the name or the art? Because the art is like a bunch of ants, right? Is Arasaris enough to make Reyna work? It wouldn't be my first choice. Like I think inherently you want, it's nice, but it's not, I don't think my first option. It's cool though, that's for sure. So now we'll put Manuel down. If we rogue trading here, we can install, Oh, whoops. Whoops. If you don't mind. Because now we see 2 on R&D. So start of turn should have been rogue trading to get the manual down for free, of course. Then we run R&D. Oh, whoa. So now we see 2 cards and we're going to lock the deck. Except they say, is that what they say? Anoetic for 1. Vampire Nasa. Okay, so a lot of expensive ice, but now next turn she purges. So it's in our best interest to set up by getting, like, we can do 1 bad face check here. Here we need an Ice Carver or another Araceris crew. So I'm going to remove the tag for 1 credit. Mind you, you have to pay 2, but then you get the 1 back. But definitely here she's going to purge, which is fine. Because we know the hand is 2 ice, I'm pretty sure. So now we have to draw into an Ice Carver, and then we break open. Like, this feels like the sort of, you know, maybe the deck should be on Mon, not Nopkari. That actually would make more sense. Nice choice of game category on YouTube Connections 1995. I picked it. I did pick that Double Pod. Sometimes I pick bad ones on purpose because they're funny. So friend of a friend coming down is pretty good. We can get Hannah and click out. That's really important because now we can deal with Ice Carver. We can trash any 5 strength ice. We don't want to face check into a Nancy because we hit it twice, which is obviously pretty bad. So I think here we probably friend of a friend to get 9 to get Araceris down, and then we just remove the tag. So he spends 2 clicks to get 8 credits. Yeah, okay. And remove tag for 1. So now with Ice Carver, again, the Vampire Nasa goes down immediately. Atini is 5 strength or 6 strength? Yeah, Veronica, we're going to get the Ice Carver down, and then we're going to face check. Moss seems so good with Seb's second ability. Yeah, it does, but I think, Nick, the second ability is never going to fire. Oh, we have to run that. That's fine. We can definitely run that. We just run that, right? Right? Because you tag from first and install the second main counter? Wait, I have an Ice Carver? What did I say? I must have said something wrong. So we can break this because we have an Ice Carver. And now whatever this is, as long as it's not 6 strength, which means this has to be exactly a Cloud Eater for this to be bad for us. Tatubula? Bola? No Swapperino? I really miss off-campus apartment calling in favors. Love this connections. I think you can't play off-campus in this one, but calling off, I do like connections tribal. Now we need to draw into an Ice Carver. Yeah, I don't know what I was meant to be saying there. You know that happens a lot. Apologies. I wanted to say Araceris. We need another Araceris because we did have the Ice Carver. But now if this is a 5 cost, 5 strength ice, it goes down. Now that's not the most useful for us because we want to get through HQ. It's a Brawn. So we can click through Brawn. She can install a card, and then if they trash it, we go somewhere else. So this is fine. Is it Paula's time? It's almost never Paula's time. It's really unfortunate. I think we have to let this go through. I'm not sure what the rest of the agenda suite is. I'm assuming send a message, so we don't really have to. Oh, I should have clicked through that. Yeah, that's on me. I should have clicked through that. Now we can run R&D to C2. Assuming this won't get rezzed. But we just need to get Amaku leech counters. So whatever Izzy doesn't res, like, we just run the other thing. I found it. Oh man, we found Cloud Eater. Okay, well, we're really tagged now. This is the 1/6 strength ice and probably the whole deck. Oh, Atini. Oh, that's so good. That's really, really good. This is not GG. This is totally fine. So we can make it only 1 strength, which we can't break. This is the poetic justice for the Metropole Grid. So it's 5 strength. We can make it -4. So it's just going to fire. And we die. Yeah, we die. Yeah, we lost. No, we die because of Sisyphus, right? The game's over. Don't I just die? We died to Cloud Eater Sisyphus. The only thing that we could do here is like have 2 steel skins in hand. Or have a jack out connection. Yeah, Sisyphus actually wins the game. It's so buck wild. As long as I don't hit a 6 strength, yeah, this is the only 6 strength ice in the deck, I'm pretty sure. And we found it. That's unfortunate. So Sisyphus is going to kill us because it puts us back into it. And so that on none of the text on it matters besides the fact that it has a 6 subroutine. Wait, I can jack out? Oh, wait, no, I can jack out? No, encounters. You can't jack out. I think ordering encounter ends before pass, so you should need to do that trigger first. Not that it matters. Yeah, we have to continue. I don't know what this is, but we're dead. Yeah, maybe bugged. Take net 1. Do net? Net? Take net? Oh, opponent has to do it. Hey, good game. That's hilarious. Woo. Okay, so real talk. The deck was doing its thing. Besides face checking into the Cloud Eater, which obviously is lethal there, we were 1 leech counter short from that not being a problem. Obviously, this is the matchup where you want Devil Charm. I think we have a proof of concept that this can be quite mean. How many snakes you got? I love that we died to that into, what's it called? Into Sisyphus. I think take net the opponent has to do. Yeah. Yep. As soon as the sub stuff is done, you have immediately pass it, and then after that is the jack out window. But you can't jack out after the Cloud Eater, right? If it said approach the Cloud Eater, you could jack out, but Sisyphus says encounter. So I don't think there's a window to jack out after you pass it. God of War might have saved you there. Yeah, God of War would have been fine. We would have been able to pay our way through God of War for sure. Keep that in mind. Yeah, God of War actually would have been pretty reasonable on this board state. God of War actually breeds the Bran as well. You can exactly handle, and you can pay for it. I can. Is a teeny 6 strength? I can trash either on site. Yeah, I just can't trash Cloud Eater. Yeah, it's the only ice that we face check badly into, because a teeny we can trash. It cost us 2 credits and 2 tags. So yeah, that's not good. If we had flip switch, you can jack out, but you'll still get the Cloud Eater encounter text because you encountered the ice. You could still jack out though. You're right. Yeah, I hope so. Well, that was wild. Glad to get that on camera. Yeah, GG. That was really funny. Biggest thing to remember with Sisyphus timing is that Sisyphus creates a force encounter. It does not move where you are in the run. Oh, cool. Pass is 4A and jack out is 4C. Yeah, the jack out window is after the pass, because pass fires everything like hippo. Then you go to jack out and movement or the next thing after that. You can't just straight jack out after the ice. There's technically a paid ability window before you can jack out. So if someone hits an ice and it does bad to them, you can House of Knives them before they're allowed to jack out. So the window there doesn't seem to be implemented correctly. Deck seemed okay. You saw the card draw was not very good. It kind of ends at some point. It's like a more elegant ganked. Yeah, it's like a ganked DC coming, which I'm way happier with that. Q-Team and Egg, name a more iconic duo. Okay, Nuvem. 54, okay, makes sense. Hey, thanks. This could be the hammer deck, which is a problem. So our opening hand, Praxis is useless. Raindrops is okay. Leech Highly Amphora is fine. I think we're going to mulligan this again. Our best opening hand, I think, is Valentina Rogue Trading. This is not a better hand. This is a much worse hand. That was interesting. Yeah, that was buck wild. Good game. Imagine Sisyphus and ganked. Yeah, I know. So I think this is a chance that this is going to be one of the deck lists posted on the front page, which is actually like a hostile architecture deck. This is where we wanted our, what's it called, to do something, our face check. I think we can face check into Wayland Dice, no problem, he says. So we're just going to run this. I don't want to spend money on this. This is probably like a cohort program behind a Descent. That's fine. Draw. There's the Julie. Is Julie good here? Yeah. But it doesn't see friend of a friend, right? Because you pay the click before you take the tag. Julie doesn't see friend of a friend when she comes in, right? All this Metropole Grid makes me so hyped to get back to the table. Yeah, table play is going to be really fun. My cards seem to be coming in next week. People should vote on my pre-RWR Ari deck. Oh, the CEO deck, right? It's really hard to get decks of the week with not the new cards, Jeff. How's it going, by the way? Okay, so I spend the click. Yeah, this is like the really ugly opening that I feel like we're just going to ignore the table and then just do our own stuff. So we're just going to do this and then hopefully get manual down for free with this. So we can do friend of friend to get a tag. That's not good. Get down manual, run R&D, clear the tag manually. Manually. Hi, Andre. Hope you're having a good day. We died to Cloud Eater Sisyphus on like turn 4. But we've been having a good time so far. Score 5-2, set 2 res 10 cost dice. It's just that bad. Manuel tag clearing, exactly. But yeah, card draw. I feel like we need more card draw. Maybe we should just assume we're not going to install every card in the deck and play moshing. That would make a lot of sense. That was turn 9. It felt like turn 2. I guess because I wasn't clicking for credits. Turn 9 Cloud Eater? Unless you mean the score? Well, yeah, we were in 2 points, I guess. Iced HQ up to... Okay, Spin Doctor on the table, something in archives. It's hard to tell when Nuvem fires. I don't think Nuvem's fired yet so far. But it doesn't make a big fanfare about it. So we're going to gain 9, take a tag. We're going to install manual for free. We're going to run R&D in C2. We still have 4 clicks. Julie's cool. Tucana's gone. Mavirus, it's gone. So ideally we draw into a... This is whenever? Whenever. We get Raindrops HQ here. Afshar, we're not worried about. I think we Raindrops here. It'll likely put us on 6 cards in hand. We can clear the tag, throw something out. But after Rashida, you want to run HQ. This might be an eminent. What is the Hammer deck? Hammer's just an ice you can play. Trashing Spin Doctor with a Spin Doctor to the table feels pretty bad. That being said, Spin Doctors are few and far between in Nuvem. We also see 2 cards here, right? Yeah, that's really good. Can we afford this? I don't think we can afford this. This is the Hammer. We found it. Oh, it's really snowing outside. I think we probably have to clear the tag here, unfortunately. End turn. Not great. Card draw is a problem. An action is anything that costs you a click. Yes. So generally click /:. Should I stop leaking? I don't understand how action is defined. Action is anything, yeah, that is like colon card text. So like Friends of Friends has 2 actions on it. Ooh, Audacity. We should have trashed the Spin Doctors. Well, hopefully that's not an above the law. It's an Atlas. We're fine with that, I think. We don't know what this is still. Top of R&D is still new. We have to figure out how to get a tag, though. So if we do Praxis, we can run archives. I think here we just like value Praxis. We don't do anything. I miss March Snow. This doesn't flip the cards, but some players might panic and use Spin Doctor here. So, Sebastião to get Eero down. Like, these engines are wild. Friend of a friend? Like, that was 1 click. Why? Does Anvil C play at all? No. Lucky that the Hammer is gone. Kind of, yeah. So now we can spend an action to get a click back with Julie to see 2 on it for R&D. We're not a threat 3, but it locks R&D. In theory, we should run the Spin Doctor second, so we can do Eero, run Spin Doctor. With no cards in hand, they can't really trash our board state, which feels kind of funny, but this might be a Rashida. I think this could easily be a Rashida. Hammer looks like a nice upgrade to Colossus for op decks. I don't think you really want 6 that much because that deck has Stavka, but I think Hammer is good. I just don't think I'd quickly put it in op. Yeah, Hammer and Anvil don't work together at all. It's like kind of puzzling. Like Hammer feels like it was alternate art that Scott made, and I honestly like the Hammer art better than the Anvil art, and the Anvil art is really good. So we can Eero clicklessly. It is cool. This sees 2 cards because we're tagged as a subsidy into a Tucana. I don't care to trash that because we're going to run the Spin Doctor. Julie's whenever? No, the first time. Makes sense. Yeah, the person in the Hammer art's the same person, assumedly, on the Anvil art. We just need Stirrup and all the bones in your ears. That's what the cycle classically was. It was the Wayland Cockleal set. Nuvem fired once, right? Yeah, just once because of Audacity. We took a tag to use a Julie counter? Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. That's probably not right because we would have taken the tag off of Friend of a Friend. Yeah, you're right. That's not correct. I forgot this took a tag. Yeah, balance. Subliminal, Logjam. Okay, those are not good draws for them. This is Rashida, probably. We know there's a virus in the bin. I think we'll Friend of a Friend here, probably. Augustus, we've been playing Sebastião, like, or Sarah's spam. It's been fun so far. We died to Cloud Eater, but otherwise, it seems cool. I don't want to do this, because I don't think they're going to trash cards. And we want to do this next turn, because then it'll hit Julie. I totally forgot this took a tag. This was not right. And actually taking too many tags obviously turns off Seb. So Subliminal. They trashed the logjam, so the top of R&D is totally new. I don't know what's in server 1. Even dying to Cloud Eater is fun. I didn't mind it. Like, I think I easily could have been frustrated at dying to the 1 of ice in the deck, but like, okay, it's a big snake. I think I like the snake because of attachment, because I looked at it a lot. Top deck end of line. Voice from Sundog. Sebastião isn't Canadian. Oh, it's a Spire in the remote server. That's a problem. How do we deal with that? So this is unknown. If this is a Spire, we lose in like 2 turns. Yeah, I think it might be a Spire because clearly they pushed it because it was safer there and then they fast advanced from hand. Could be an Atlas with the token. Yeah, never mind, they advanced it exactly. So what do we need to beat this? Makua? Draw? Steelskin? Okay, God of War we probably can just get down. So I think we clear the tag from Friend of a Friend. Gives us a click back. Julie's pretty good. Think we run R&D C2? Yeah, we're not playing. We're playing 1 Knob Korea. I don't think we're playing to float tags a lot, so I'm not sure if we need amanuensis, but amanuensis is good. I think we just need to get God of War down. Just to have a breaker. Arceus gets through Descent. Oh, you're right, it does. Are there agendas and archives? Oh. Arceus does get through Descent. Yeah, you're not wrong. So we take a tag on God of War. We can install Valentina for free. We're at threat 3, so when you install this resource, we actually make money? Seb doesn't work? Why does Seb not work? So 3x Valentina, your list is for consistency. You think it's that important? Yes. If you're clearing tags, it is a credit a turn. It's that important. Because you were tagged. Oh, excuse me. I told you people on JNet would be confused about this. Counter virus. Because you are tagged is correct. So we'll just install her manually to gain 2 credits. But this is gain 2 credits and a click. But actually, this is gain 1 credit and a click. She's good. Yeah, this is the only tag clearing we have. She seems cool. So now with Atlas, like they can win in 2 turns. I think we can consider checking archives. They have a Descent in hand. They're probably in a bad spot, thinking. So far, Nuvem hasn't looked like it's done 4 credits. So we need to get a tag if we want to see R&D to C2. So we can privilege access. We're on threat. We have no programs. We can reinstall Friend of a Friend. I think we have to do this just as a way to get a tag. Oh, we could Iru actually. I think Friend of a Friend is good enough here. Program, we don't have any. Souza, install Aracera's crew. Friend of a Friend, it's nonsense. It's straight nonsense. 1 card installs like 3 cards. Like, okay. Then we'll run our DC2. Subsidy, not a good draw. Audacity, scary draw. Very scary draw. We could run HQ here. I don't think we mind floating a tag because I think they have bigger problems to do. And we have Devil Charm God of War, which will beat all ice. We want to clear the tag because we want God of War to do a thing. We haven't used Juliet, so this will give us a click back if I'm not mistaken. I'm a genius. So we can run HQ. If that was the case, unfortunately, the ordering is really important. Like, I think Seb's a bit tricky to play. Because we wanted to click left here. We need to sweep HQ. Yeah, we're in Rogue Trading, Nuka, Amaku, and 1 Julie. So there's a Descent in here. And I think that's all we know. You did not get any click for clearing the tag. The trigger is not in action. Yeah, on this one we didn't. So border control, Descent. They have a reg cap. They could get on game point. Pivot. Okay. So sometimes Nuvem does it wrong on JNet currently, where it's before or after. So here they can get like an econ card. If they're playing AAP, they get a lot of money off of it. This is where like I don't love Subliminal, because obviously it's good, but like why wouldn't we run every turn? They went for Extract, so now they can play the government subsidy. So Nuvem got 6 credits. They got rid of the ice, so they got a lot of credits. Yeah, I think you gotta watch out. Yeah, replying to Restream bot makes it really difficult. You want to reply to the name after Restream bot. But Iru is putting on good pressure now, right? Like Iru is C, what is it? 4 cards off of R&D? 3 cards off of R&D? So we know their hand is border control, dissent, and government subsidy, if I'm not mistaken. Checking archives at some point could be valuable. I don't think we need the God of War tag. Actually, we should, because we don't need to hit Iru. But this is where like card draws is kind of rough. Fortunately, we don't have any connections in their hand. Draw. Draw. Another privilege access is good. Run R&D, lock 3. Spin was good if you build no remote star like old Tenant. Yeah, but then the ice is... Like, we've seen good ice. This sees 2 cards seamless. Okay, not great draws. Do we remove a tag here to install rogue trading isn't a connection? I think we do. It costs us a credit. What are they going to trash? They would probably trash Manuel, which like with Praxis, I don't think we care that much. So I think we just draw. I think we're so far behind, we have to float tags. I really want to see what Taya does with R&R. Hard to tell. Shouldn't an Era to see 3 cards instead of God of War counters? I think we're going to need God of War counters potentially, but we could see 1 more card. It's not super important. Subsidy. Okay. Let's see what they do with the top card. They trashed it. So now the top card of R&D is clean. So now this is 2 cards. So what do we do here? Sequencing is actually really tough. Restream boss seems kind of weird. It's really important. Strat 4 ESA will get you 1 additional access. Yes, yeah, no, for sure. I think it's threat 3 even. It just gave us a tag, which we don't have connections in hand. If we Praxis, we can get down Julie. I think that's actually right. Like remove tag, Praxis, Julie. But then we're at 2 tags in with the Era. Big deal incoming? I don't think so. They have a weird amount of money though, but I think they have an Audacity in hand. Or did they mill the Audacity? I should be better at tracking this. Oh, Era doesn't care if you're tagged or not. We could have drawn once here, or we could have praxised, actually. Take that. Oh, that's scary. There might be agendas in archives, honestly. But now they get a recursion card. So they added an unseen, so we don't know the hand. Hammer into Spin Doctor. We'll trash the Spin Doctor. So just slightly ahead in terms of chat. Am I feeling? It could be correct, but only because you're seeing it from YouTube. So whatever channel you see before is usually ahead because it goes across. Puny, I'm not worried about punitive. They could be on punitive. I just don't think they are. Draw. Remove tag for 1 seems fine here. Obviously we need to draw more, but we need to not have tags for Praxis. I don't know if we lose this turn. They have a hammer. That's kind of scary, but that's why we have Devil Charm Araceris, so it doesn't do anything. They have punitive with 2 Atlas counters? Yeah, I just don't know if they're on punitive because they have so many 2-pointers. Oh, never mind. We lose. It was a big deal in the bin. Oh, good game. This is where I don't like big deal. Maybe we should ran HQ after that. That was what you got from the bin? Maybe we should saw that they were hoarding money like a dragon. That they should have iced up centrals. That, yeah, it was from the bin. Oh, neat. Yeah. It just ends games. I don't know. Doesn't excite me. We could run HQ there and threaten to trash it because we see 2 cards, nothing in the bin. Yeah, okay, makes sense. So the only thing, if we ran archives, we could have seen the big deal, and if they add the big deal to hand, so they were just waiting for us to steal that. It looks like that's probably the only big deal because it's 5 influence, so they couldn't Alice it. But if they Aliced it, when did they get the agenda? Because I thought we locked the deck. Oh, did you Alice it? Did they Alice it? Oh, they Alice it. Alice. Never mind. I missed. BD is pretty hot. Yeah, I know. I just don't like 5-3 from hand. Cool, cool. Thanks for the game. We seemed way too slow. This is exactly why you probably want to consider amanuensis, because drawing 2 cards a turn and floating tags seemed okay on this board state, but that's because we were really far behind. But we, like, you see how bad we're lacking card draw. Like, maybe we just play Earthrise Hotel and say that's good enough. I wonder if triple God of War is better than Rogue Trading. You can't really play more than 1 God of War because it doesn't... Well, so Rogue Trading's in the deck because it gives you money, which you need for God of War. But God of War, if you fire 3 of them, you turn off Sebastião. So you can't... Obviously, you don't want 3 on the table. But Amaku here would have been sick. The problem is, like, it didn't come down to ice. It came down to getting enough pressure and getting enough card draw. We got really lucky here. Like, we have 1 Manuel, 1 Eero. This is the most amount of cards we can see in central servers. And I pointed this out early is, like... It's actually hard to close the game off when this is your win condition. No Lagu. We're not playing Lagu. Maybe we should just play Lagu. But I'm not playing Lagu. Because I don't have any recursion. But I think maybe we shouldn't have recursion. Well, we do. We have Praxis. But I don't know if we need it or not. We definitely need Praxis. God of War seems like hot garbage. So you have so many ways to tag yourself. Getting 2 counters on it is a breaker. I think that's interesting. It's a breaker that can't be purged. Well, it can, just mid-run. Okay, rotating Nuka is an opening. It's Epiphany. We're going to try and trash as little as possible. Thanks, you too. So this hand's really good. Simply Crew? What do you mean, Gyro? I don't know if I said hi, by the way. Lagu is one of the best cards in Seb. It's probably true. For what it's worth in that game, it would have fired like 3 times, though. Against Izzy, like 3 times. Obviously, that changes because the game is over. But, like, it doesn't feel that good. I'm also not playing Strike Fund. I am playing Steelskin. Yeah, so it's hard to read Epiphany. I haven't actualized all the new cards. But as much as possible, I'm just not going to trash things. We're just going to do our own thing. The tagging ice will be better for us. But this is our start. 9 credits, 2 install cards seems fine. If you look after Lagu, it'll look after you. I just feel like I'd rather play Earthrise Hotel. I know it's a connection, but I'll pay 4 to draw 6. I don't want to draw slowly sometimes. Yeah, if you have Amanuensis, I agree, London. You don't need Lago as much, which maybe I'd rather do Amanuensis. It's not very orange of you. It's orange of me if you build into the deck in which you have recursion and you play the whole trash from top of your deck package, but we're not. So I think if you're not building into it, I don't know if Lago's better than just like whatever. Okay, I'm going to check one of these on the basis that we didn't run last turn. Admittedly, they could put behind the ice. So what is our turn here? Like, we could rogue trading install something. I think they expect us to do that, so we should check the table. I just don't know what they wouldn't install behind here. They didn't res this too, so I don't know if there's traps. It's a federal fundraising. We should trash this, which means we should check the other card as well. Because if you trash one card, Epiphany's only first time a turn. It's the Hollow Man. Why would you not put that in the ice server, you know? Well, that's the win condition. We gotta get rid of that. It has a lot of text on it, doesn't it? I don't know what I want to do here. Our money's not that bad. We could get Oppo. Oh, it's all... Yeah. Yeah, I see. You can put wherever, really. Yeah, so they're just learning that, too. That being said, there's something to be said that I might check this because you iced it up. Like, I might do Botchless Run. We could Botchless it. They have good money. Let's just play a Helium Flora. It's Yellow Man. Hollow Man seems really good. Seems very flexible too. It's weird that there's like sysops that work. Like we got Elegance in the first 2 sysops that they work the same, and then the back 2 sysops I think they work different. Because this is when your turn begins. The other one's when your turns end. Obviously, Hollow Man being different like makes some sense. Hollow Man moves, so leaving unres can draw attention away from it for sure. Yeah, everyone. Oh, it's just Hollow Man. Okay, Isaac doesn't work like that. So they haven't used Epiphany yet. That's okay. We need time to set up. So here we can install Araceris Crew, so I don't mind just rogue trading before we nuka. Actually, maybe that was wrong. Because we're going to discard cards here anyways. What do we do? Remove tag. Install the Botchless. They can't really purge. We want our pressure on R&D, right? Because we can see like 2 on R&D. Probably not. Just a credit, maybe? We have like more money than we need. Like we literally cannot spend our money. Our money is spent trashing this. Scrubber's a connection, right? Hannah's our good connection for this sort of deck. We need a Hannah. Let's just draw. Well, next turn we're going to do rogue trading. We'll do triple draw. It puts us to 7. Rogue trading, install manual, clear tag. That's fine. But we probably should draw and just discard something. Or can we use Steelskin for safety? That you could use it to draw. I don't think we have a big reason to use Steelskin. We have Nuka. Maybe we should though, guy. How's it going, by the way? Maybe that's a good point. Is that we can just Steelskin and then keep the Nuka until maybe we draw Julie. Who knows? Ben Holloman, I'm afraid of what Rococo Op or Re-Education as Mari. I'm afraid what this does to like Glacier that doesn't want to score out, right? Like just advance, you know, Tree Line or Log Jam or whatever. The fact that this card doesn't have to be advanceable too is also very scary for Coco, but it is like relatively fragile. Holloman only moved at the end of the turn. You almost never use that ability. I agree. Yeah, it would be pretty bad. But it's just notably different than all the other ones. Yeah, no worries. So they drew 2 cards this turn with Federal. We need to trash Federal. Hallman being turn start means it's much harder to find, but I'll say that pay 6 cards for an extra click of a seamless launch feels awful. You really need to make it use of the ongoing thread. Well, it's like a seamless that you paid a lot for that the runner still has to deal with. So it's like kind of getting a constantly resable. It's better than a Sansan, but a constantly resable Vladisibirsk. 4 credits for 2 advancement counters on a card in the root or protecting. If you've not installed the card, it's 3. So you can install a 3/2. Click this, advance. It's double seamless? Is it? It's just Sansan, unless you do like the Epiphany thing, right? Like 3 advancements if no cards installed from HQ, which means you have to like restore Kakarembo, Epiphany, nonsense. Stuff like that. Hey, it's all good. So they drew 3, so we should be running HQ. We've seen no agendas. I'm worried about them king making into a 3/1. Hey, Morgan, I don't mean to grill you, but I know I brought this up on a stream before. Is there like, what's the I think we've seen it before that NSG has tried to like run away from gendered titles of cards, and king making sticks out to me as like a very gendered title of a card. What's with that? Obviously, it's like a term that shows up on Wikipedia. Hey, Vixby, I've been out of touch a bit. Apart from the new cards, anything rotated or got banned? Banned specifically a forma carry, rotated only in startup. Okay, we should probably check this. We should check with the federal fundraising. If we run into it, if it's a ping, we're actually happy. What's the bet face check here? Like Mesa Chesfo? I don't know what Seraph actually does. We'll find out. But the fact that like the NBA Ice is actually good for you. Oh, pop up. Should we trash it? Do we have a more gender neutral term for king making? I don't know. I don't think we do. Endurance and Drago got unbanned in startup. Yeah. Balanced coverage. I don't think I care about that. I don't know what they're going to do with a lot of money. The answer is probably Hollow Man, right? So federal funding probably goes down. I think okay, if we nuka here, we have to float a tag. Thinking. Can we give them one more turn of federal fundraising? Probably not. We're pretty strong against Oppo, as Sebastião is pretty strong against Oppo in general. I think we might just nuka to hopefully get an econ card first. Even, what's it called? A raindrops would be fine. Okay. Worst card in hand? Probably the Sure Gamble. King making is a specific term from game theory. Yeah, that originates from chess. I didn't run it by EDI and they were okay with it for the reason. And obviously it's always sussing out gender terms myself. Okay, cool. Yeah, I know it's like the term for it in game theory and specifically in chess. It's just like, I don't know. Is it a term that people have a gender neutral term for on the basis that people go their way to get, you know, modernly produced gender neutral terms for things that are classically not gendered or are gendered, excuse me? Yeah, I think Sure Gamble's the worst card in their hand. King Jadwiga of Poland? Oh, what is named after? Which king? There are female kings also. Thanks Civ6 for that piece of trivia. I didn't know that. That's sick. Monarch Maker? Yeah, Monarch Maker's good. The issues other names would make it sound less like an euphemism and more literal. Oh, 100%, yeah. 100%. But that being said, right? Yeah. Okay. Wind making is the term the Twilight Imperium community uses. Oh, biomatch. That's a really cool term. Yeah. That's nice. Wind making. That being said, like it doesn't hold the gravitas of putting a game theory card on a Hollow Man card, but yeah, I get it. Okay. Chicken dinner maker for the Zoomers. Where are we dropping? Okay, so this is probably the first agenda. It's been a lot of cards. Thinking could be the Hollowman. Could be the Hollowman. We can deal with a ping, no problem. We have no breakers. It's an issue that we have with ourselves. Can we allow them to score an AR enhanced security and then we go from there? Maybe. Otherwise, we can like Botulus one, hopefully Arceus the other. If it's a Hollow Man, we have to trash it. We probably should run HQ though, because if it's a Kingmaker, King making, we should just be running HQ. So I think Botulus HQ is probably a reasonable line. We can also like preemptively put Manuel down, but the cool thing about Manuel is like if this is a card that doesn't end the run that gives us a tag like a pink, we install Manuel for free and then we see 2 from HQ. It's really funny that like with the Manuel from hand, it's like, oh, gotcha. You try to res a ping. Oh, Drafter, that's bad. Not too bad, but bad. So you can have a card back to hand. You cannot install a card on the table. Friend of a friend's better than a sure gamble. 2 clicks for 6 feels worse than 1 for 4. Yeah, but we install it for 2 credits less, right? So it's usually a click for 4 at a minimum, and it fires our ability. Right? It's the fact there's a connection we played for 2 less. They returned a Hollow Man to hand. That Hollow Man. Can we float a tag here? I think we might be able to float a tag here. So mysterious. Like we might be able to rogue trading and just put the friend of a friend down. I think it's okay. We're taking a risk here, that's for sure. But it's hard to trash the things. Thaddeus Edwin Hollowman. I am an audit about the name a lot, but it was perfect for it, so I went with it. I prefer gender neutral terms myself. I mean, I look at my pronouns, but something cultural is what it is. Could be a reference to the Earl of Warwick in English history, who was called Kingmaker, and he was making 2 kings who were both men. It's 1 a.m. and now I want some tendies. Is a friend of a friend better than Sure Gamble? Excuse me, Mucha. I think it is. I think it is. Just because of what you install it clicklessly for 1 credit. Like that seems good in context. Daily Business Show is server 7 probably. This is a Hollow Man. Like this seems like a waiting room. Our friend. Okay. So it's a Sure Gamble that trashes a card from their hand. No respect for Endaline? No, not at all. We died at Endaline. It's not real. Nobody plays Endaline. Like they're playing Drafter. They're not playing Endaline. That's true. I don't know that person. All right, let's go. I feel like we're struggling to find purchase. We are struggling. They're struggling though. I don't know what's going on. How greedy to get with Valentina that you wait? Ugh. How are they not scoring out yet? Like, what's going on? Like, next turn we run HQ. So do we install Valentina, remove a tag, throw to Devil Charm? Maybe. Feels bad. I feel like this deck doesn't have enough pressure. Like, maybe we do need a Maw. Declines to reveal the top card, so they probably have an agenda. Can legal afford to fire Hollow Man with balanced coverage? Maybe. It's the powers that be. Okay. They're probably overthinking trying to fast advance the Hollow Man or something. Yeah, I think so. Like, they probably have a server they can work with. Maybe they're setting up a king making where they have an agenda or they want to look at the top of the deck. But there's a lot of reasons why. Or they can be setting up, yeah, they could be setting up here probably. Because with federal fundraising, which we trashed, they can see the upcoming Stoke the Embers and like set up a combo or something. But we're doing like a remarkably bad job at pressuring centrals. I got wander off for a bit, so don't grill me on names again. Yeah, no problem, Morgan. Sorry if I feel I'm grilling you. I just wanted, you don't need to like answer, but okay. I don't know what to do. What breakers in the deck running? 2 Amakua, 3 Botulus, and 1 God of War. Amakua is really good in this matchup, I reckon. Okay. Seems like an agenda. How do we interact it with this bad of a hand? They haven't been, like, their HQ probably has agendas in it. We know nothing about the hand. If it's something I want to answer, I answer perfect. Just pretend you're not here if you don't want to answer it. Or just say, no comment. And then we'll be like, okay, that's where Apex is hiding, huh? So, can we face check into this ice? We have Arceus Devil Charm, so, like, why not? I can think of some reasons. But also, why not? Let's force some money res. Stargate go burn this deck if you can sort out Mem? Yeah, maybe. Maybe we want Maw, though. Because, like, Maw is obviously really good into this deck. But Stargate's totally reasonable. Our MU is, like, kind of... I forgot we put this down a while ago. We could actually hijack the Hollow Man. No further action. Okay, so there's no ice that we don't immediately destroy. It's an F2P. Okay, so we have some options here. We have some options. We're not respecting Bologna. So we can make it 0 strength. We don't even take a tag, unfortunately. Like, do we want to take a tag? Do we want to go out of our way to take a tag here? Wait, one of these subroutines. This is a good subroutine for Seb. This is good. New plan clear at Archives of Helium, Fora, and the lead drafter fire. It never backfires. No, it doesn't. It's sick. Now, if we install manual, we get to see both of the cards in server 6. If this is a blown, I'll be upset, but it's fine. It's a remastered edition. Whoa, Santan. Whoa. Okay. This is a daily business show, right? So, friend of a friend, gain 5. We can run HQ here to see a single. Helium 4, yeah, it's what we call Helium 4. It's Helium 4. It was a Wayland card. It's pretty cool. It came back in this shape. It's an interesting shape. When I say Helium 4, yeah, Jai is like, what are you saying? Is it Helium 4? I think we can sweep HQ here. There must be a while. It's a free run. It's not a great run. Like, we definitely should be drawing. Again, problem with deck is draw. We can destroy the drafter, but why would we? We break it for free. And we stole 1 agenda, so why not 2 in a turn? If we could get a tag somehow. Oh, yeah, you see? You see? Your friend got you 6 credits? It's pretty good. There's a DBS, yeah. Helium 4 deposits let you take power counters off of runner cards. I think it adds power counters. But it did, I think. It can mess up the old, what's it called? Atman. Helium 3 is so good. Why didn't they make Helium 4? Wait, was it actually Helium 3 deposits? I don't even remember canonically what number attached to Helium it is. It might be Helium 3. What happened? Draw credit. Okay, so running HQ. Do we destroy the drafter? We need so much more card draw on this deck. Card draw is really bad. Now we're at threat 3, right? So even installing a Valentina clicklessly is a credit. Draw. Should we come for the... Should we just eat the drafter? Draw. Okay, I don't think we can afford this, but this is good. Yeah, F it. Let's try it. Like, no, we can't afford it. The duality of runner. This seems fun. It's way too expensive. It seems fun, though. Yeah, no, never mind. Draw. So hear me out. When God of War gets us a tag, we install Valentina clicklessly and gain a credit. It literally pays us money to take the tag. HE4 is the garden. Okay, HE3 is down 1. It's Helium 3, a Helium isotope from an extra neutron. With an extra neutron. Like heavy water, right? That's my science background. Like H3O. The water in which adding hydrogen makes it heavier. Like, look at a blimp. It doesn't make any sense, boffins. So yeah, God of War means that we can panic break. Is it expensive? Yes. With Devil Charm, it's technically free. The God of War play is basically contaminated with extra steps. Yeah, but it is a functional breaker. But yeah, threat is active. Their agenda should go in here, so I don't know if we care about this. We're just running balanced coverage fire. Oh, come on. It's -1, not +1. It's +1 because of the threat text. So I'm going to trash this. Start a turn. God of War. I think we have to do this. Take a tag. So we can install Valentina. And so now we can remove a tag, which gains us a credit. It's +1. I'm assumed it's pronounced Heliamphora. We are before the pronunciation guide. So it's the Wild West down here. It is the Wild West. That being said, I'm okay with dunking on a Latin name more than I feel bad dunking on a Portuguese name I can't say. I'm assuming it is like you know, genus species name. Let's just get Iru and win. Oh, Raindrops HQ is fun, right? I think we Raindrops HQ. Yeah. We probably should get the leech down first. But no matter what this is, we break it for free if we want to Devil Charm it. It's a Brawn. Oh. Oh no. The bad thing happened. Oh no. Your Brawn is gone. We didn't even take a tag. I thought we would take a tag there. Okay, that's on me. Um, 50-50, damn it. Ouch. Okay. Well, they have a lot of work to do. And now we can just sit back and do era waiting room. Honestly, it might have been strictly correct there. It might have been strictly correct there if I was more clued in, is that we could have ran, and when we encountered the ice, we could have still taken the tag with our Saris crew, just install the Manuel, and we would have seen 2 cards. That actually would have won us the game, because that is a free Manuel. So that's on us. That's actually on us. We could have won that. You have to remember that you can just take the tag for fun as long as you're encountering an ice. But yeah, they're not jamming out. I don't know why. But here we got a war for a tag to put Manuel down. We slam HQ. Like, they probably don't have 2 agendas in there. But like, the engine with God of War is kind of compelling. It's like, start a turn trigger, install a connection -2 is like pretty sick. As long as like the tag clearing makes sense. Meanwhile, the Corp side panic. Yeah, that's a Bologna now. So the hand is ping. I was going to say red level clearance, but now it's not. But they can score out of Bologna, because right now they have to like Bologna on top of a seamless, on top of Sansen, which is like not affordable, but balance coverage is a bit more affordable. Yeah, we could have done that with Manuel if we were a bit more clever, but I didn't think it would be that bad flooded. But yeah, we're 25 cards to the deck. Of course they're that flooded. Can you contest the Bologna now? It's unlikely. Well, you're right, actually. Depends on what F2P is, huh? Where'd you get that shirt? From Worlds. It's too small. I can't wear it without an overshirt because I shrank it in the dryer, but it was from Worlds. There's a bunch of really cool clothing officially at Worlds, including Ari's shirt, which I should have wore for the Shaper Day, but I need to do laundry anyways, so. As long as you can break an ETR with God of War. God of War is immensely expensive. So our option here is, another thing you can do is Praxis. Like, it might be right here not to take the God of War tag, to Praxis Archives. With Praxis, we can botchless this. We can, friend of a friend, have enough money, check server 6. Yeah, I think Praxis wins the game. Did I miss Shaper Day? Nah, Jeff. We've had Wayland Day. This is Anarch Day. We have to do a Taya Day, probably Epiphany Day. We will run out of days because there's only like 2 more days this week. Oh, God. It's just a flood of value. Just all the value. Just get the cards on the table. Just clear this. Julie has a Praxis target. It's like kind of fine. Like what? It's a ping. Okay. It's a ping. Good game. GG. We can get a connection. The fact that the NBA Nice is actually good for you is like really funny. Good game. Thanks for the game. So they did not push out aggressively. I think they definitely could have put cards on the table because we were a bit more scared of their ice. And like, we are very slow. Like, we have 24 cards left in our stack on turn 10. For most Enter decks, they're at like 5. So build stable, kill the president deck net. Yeah, we might not do today, depending how, like, we want to go stream for another 3 hours until like Axu takes over. So we'll see how long it goes. By the way, Captain, I missed this. Hello. So are you still not optimistic about the new release after playing a few games? I think my first day was a bit grumpy and I'm a bit embarrassed about it. I think there's parts of the set that I still think are a bit notably strange. And like, it seems like all the difficult stuff, like all the stuff that is potentially problematic ended up in one half of the box, which it's a thing. I think on the Corp side, there's maybe not enough to work with. I think runners seem really strong, but that's how metas come out. So I think it's like, it's hold out and found out. I'm not upset. I hope it's not clear that I'm not upset, but like, it's a strange set. That's for sure. So we're just trying to work it out to see how it is. And you know, second set, sometimes that's difficult. Like, we've seen all the cool stuff up front, so I don't think you have anything to worry about, but we're definitely gonna see what we can do. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. No, of course. And like, I want to be honest about it. Like, I don't want to come out and be like, I'm super excited on day one. If I'm not super excited on day one, I'm still really excited on day one. It's just like, this is not the set I expected it to be. So we'll see how it lines out. I probably want to put out a video in a couple weeks to be like, okay, a couple weeks in, how did I feel about it? Uh-oh. We've died to remote snare against Alice a lot. Hey. Have you run to Rococo op yet? No, not at all. We've played no op, but these are the first 3 runner games we played all all, what's it called? Byban seems super strong in the archetype. It's an influence problem. Like goof. It's an influence problem because like currently we're on 3 Nuka, 1 Julie, and 2 Amakua, and then 3 Rogue Trading. And I think it's really hard to use that. Oh, I'm scared. Just join. Let's see what's strange in action. What are we playing at the moment? So this is Sebastião, tag-based Sebastião. Currently, it's like built around ice destruction. I'd argue that the deck just doesn't have enough consistent card draw for it to feel like a problem. I think if we can fix the card draw on the deck can spam out enough ice destruction at rate. Oh, neat. Alice, kept. We have raindrops, which is like, you still die to Saisantan. This hand's okay. Early Amaku is fine. Dr. Nuka is fine. We don't have any like tag payoffs, but friend of a friend, I like it. Like you want to take a tag to get friend of a friend, but then you want to use a friend of a friend to take a tag on a following turn. I don't like clearing a tag with a friend of friend if we can avoid it. But a few games with the tail last night, Cohort was huge. Yeah, Cohort seems good. There's a chance that Cohort is better than Charlotte. I've seen Rococo op, it's gross, would not be shocked. My money's Rococo is the first Corp card banned. Yeah, well, Rococo is probably going to get banned anyways for N6, like, let's be honest. But yeah, I could see it. Is Rococo op a Holloman combo? I think it is. I think Holloman's messed up in op. Even just like, not even combo op. Just like, oh, what's Holloman cost? 3 or 2? By the way, Doomrat, how's it going? Is there a Sebastião that's not tag-based? No, I don't think so. I think you'd like to thank Friendo here of making it very clear how they run. Sorry, is he? Making it very clear how they run? I don't understand. Like, this is where we gotta run. Do we just check this? Cali testing Holloman, Audacity can FA Aspire? Yeah. It can become either an instant clearinghouse or a cerebral at instant speed. Oh, because it does that combo. Yeah, you're right. That's unbeatable. The fact that at instant speed you can put 4 advancements or 3 advancements on a card means that cerebral or overrider out of nowhere. Yeah, that seems like a problem. And you can't pinhole it as long as you don't have other options on the table. Flip switch? Flip switch doesn't beat it because you can't. Oh, flip switch does beat it. You're right. Because you can jack out after they do all that stuff during like 4.3. I'm just going to run this. I don't know. It's like playing against PE. You just check it. This could cost us the game. It also could just be that. If we draw here, we discard a card. I don't think we want to do that. I think we're going to put the Amakua down in case we lose the damage. We have enough money. Are you saying that Friendo's in the art of SHTR? I don't understand what's going on. She sure could be. What card is called the shitter, Jai? What? See how they run? You think friend of a friend can see how they run? That would mean that friend of a friend is a clone. I can't believe the acronym is shitter. That's upsetting. Oh my god. It's what it said, Jai. Clone of a clone. Friend of a friend of a clone. Of a clone of a friend. I don't know how bad this could be. Let's just get some my Amaku counter so we don't die to Saisantan. On that note, we'll die to whatever's in R&D, but like, hey, it's fine. We could do a friend of a friend for 3. So, okay, math. Friend of a friend for 3. Then we click it to remove a tag, which means we spent 2 clicks to gain 2 credits. Pretty bad, but we get our Arceus crew down. No, that's not right. We do friend of a friend for 3. Then we trash it, so we spend 2 clicks for 6 credits and an Arceus crew down. Arceus crew is relatively okay into Jinteki because it beats like Tithe and it beats Saisantan, right? I don't make cards we want to install. Thanks, Jay, for understanding me at least. It's got so cold I'm allowed to be a little inane on the internet. How bad is it there? We got the snow. Maybe you have it worse even. I'm going to do this because it does a thing. It's not my favorite way to use it. Taking a tag off a friend to friend I think is better than clearing a tag, but clearing a tag obviously in a pinch makes sense. Can we float a tag here? It's hard to tell. If that's a Rashida, we can't. Ugly turn. Feels like we did a lot, but we didn't really do much. Oh, it's snowing, but I mean, I'm ill. Hopefully you're feeling better, Izzy. It's Rashida, okay. Once in a clown cart server, shitter's full. Let's see. New Anarch connection, fathers, brothers, nephews, cousins, former's roommate. That's what the off-campus apartment was all about. Everyone knew each other. That's where the pizza. I'm on the upswing. Good to hear. Get well, yeah. You're safer from size and 10 now, at least. There's no way you don't call resource, right? Okay. Congratulations. We can die to this. Like, if this is La Costa into, what's it called? See how they run? End the line, like, we just die. It's that simple. I think you need a seamless. Gear check with size and 10. Okay, so we should check that, I think. Which means we're probably going to Nuka. We're going to Leech. We're going to start playing the game a bit. See if Spin Doctor gets shuffled here. Not even La Costa, just Hollow Man. I think, oh, we found it. This guy did take our runner out just a bit ago. Seems like a lot of money. I think I can server. So, wait, Alice is on 12 credits. We have to kind of respect that. Let's just get more counters. With Araceris, now we beat Cloud Eater. Congratulations. Hot Pursuit's killer with Seb. So the problem we have with Seb is influence is tight, but then like how are you running HQ consistently for that card to be good? Right? Like we can't run now. We can only run because we drew one of our 2 Amakuas. It's like, I think paying payoffs that are like people should be icing archives, mind you. Like, you know how many games we won or did good because the Praxis was free open on archives? I think people are going to learn you have to ice archives because Seb doesn't seem, at least the way that people are building Seb so far, at producing breakers doesn't seem good. And if that's the case, if you turn off Praxis, you turn off the best card. See how they run it. It allows 10 credits from the board state, I think. Yeah, it kills. It's super, super lethal. So this is like Danielle into something. Playing against Seb right now with Sandstone and Archer on my archives. You might have gone too far, David, but yeah, that's the idea. Okay, so this easily could be the Cloud Eater. We can break. In theory, we want to trash an Anansi. We don't want to break it twice. We could run archives. We want a Helium 4 for that if we can. This might be wrong because we're going to take some damage, but this hand doesn't seem that great. Problem with icing archives is ice you don't have to weather destruction. I think you just want to put something down. Like it can be anything. It doesn't have to be important. But like the ice destruction storm isn't really working out. So now we can trash Anansi on server 2. I think there'll be a Daniela in here. I don't know what's going to be. It's just like damage for the sake of damage. But like draw is so bad. We'd need to probably try out Amanuensis. Tributary doesn't protect the server they're running if it wasn't protected already. Would you go Reg Breaker Seb? Is Turtle necessary? I think Turtle's good because Araceris is good and that works well together. I think Reg Breakers accentuates the fact that you need a more solid economy and you need more card draw. Those are hard problems. Like imagine having to find one of each breaker when we haven't gone through more than half the deck in any game. No further action. Okay. What order? Couldn't tell you what we should be accessing in what order. I'm going to domain to get Archer from my deck to ice up archives on turn 3 felt amazing. Oh, that's fun. Off-world? Okay, that's good. We lost the Sure Gamble. It's fine. This is a virus. Good to get that. La Costa. I think that's going to be important. So now our next value bomb is like friend of a friend, install Valentina, clear the tag, which will be next turn, I imagine. We could have raindrops that, honestly. We probably should have. We definitely should have. I forgot that was in there. I'm going to discard a card. I don't care that we lose an Amakua. But Virus is in the bin, though. Now it is, but with Helium 4, which should maybe be a 2 within deck, that's okay. But you're right, we're largely locked out until we draw into, what's it called? Logic Bomb. Or sorry, whatever the bomb is, Devil Charm. Turtle's good, but you need a wrap solution and hammer, I guess. Crew deals with VSA, and it's the most volatile matchup. So Buzz is technically cuttable. Sketch, though. Yeah, you can decide what ice you want to deal with. I think Wraparound is the one that we have to botulus. We don't have a Cleaver, but I think like Hordem and Hammer and all that other stuff, you want to beat with Araceris and Devil Charm sooner than you want to actually put a breaker in your deck. Okay, I think we can let Alice score out this, unless, again, we could seamless die to end a line, but that's going to happen. So we'll do that. Friend of a friend, take 9, install Valentina. We'll probably draw first. Ordering was bad there. Remove a tag. So hopefully 5-3. Praxis is a good way to run archives. We get leech counters. We don't get Amakua. Okay, just off-roll. That's fine. Oh, we lost a rogue trading. That was the worst hit in our hand. Drawing the one Helium 4 is going to suck. I think here, like, it's hard because clearly she cares about money, so raindropsing HQ seems kind of bad. But with this hand, I think we should do it. We've seen 2 agendas in the top. Mind you, she shuffled 2 back, though. We just think this is the Cloud Eater. I think we should do it. With 3 cards in the hand, we don't die to anything. If we praxis, what do we get back? We can get a second turtle. That's a bit much. We can get a friend of a friend. Rogue trading is not a connection. Oh no, it doesn't care that's a connection. I think praxis for rogue trading is sick. We should just get a connection in our hand. So I'm going to play steel skilling. Okay, never mind. We don't have to do that anymore. I'd argue that the botchless here isn't great because Alice can just jam into remote server, but we'll put some pressure on. How's the recursion feeling on this side of the table? The recursion feels really strong, like way stronger than I want it to be. I think praxis is messed up. Recur 3 cards or play 3 cards for a single click? Like what? I don't know. It's the best Seb card by a mile. Besides Crew, which is also really good. Bruno, by the way, how's it going? Okay, this is where we'd rather lock not HQ because, right, they're just going to jam in their remote server. So we can do rogue trading. Ideally, we want to have a connection in hand, which we don't have. Crew fits in any Anarch. Praxis specifically, Seb? Yeah, I can believe that. I think we want to raindrops HQ here. We just need to get Amaku Leech up. Now, how many ice can Alice res? That's the question. We're losing the Praxis probably to net damage, which sucks, but we're probably not going to take that much net damage. Worst case, Anansi, I guess. But you can't not take risks. I think if Alice spends 8 here, we're okay. Maybe this is a Tattoo Bola, which is a bad botchless target, but what's not? Time to go learn Fab? I wouldn't say that at all. I think the game still has a lot of good stuff going in it. And if there's things that are messed up, like NSG does a good job of fixing it. It's just, yeah, there's a lot of... Yeah, okay. All right. Neat. So yeah, we can now die to Seamless End of Line, and there's nothing we can do about it besides run the server. It's a big if. Seems good. This is the only real tag punishment we've seen so far. And it's really, really strong. They need to fast advance with a click left, or advance with a click left. So what do we do here? Are we just calling priority access praxis? Yeah. Only got it off once. Usually we just get there by scoring. Oh, cool. Neat. Run the server and force the res. Here we could. I think we could. I don't want to raindrops because Anansi is a real problem. It's the question is like, do we want to praxis here? The problem is like, we don't have enough card draw for connections to be really good. Like we might want to praxis here just for a Nuka. The issue is like, you want cards in hand to do that. Could be an NGO front. Alice has been installed advancing NGOs. Draw 4 steel skin. I think we played one of them already. It's unlikely. But I think we can consider just running it on 2 Amakusa Leech. Otherwise, we get through 4 strength. We could run HQ again. That actually might be safer, is run HQ again. Maybe Alice will res here. But that means we actually beat an Anansi. It's a Tattoo Bola. Whoa! Huh. Why do you say recur 3 cards off of... You recur 1 or 2? Yeah, you don't recur 3, you install 3. Excuse me. But you recur 2. You just install 1 from hand from Seb. Like, a single card that installs 3 is unheard of on runner side. Can we run HQ, then run server 2? Yeah, that's the plan. We're pretty sure this is a Cloud Eater. I think this access here is really valuable, so I'm going to go through it. We might as well use the botchas because... Oh, actually, well... Thinking? Praxis doesn't RFG itself? Yeah, it feels like a card that should RFG itself. Because it is very, very recurable. Mass Install is a broken card. That's true, there is Mass Install, yeah. Mind you, the original rigging up back in original Netrunner installed up to 3 cards, saving 3 credits, which is like really fun. So if we trash this, we don't get an Amakusa counter. Amakusa counter here means to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We think there's a chance this is a Cloud Eater. We can break the Cloud Eater, but we can't destroy the Cloud Eater. I think we don't want Alice to have this. Mind you, we need a Helium 4 to run Archives. We can go HQ once again. That might be fine. Manual clearing the tag seems really rough. Feels like Solidarity and imping the kills cards. It's just so much work, Ryan. How's it going? It's like the deck restrictions for that, as opposed to just like playing Valentina and networking. It's tricky. I think Valentina is really good. Oops. It's just like card draw is an issue that I think we have to consider Helium, not Helium 4, but an M1. So now we're on 5. We can probably run this. Alice can res 1 big ice. Another Tattoo Bola is like not bad. Modded is rigging up without a charge clause. Yeah, the original modded in ONR I think was installed up to 3 cards, saving 3 credits across them. It was worded in a really weird way. That was obviously very Shaper. Hey, Jackmate, how's it going? I watched one of your videos recently. Oh, this is potentially lethal now. Did we lose? How have you been liking the new set? Nobody wants to res one big ice when the rig is on the table. Yeah, you don't really. So the problem is we actually die to see how they run here. Yeah. We probably die thinking. So Yamlang. We die to Anemone. But we also die to see how they run, because see how they run does 2 damage, and we have no way of beating that. So I think we have to continue on this run. How'd you like our video? I enjoyed it. I like when people play, you know, obviously at a high level and talk about it. Yeah, got it. We have to continue running here, unfortunately. It's too late now, for sure. If we had one more card, we could jack out, take 2 damage from Jinteki. I find it really strange to see how they run has a side game that probably doesn't matter. But we died Anemone, but we die to this being the 4-2 we think it is. Because we've seen 2 off-worlds. No further. We died Erdka. Yeah, we had to steal that. Okay, I had to get in there. So what do we die to? Blood in the water. That's kind of it, right? There's nothing else that does damage on this board state. SHR, yeah, it's only a score trigger. So when we take it, we take 1 damage from PE. But if we jacked out there, Alice scores that out and we take 1 damage from PE and then we just flatline to the meaningless side game. Now, we wouldn't have died probably to end the line because Alice needed like the hand to be seamless launch into end the line, which I don't think was there. Shitter can't be the acronym. I'm not going to say it anymore. I just said it because it was funny, because Jai wrote it. Okay. Oh, yeah, the sniper from Wayland, I think, would be the only way. You're right, because we're on threat. We lost 2 practices. That's the iron price there, right? So I guess we're going to draw up. That's good. I think we just install Nuka, hit Nuka. And then we have Eero to close the game out, which is pretty okay. Hey, yo, let's go. Yo, Charlotte's sick. Simply labor rate the practices never ends. Exactly. We're not on labor rates though, because we have a draw problem. No one expects the complete image. It would get us. You just got named Sebastião Souza Pessoa. I think Souza's more correct. Any revelations while playing as Wheels and Friends? I think I'm saying it's potentially poisonous. But we have card draw issues in this version of the build. There's also like influences really tight in the deck because you want to play rotating Nuka and there's like 12 influence. Sador. So here, we probably can just drop Eru C2 on R&D. We don't really have to run this. This is a Lacoste into Charlotte, which like, that's a good combo for sure. HQ, mind you, at this point, Alice probably has ice. So the HQ run's still good because it loads Amakua Leech, and we think this is a Cloud Eater, which Alice can't really afford to res. Because if they do, it goes down. So we don't lose Eru to damage, that's for sure. But maybe we just take a turn off here because we're not worried about this. Interestingly, I have a friend whose last name is Souza and they pronounce Souza. Souza. Oh, man. So I think we rotating, get down Eru. We can draw with Nuka. Discard a card, remove a tag. Praxis is Baxis. Botchless is okay. Raindrops is obviously very good, but Steelskin seems a bit better. We might not need the next rogue trading. This is our 3rd rogue trading, but we have a Praxis. That's fine. Interestingly, I have friends who, excuse me. Is this playing Julie? Yeah, Ma, we're on a 1 of Julie, unfortunately. So the order you can do, now it's Lacoste into Charlotte. So while it's not great on this turn, it does obviously just get full gas. But now there's going to be pressure on HQ and R&D. Putting down Eru and not using her in the same turn kind of is probably not the best thing to do. Brazil's a magical place for pronunciation. I was corrected in the comments that this should be pronounced probably Caçador, not the Cachador. Caçador. That did not seem to fire in the order I thought it would. Oh, you can do it though. It should. Want to do it manually? Yeah, this should work. You just have to do the Lacoste before the Charlotte. Do it, fix it up. Yeah, Julie seems nice. Any turn the game that we got the 1 of Julie down, it's like, it's been good. Like we've got her, you know, 4 clicks from it, which is great. What if we play Meetings of Minds instead of Nuka? I just don't think there's any card that getting it from the deck is that good. Like, we just need more cards in hand, because inherently, like, take a tag, remove a tag is usually a 2-card combo. So like, we don't want to use rogue trading without cards in hand. So like, paying 3 influence to get, like, if you do that, I think it's the sort of deck where you like, I play 1 Proco, I play 1 this, 1 that, and then you do like something a bit more toolboxy. So what, you start with 11, 10, 9, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It should be on 12, I think. Right? 11. Oh, you res Lacosta first. 15, I think. Why not 15? Yeah, it's just 11 plus 4, right? You can manage to draw with amanuenses instead. You just need to comfortably float tags. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Is like, if I want to float tags, I wonder if we need to play dummy box. But if we want to play dummy box, that's more influence, and you probably need to play more than 1 copy. So it like fights in all the other stuff you want to do. Once rogue trading doesn't exist in the card pool, like, I think Seb in some ways gets worse, obviously, but in other ways, influence gets better. I think it's 15. Because they started their turn at 11 after resing Lacosta, so it should just be straight plus 4 credits, because you don't pay for the advancement. I think it's 15. Slash counter, what is it, a power counter? No, add 0. I just can't do it. We're not on buy either because of influence. It is a card draw card, but like, how do you build it? Like, what slot does it take? Do we need 3 rogue tradings? Maybe. Do we need 3 Nukas? Probably. So it's really hard to get buy in there, because like, if we're going to do that, we could probably play no Julie, no Amakua, but Amakua buy is really good together. Dummy box requires a lot of draw. It eats your grip. When dummy box comes down, corporations just don't trash cards. So you're right, you don't want to be found with no cards in the grip, but the fact that the corporation has to spend a card from their hand to attempt to trash, to trade a card from your hand, like, they just don't do it. So like, that's a buy vault. That's a problem. Yeah, icing of archives into Era is pretty good for us. We want to draw a Manuel. So 3, 4, 5. We should run HQ. There hasn't been anything in a while. What's the most important card in our hand to get down? I think it's the Ice Carver. We'll run HQ here. We'll might as well botchless. We're expecting to lose the botchless here. There's part of me that think 3x Nuka is way too much, but you see how bad our draw is? Like, maybe 3x Nuka is too much if we, like, you know, bolster with other card draw, which currently card draw is the weakest part of the deck by a mile. Still no flip. What's in hand? Well, we knew that. So now we can tear down R&D. This is where we need Manuel. I think we're going to eat a snake here. This is not a virus. So we're going to eat a snake. Num 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 num. Num 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 num. Res a big snake. Metal Gear Solid 3. Snake Eater. No res, yeah. Wonder why. That's fine. I think we draw here. Yeah. There's a chance that Alice purges here. With the Tattoo Bolo, it's a bit tricky. Ice Carver now beats Tattoo Bolo with just Amaku on its own. Hannah's good. How many Hannahs you play? Like, Hannah hasn't mattered in any game we've got down, but like, Hannah obviously is very good. Because like, install it clicklessly, you get a credit with Valentina. Like, it just does stuff. It kind of does feel like Valentina on thread though, but clicklessly gaining 2 clicks from this, kind of sick. Rotating so click intensive too. Clickless draw is probably more valuable, so Lago and Earthrise. Yeah, I like Earthrise. So that's a buy vault. On top of not an agenda. So we still can go central servers. Now this can be a virus. We have to watch about that, because if that's a virus, it's really quite bad for us. So we have to go find one of our Devil Charms, because Devil Charm eats a snake. So I am going to Steel Skin here. We do Julie. So we want to find our Helium Fora. We want to find our Devil Charms. There's 3 of those cards in the bottom 15. Want to play Lago? It just seems kind of minimal. Our deck has a lot of 1-ofs. We don't have a recursion engine, but like, I think Earthrise is better than Lago. I feel like we have enough connections. We don't have the trash from hand package besides Steel Skin. So like, Lago's fine. It's just like, in so many games we played where we need the card draw, Lago would have fired 3 times. I don't know if that's worth it. Mind you, Earthrise works with Praxis. Like, it's not bad. So if we install this, we can rogue trading. We can install this, peak install runner, and then we can Hannah to clear the tag, gain a credit, gain 2 clicks. Cool. I think you're running HQ, like what's going on? Then we can run HQ here. I do think that's a virus. Now, the agendas clearly aren't in here, so they could be here or here. Maybe this is a bad run, because if Alice can flip it, then there's a good purge turn. Era for 2 cards, we have to watch out, because we're pretty sure this is a mean ice, and we're pretty sure that's a virus. So we can't Eru or face check until we get down a Devil Charm, or another Amanuensis, or sorry, our Saris gang. I think this is acceptable, though. Oh, no, that's actually pretty bad, because we're assuming we're playing around a virus. I think we just draw here, throw out a leech. That's good. Actually, probably... Yeah, probably leech. This is Julie, mind you. Just gets you 4 clicks. It's good. Like, you could just eat it. You're going to have to draw through most of those cards anyways. Yeah, maybe we do just eat it. I just feel like the Devil Charm, like Alice is in a really bad spot, and we have 1 in 7 chance of drawing it. On Nuka, we're probably going to draw it. And Nuka's clickless next turn, largely. Either with rogue trading. We don't need that much more money. Like, I don't even know if we install this rogue trading. Maybe rogue trading does feel slow. With Julie, rogue trading is not that bad, but without Julie, rogue trading does feel slow. Double in the line is in hand or just unlucky? I think unlucky. I don't think we care that much about double in the line, though, because you can't really play double in the line unless Alice, like, oppos us. And we're pretty good into oppo with Valentina. We also, mind you, have 2 more Valentinas in the stack, so if we draw them, it's just like, boom, tag goes, gain a credit. There's the purge. Okay, that's what we're expecting. So we can still run HQ. We should run HQ. Do we need a rogue trading here? Did we lose the God of War? No. We have good stuff in the bottom of our deck. We want the Manuel as well. Man as well. So I don't think we rogue trading. I think we just installed Nuka, run HQ. Mind you, this is 0 strength once we encounter it, let alone obviously Botulus. And if Alice drew an agenda there, they couldn't jam it. So this is going to be an access. This will be a swap, pretty sure. Like, Charlotte's drawn a lot. Yeah. Good game. All right. It did its thing. Cloud Eater on. Huh? But yeah. This is like... We're struggling to get a win condition off of central servers as much as we're pressuring because it's very hard to res into like leech our Saris crew. The rest of our deck is actually fire. We drew it in a really weird way, but like here we have 2 Devil Charms, which is just 2 ice trashes. All the Arcerises and Manuel at the bottom. The Helium 4 is really important into Mavirus. The meta depends whether you want 2 of them to run archives. Yeah. If you had 2 anemones, I was cooked. Yeah, we made 1 important run on the remote server, which we totally forgot Anemone was a card. I don't expect to see Anemone on the remote server that often, which is strange because it should go there sometimes. But yeah, if we jacked out to be like, I'm scared of Anemone, we definitely die to this. So this was a bit of like meta knowledge. A lot of people would die to that to be like 1 card I'm not accessing. Well, then you do die to this. We don't play Paladin despite the non-bow. I think you could play Taka sooner, but we actually haven't been breaking that much ice. But Paladin's really bad because we have like 3-4 cards in our deck that we can install because it can install connections. And a lot of times anyways, we install connections for free. Yeah, Paladin's probably not there. I think you could play Mystic maybe if you played more events. I think you could play Taka. I think you could consider also playing... what's really cool about Fencer? Couldn't find it. It was my last click. So it's hard. Fencer Fueno kind of makes sense if you're taking tags mid-run, because you can use Fencer Fueno to install connections, but I think most of the connections in our deck cap out at most expensive 3, so it's not that good. But Fencer Fueno is like kind of more playable than ever, especially if you're playing Biobands, mind you. Biobands is another good way. Like Biobands is good in Sebastião because it gives you click compression, gives you card draw, gives you all the things that you want to do. I just have an influence issue. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to fix it. Yeah, Fencer Fueno goes well with Baya. Yeah. Fencer Fueno goes well with Baya, less so in this deck, because -1 is almost always good enough, but yeah, it's not bad. Maybe play Maw. I think Maw is okay. I think Maw is kind of reasonable as another win condition. Like the Knob Curry 1 hasn't mattered. We're getting enough pressure off Leech and our Ice Carver. Our Ice Carver has actually felt kind of good. But yeah, I think the console being Maw could make sense and it would give us more pressure on singles, which is important. And it makes Sebastião's effect better, which that's pretty good as much as we're not floating tags. My Ice of any lasting impact was unreasonable because of crew plus Leech. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Purge was good. I was assuming you drew an awkward agenda right before the purge. You don't need rogue trading if you have friendos for mentor, swap those for Baya. I think the thing about rogue trading that's really important is that in Sebastião, you need a certain amount of ways to get tags. And if you don't have ways to get tags, your ability is blank. And rogue trading is one of the best cards to get you on any board state, multiple tags. Like this is 3 tags. 3 tags for us is now, you know, 6 credits and 3 free clicks. Obviously you have to clear the tag, so it's not exactly clear tech. But why I like rogue trading is because it's very hard to do Sebastião because you need to have a way to remove tags that makes sense, and you need to have a way to have tags. You have God of War, yeah, but it's a one of God of War. And God of War is expensive. Like it's hard. It's genuinely hard. And I think we need to try to move some stuff around because there's a lot of restraints on every side of it. Sebastião's interesting. Yeah, it was Mav in the remote, right? And I think we called it right. It was Mav in the remote. So like face checking to this to get the purge would have cost us maybe the game. You don't need that many tags. Friends is self-comboing and Aru is infinitely tags if you can get them for no value. Yeah, Aru is the one card that we haven't been taking tags on because we've been just eating ice. And I think there's a couple times where we missed taking tag on it, which would have been good for us. But as long as the ice is rezzed, you're right. Arceus is the way you get your tags. Let's try cutting rogue trading. Let's try. There's also restraints when you have to use rogue trading. Yes. And maybe we can play 2. And that gives us influence for like 2 Baya bans or something like that. But let's make some changes. I think we should try the console because the console obviously is important. Hey, good luck at there, eh? Would it be worth going down to 2 rogue trading? Yeah, Jimmy, I think it's worth trying. Economy wasn't a problem. It wasn't a problem, but this card is like, I feel like one of the best cards to have on turn 1, especially Valentina rogue trading is just like a good start. This is a bit of like, so for those who don't know, one of my favorite decks of all time, and in fact, on the like art of me that you might see on Twitch and YouTube, it was this deck that I'm playing. And this is a slightly different deck, but it's the same idea of like tag on, tag off decks. Because I was running 3 rogue trading, and so I was running 3 Citadel Sanctuaries. This deck is a bit different because it needed big money because I was running Security Nexus. But in this sort of matchup, like one of your best opening hands was, as slow as it was, and mind you, 419 does slow the game down inherently, was having Citadel and having rogue trading. So just to make that obvious, this is a bit of my skin showing here where like I built Sebastião the same way I play Tag Me Criminal, which might not be correct. So you have to like help me to be back on track. And amanuensis, NFL is just Stone Ship Chart Room. I don't know if NFL is worth the card slot. If you play amanuensis, do you need to play NFL? I don't think so. I think you just float the tag. Like I think it encourages you to play dummy box more than anything. I don't think you play no free lunch because you have to survive. Well, you have to end your turn tag. Sven, how's it going? Raindrop seems to be not drawing you cards. Fear of rezzing? Yes. People have been fear of rezzing, which like it's okay. But it is a card draw card we put in our deck. I think it's definitely cuttable, but yeah, it's we wanted to go the way to add card draw cards, and specifically because we're not very good at putting pressure on, we wanted it. But so far people aren't rezzing into it, which maybe that's fine. We haven't been raindropsing the remotes more often, which is where you're more likely to get the mandatory card draw. Like op turn 1, run the remotes over with raindrops. Yeah, we haven't been in that situation, but that's not an uncommon situation to be in. But like if you look at the last matchups, it was a bit tricky to play it. That doesn't mean it's wrong though. Let's change it around. Let's try the console. Certain parts of this like really do work. It's just clearly the draw package kind of stinks. All right, cut the knob. Is there a better draw option than Nuka to free influence? Jakob, how's it going? I think it would be the console, right? Amanuensis. So this says 2 credits, unique, 1 MU. The MU has not mattered. That's fine. Or at least we're not overpaying for MU we're not using. When your turn ends, place 1 power counter if you were tagged. When you remove a tag, you remove a host power counter to draw 2 cards. That's very good. You just need to end your turn tagged. If you're ending your turn tagged, they can trash your resources, and mainly all their resources are connections, I think, barring Ice Carver and rogue trading. But if that's the case, it costs them a card from hand and slows the game down, which is pretty okay. So yeah, Earthrise Hotel is the other. There's like a chance that the console slot should just be nothing, and then we should just play Earthrise. Like I'm thinking that actually might be correct. Right? Like, it's weird. Like, it might be correct strictly just to play Earthrise Hotel for no influence on top of the raindrop slot, on top of the console slot. Do you think about no free lunch or move tags on the Corp's turn? It's cool with Sebastião. I just feel like it's not a card that's good on card draw. It's like a really bad draw unless you have really good draw. Because it doesn't feel like it does that much. No console Seb is base. No console Seb might be right. Like, the one console we could play is like a 1-of copy of Maw, one of copy of Knob Kree that at some board state comes down. So far, Knob Kree hasn't looked like it, but like Maw could be good because it adds another win condition to our deck. We get some Fermenter. Yeah, we had Fermenter in the list originally. We cut it, and honestly, I'm not missing having more money. Them purging out is not good for us, so I feel like we also don't want to give them an incentive to purge us out. So I don't think we should be stacking too many viruses. You're committing to not ending your turn tag, though? Yes. If we play Earthrise, we're not ending our turn tagged, which honestly hasn't been a problem. The payoff for ending your turn tagged in Seb seems to be almost entirely the card we're not playing. So I don't know why we would end our turn tagged unless we're in a pinch. And in some pinches we did, where it's like we're 4 points behind Nuvem. But like this is the only card I think that pays us off for floating tags besides Solidarity Badge, which like we're not doing Solidarity Badges text at all. Wizard chest and 1 Maw rabbit hole. Oh man, rotating already commits you to not ending tagged. Exactly, yeah. So let's just play Earthrise, right? F it. 3 Earthrise. We can cut some. What can we cut? No console. I don't care. A DJ, mind you, should be a Julie. Rogue trading is a bit better with Earthrise, that's for sure. We're on 47 cards. It's really important we're not on 47 cards because we clearly have good cards in the deck we need to find consistently. Do we play 3 Hannah because it's like one of the best ways to clear tags on tempo? I don't know. Maybe. DJ, hey, why? Just because Julie is more fun. Mind you, in that last matchup, if we had DJ Fenris, we would be going HQ and getting a lot. Do you need Ice Carver? I don't think we need it, but it has helped. It's definitely not necessary, but I want to play with it more because I think Ice Carver is going to matter more. Mind you, it does help us deal with 1 Strength Ice when we get purged out. That has actually felt pretty good, but it's going to matter more once we get the spam up, and we haven't got the spam up because we're missing card draw. Yeah, Julie just feels good. I don't think she's necessary. So what do we do? Moshing is a possibility. Like moshing could go in the raindrop slot. I really liked my hands though. That being said, like just draw a different hand. That's kind of Anarch. But like moshing without playing, like I think Sure Gamble is the cuttable card, huh? Devil Charm doing much. Devil Charm is one of the best cards in our deck because it means if we get purged out, we can still break back in. So if you remember like the Maw Amakua decks from like summer last year, it's like so important. Because if they purge us out, we can just trash any ice with our Saris crew, and then we just get back in and snowballing. It's actually really important. There's a chance we might be 3. I think Sure Gamble is the worst card in the deck. 2 Valentina. I think Valentina is one of the most important cards. And again, this might be my scam shop showing, but like we just need a way to make tag removal not bad. And this is the only card. Like it was like 3 of Citadel because you basically rogue trading is so bad if you don't have a way to clear the tag on tempo. And the extra copies of Valentina are not awful when you install her to gain a credit in the late game. Like, it's fine. Like, this might be okay, but if we're playing 1 Sure Gamble, we should play no Sure Gamble. Like, is this better than not having a console? Yeah, like, Strike Fund is probably better than Sure Gamble in general, because it fires in weird board states. Yeah, like, we could do this. I could argue that there's something else. I like Valentina. I swear that the games that she's consistently printed 3 to 4 credits when we install her for free. But I think we could do this. We're dunking on the basic econ card. I know we're onto something. Go Wildcat for 45. Wildcat's not bad. Wildcat is probably a bit better than, well, Are we on no console? Is that actually what it comes down to? So what's this draw like? Okay, so this is our hand. Do we keep this? No, we don't keep this. Why? Because it doesn't have rogue trading. It doesn't have card draw. What do we add for card draw? 3 Earthrise Hotels. So we'll mulligan that. Do we keep this hand? Well, we have to, right? So draw 3. This is where like having an early gamble is good because we have no money in this hand and no way to get money. Right? Like that's actually really important is our econ generation cards. We only have like 6 of them in the deck. Friend of a friend, rogue trading. That's why Sure Gamble feels okay. Does this help with the no win condition problem? No, not really. Not really. Oh, and raindrops too. Yeah, raindrops is an econ card. Do we keep this hand? Yeah, maybe we do. Nuka, draw. Maybe we need Sure Gamble. Just because our openings are really bad if we don't mulligan into rogue trading. Yeah, Manuel is a win con, is a 1 of. Manuel and Iru is a win con enough. So this hand, do we keep this hand? I feel like maybe now that we put Earthrise, we actually do want Sure Gamble. I think there's a chance we want Sure Gamble because Earthrise is very expensive up front. Does friend of a friend math point removal priority? Friend of a friend, I think priority is gaining a tag. Because that is the value point for Seb. Because for Seb, it's gain 11. Obviously, you have to worry about the tag, but as much as possible, I want to not do this. I want to do this. Gain 11 is absurd. Like, none of our hands are opening with economy. Nope. 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 Well, friend of a friend, but like friend of a friend's bad economy on turn 1. This can't be right. Why does this feel so much worse? Is it just because we cut 3 sure gamble? Let's add gamble in. Do we cut Hannah? Is Hannah forgettable? Is Hannah forgettable? 1 RT into 2 Baya. I think rotating is like the economy card we need though. Yeah, maybe over raindrops. Like raindrops hasn't been landing for us. Hannah's a 3x for Seb. I assumed so, but like, have you seen Hannah been that good in any of the matches we played? The first mode of friend is much better generically, as long as you install it for 1 credit. It's 1 click less for the same value unless you're missing tags, which you aren't if you have rogues. Yes, it's board state dependent. But turn 1, I don't want to install friend of a friend to just hit that button for obvious reasons. So if you install the friend of a friend because you have a rogue trading, then that makes sense. But then I want to fire that after I have no rogue tradings. Ditch God of War. God of War is sick. God of War is good. But this is a test piece. I do think God of War could get cut for sure. Or you could play 3 God of War. Like, this is more what I want. Like, sure gamble the opening hand so that we actually can do stuff. Like, draw Earthrise Hotel. Like, that's a better turn. Maybe run R&D, whatever. We start with this in our hand. Not great. Citation needed. Clickless with Julie gain 2 clicks and remove a tag is obvious cut from a Seb deck. Honestly, garbage. It's weird, but I feel that way. I do feel that way. That, like, yeah, I don't know. I feel that way. I don't think if we have to keep that, we will, but like we need a rogue trading as soon as possible. Let's try this. We made some changes. Owl, Carver, copy, version 1. The card draw is probably better. I think trading Earthrise for the thing is good. No console hasn't mattered. Devil Charm actually is more important. V 0.2. How much work is Heli doing here? It allows us to run archives when there's a virus in there, which has mattered in games, but we're not drawing it. It makes purging really bad. I honestly think there's a chance if we're playing Helium 4, we should play more than 1, because I think we need to make purging as bad as possible as soon as possible, because then obviously it compounds with all the other nonsense we're doing. Purging out is really good into this deck, and I think having a card that makes purging bad and turns off a virus and gives us the ability to run archives to charge our stuff while removing their win conditions abstractly sounds good. The big problem though is it's a 1-of, so obviously it is what it is. But I played against it, I did not like it. God of War and Seb is just nice. It seems cool. 3 Devil Charm too, it should only get better from this. You do get a dodge Maw already with Praxis? Yeah, but we don't charge Amakua. A lot of our power level is attached to how easily we can charge Amakua. Acacia time? Okay. Let's get the Festers in there. Oh, that's not a Corp deck. I'm siding with Augustus Caesar. As long as we have other tag options to get Seb, I like the temple removal I aim for instead of taking tag. Yeah, I think we might want the tempo more if we're playing Earthrise and our card draw is better. Because if we have more card draw, we have more options in our hand to get, like, to push out that we probably, like, we don't need to click for 9. There's some circular logic there. But I do think the smoother the deck goes, the less often you're going to use the top text. Or the bottom text, excuse me. So we'll see. We'll see. It's all 419 decks, apparently. Rip my Jinteki not deck builder section. It's really hard to exist in there. Good old frame rate. What are our best removal options? Removal for what? For tags? Valentina. You can play networking if you want, but it's Valentina. And then friend of a friend in pinch. PE again? Okay. Hey. Like, okay, so this is the math question. Does it make sense to rogue trading on turn 1, hit rogue trading, install friend of a friend, and then use friend of a friend to remove a tag? The answer is probably yes. Not again, Andre, probably. Like, I want to, like, this is the problem. So I just want to, just classically, whenever I'm testing a deck, I just want to play against PD. I just want to play against to see what this does against ice and upgrades and pushing a remote server, right? Is PD so popular now? I think there's a lot of cards that make people excited about Jinteki, like see how they run, stuff like that. I wonder if there's a way on for a dev. Yeah, Solomir, I definitely need to reach out to JNet devs. You'd love to have an Earthrise at the end of the turn, but it's decent, but it doesn't feel amazing. And let's see how it plays out, because rogue trading into friend of friend to clear friend of friend takes 2 cards out of her hand. You're right. If we dunked an Earthrise on the same turn, we'd be golden, because we'd set up our economy. It's like the liberated, hit liberated, install Earthrise, install daily cast. You can't afford that. Something like that. Like, it's that sort of opening, which feels good. Have you face checked a snake? Jimmy, we died to snake. In our first match today, Izzy got Sisyphus protocol. We face checked a snake, being able to break 5 strength ice, not 6 strength ice. Izzy had the snake, we died. P is generally more popular than JNet because everywhere else, I feel, yes. JNet is a home for P, which is like the worst place in some ways to play P, because like people just don't care and they tank into it. Should we check this? Maybe. Like, that's a turn, I guess, but do we really want to end with 3 cards in hand, 15 credits? Oh, do we die? That was hateful. Like tempo Reaper function? Opponent not respecting Hot Pursuit. Yeah, I don't think I'd Ice Iron yet. Ice HQ and Archive sooner. But now we just have to draw 4, right? I don't care. Steel, hit the steel skin, thank you. If it's an Urtica, I don't think I care. Ladderwort, trash that. Okay, keep drawing. Earthrise is really good. Expecting Blood in the Water, me too. I assumed they were doing that for Blood in the Water, which I don't know if we're that upset about it. It doesn't kill us. They spend a lot of their win condition on that. Yeah, it seemed okay. That turn was good. So here we can do rogue trading. We don't have a connection to install. So ideally we just draw into, okay, sure, Gamble not feeling that great, but we did draw rogue trading. So we can run HQ here. They can fire Snare, which is bad. I don't think we have to run HQ. Here we can do God of War, and we can trigger God of War after Earthrise, but with rogue trading, I don't think we need the God of War. 2 counters on the God of War is like all we want, but it's not important that now. Actually, maybe that is fine. Let's get that down. I think we just do like credit, keep cards in hand. Like, we could obviously sure gamble, but I want to just keep cards in hand more than we need money. Like, we have 12 credits on this. We should have drawn maybe once there, let's be honest. Seeing a couple games where Hot Pursuit is definitely good. I think you should Ice HQ immediately, though. And like, if they Ice HQ, how long does it take us for the Hot Pursuit not to be a dead card? Way too long. One thing I've liked with the set is how they made archives more prevalent and server to be protected. I agree with that. I think that is cool. I think Eero makes sense now, which that's genuinely pretty neat. I think they made it important because of recursion, which like, I'm definitely gonna get frustrated playing against this card. It just does way too much. Okay. So what do we do here? We can do rogue trading, install Valentina. Yeah, this is where Earthrise is so good. It allows us to have the click compression to do the bad thing, like to do the I'm not touching the board thing. Now we can put the God of War down. And now as long as we have a breaker, we remove a tag for 1 credit. So next turn we do Earthrise first, then God of War, use God of War to install or whatever we draw from Valentina. How good has Valentina been? Good enough. Good enough. But our card draw, she gets better with more card draw, I think. So Earthrise first. So like here we can do God of War and then install Valentina. We want the threat text, so it's not that good. Remember yesterday's game where you trash the same gang 3 to 4 times? Yep. And it costs us a lot. Like, that's annoying. So we'll take the tag. We can install the Araceris crew here. We can check this. So far, if it's like a Reaper or Bladderwort, I don't think we care. Getting the Devil Charm means we can actually genuinely face check. We probably just remove the tag with Valentina. Devil Charm. I think we just do Devil Charm credit. Charm, remove, run. I don't know if we have to run this. Admittedly, we can. They can't really res because Charm Araceris just eats every ice in the game, right? Like, that's really frightening. Yeah, let's run it. Like, Charm Araceris is really good. It's a Tattoo Bola. Okay, well. Do we eat the Tattoo? I think we eat the Tattoo Bola. We want to keep cards in hand. Oops. Vera. Cool. Remove tag for 1. We'll bounce back. Yeah, Morgan, we've been having a lot of fun, actually. This is standard Kalana. How's it going? Okay, so now the click compression from Earthrise is really good. We don't need a God of War here. Steel Skin means we can check this stuff, but we need to get our economy up. We could rogue trading to install Valentina, but I think we're just going to rogue trading so we have rogue trading. And then we could float a card here unless there's something on the turn. Oppo turn, it's fine. We have Valentina. Oppo's not that bad. Like, we're really good into Oppo. Unfortunately, we don't have a connection in hand we want to get down. So I think we rogue trading for money. We could get the Valentina down, but it's just like loss of hit points. It's not really great. We should check some of these. Some of these are definitely going to be agendas. We don't care about our hand. Is a snare? That gave us a tag. So we lost Sure Gamble, Praxis, and that. There could be an end of line in hand. So I think with 3 cards in hand, we don't die. The worst case is like Reaper Function Bladder, where we survive that. It's unique. Valentina, yeah, but we can overinstall it. When you're on threat, that's the thing with Valentina, that she becomes not terrible as a target because you overinstall it and gain a credit. So like, obviously it's unique, but like, it's like cycling a class act, obviously way less value, but it's not that bad that the extra versions of her are not useless. I'm just remove a tag so we don't die to end the line. Oh, never mind. We still died to end the line. We shouldn't have done that. All my friends, just okay MTG though. Hard to get them to NR. What was that? A Reaper function? Fantastic. They're on 1 credit. Which server is Snare? Do y'all remember? 7. Blood in the water? Wait, reverse infection for credits. Sick. They're on 3. They have no cards in hand. Now they draw. Okay. So our card draw is slowed down. We have Manuel and Eru, which can be scary, but they can't fire Snare. We have Double Charm Guard of War, but we don't have Araceris crew. Let's hopefully get a friend of the friend here, right? Draw. We could do Nuka, use Nuka. Amakua seems good. Is Scorched Earth or End of Line better? Scorched Earth is strictly better, but it's been outside of the standard format for like, I feel like 4 years now. Like End of Line is the reprint. Scorched Earth it's been gone for a while. I don't think we have to do much. They're on 3 credits. We could face check Anemones, the thing they can res, but Thinimus is the thing they can res. A Praxis, how many Praxises do we have? Our card draw still doesn't feel amazing. We have only 1 Praxis. Bummer. I'll just clear the tag for a credit. I don't think we're getting a tag anytime soon, so we can just install Nuka. Just reminiscing the old Netrunners, it's strictly the same card, except End of Line removes the tag, so you can't double off of a single tag. It's funny how no console's been working well. Yeah. I think there's a reason to have a console. I just don't know if this is it. They're on 4 credits. Okay. So we can Nuka here. Yeah. Okay. We want to get these down, but we don't have a way to get a tag. In terms of our tag tools, the bin has 1 rogue trading left in the deck, 2 Araceris crews and 22. So we can probably run server 8. If they res it, no matter what, we can break it. It can be a bit expensive. You always have a way to get a tag? How? With this, yeah, but we have to do it start a turn, so we can't Nuka into it. Yeah, D, Seb's been cool. Seb's been okay. Seb reminds me of DLR. You had them in hand? Oh, they're gone now, right? Right? Oh, Eru, mind you, works. Eru does give us a tag, thinking. The thing is, like, we don't have to do much, because unless we die to some nonsense on the table, like double Reaper function is no longer possible, we don't have to do a lot, because it takes them a long time to win the game. Unfortunately, our money has stalled out a wee bit. So, like, we can do Amakua run R&D, just build Amakua counters. It's not the most important thing. I don't think we care about the table. They can't really res here. House of Knives, okay. Got rid of Manuel. That's unfortunate. Because now Praxis only hits 1. We can't afford Earthrise. I think we have to click for a credit here. Hopefully Nuka draws into a gamble. Let's see what happens to us. That could be a bladder where... Yeah, it is. Bummer. Hit the Earthrise. Just wait till the Corp Praxis your heap and recurs it all. Reapers? Yeah, they will. They will. We've seen influence on like Vera, which she's 4 influence, I think. So, oh, advance. I don't think we have to run it. Nuka. This sucks. We've run out of money entirely. We've just run out of money. Like, we have to trash the bladder. There's nothing else we can do, really. All right. I'll do my medicine. Ronin Reaper on table. It's unlikely, but it's a possibility. With Steel Skin, we're relatively safe. Yeah, we haven't found a single... Oh, we've found 2 Friend of Friends still in the deck. We know this is a snare, mind you. If they want a Resident Enemy here, it costs them their whole hand. I don't think we care about the damage that much. Keeping the Steel Skin keeps us safe. It's a Tattoo Bola. It cost us 2 credits. Bummer. Let's see what's in HQ. Hollow Man Ronin kind of scary. Yeah. I'd argue there's a bunch of ways to do burst damage like that. It's a Regenesis. Okay. That's not the Amakua counter we wanted. We lost Iru as well. That's fine. So we could run this. Ronin's one of the last things I use Hollow Man on, I think, about all the things you can do with him. It's weird how Ronin sees no play and you spend influence on Clearinghouse, but it kind of makes sense. I think we just played Nuka. We have 19 more cards, but we have no recursion. We lost the turtle. That's fine. Server 6 not going anywhere. That was the top deck. It could easily be a snare. We would get Julie down for free. The thing is, like, I don't think we installed Julie to save a click on here. Now, there's no face downs in the bin. This could be a moon pool. This can't be a moon pool. So we just need to get an Amakua counter. They're on 4 credits, which is really important. Because they can fire a snare. It's a front company. Oh, I don't care about that. That doesn't do anything. It just ducks Splatterword, right? Nuka. So we're in threat 3. So if we take a tag, we actually make a credit off Valentina. So to start a next turn with God of War, we can do it. Get something easy run. Hey, Jackmaid, thanks for dropping in, eh? Hopefully you're enjoying the set. I'm excited to see what y'all build up. You brew up soon. Okay, they can't fire a snare now, which is... Or he can't fire a snare, excuse me. Okay, so we could win. Yep. The rogue trading seems nice. I think I'm just going to run for another one. We went on any agenda steal here. We could check server 6. I just don't think we need to, because as long as we keep cards in hand, I don't know how they kill us. Yeah, there you go. Good game. Like, you don't have to be too greedy, because as long as you have steel skins, right? Thanks for the game. It takes them so long if they're not flatlining you to score to 7 that, like, we don't actually have to check this as long as we're safe into, like, potentially what's the worst case? Fuji Bladderwort, which is 4 damage. So, but yeah, the PE Classic is just like, if they don't have snare money, you can run centrals. They don't have a lot of money. It doesn't show the deck off that well. I just want to play against PD. Show me modern PD. I just don't think anyone's playing PD because, like, HB got, you know, Thunderbolt support, which, like, I guess you can get Thunderbolt support. Who needs multi-axis? Those decks are also really soft to central runs on the basis that, like, they just inherently are running a lot of trashables and a lot of traps. So most of the cards in the deck are trashable besides ice and, like, the 4 operations they play. Oh, thank you. Hey, just what I wanted. Thanks so much. I mean, not showing off the deck, but showing off good running fundamentals is still good TV. Yeah, it's good TV. I think it is worth noting that a lot of people do get overwhelmed when they play into PE. And please ask questions. If you ever watch me, why are you doing that? Please ask. But a lot of that is like having a lot of experience playing in PE. Not that we played it perfectly, but to be like, this is how you deal with traps. You want to keep certain things you're playing around normal. Love it. Normal is probably a bad word. Best of luck. Have fun. So opening hand, no money. That's not good. You gotta ignore the Thunderbolt cards? Yeah, I think you do have to ignore the Thunderbolt cards, unfortunately, if you're playing PD. That's like the thing is, it's really hard to design for HB, because as soon as you push HB into like Thule, or as soon as you push HB into Thunderbolt, like so many of the cards just don't see play because they only... It's hard to make a card that makes sense in PD, but also in those decks. So they just, like, the card pool does not grow to the way that if you're like an HB fundamentalist... Not that like HB fundamentalists didn't get good cards in the set. I think Asa is the big winner. Yeah, it's hard. PD got the Lycan Ice. I don't think the Lycan Ice is that good. I'm okay to face check it. You keep paying 3 for that. Is it 3? I guess you pay 2 if the subroutine fires. This is where you want raindrops, right? HB has a really rough identity crisis. Yeah, it's very hard. Especially when it comes to economy, because economy has to be balanced around the efficiency of like ASA and PD. And so then the economy cards are just lacking in other things. I don't think we boss. I think we just face check. Nothing hurts us. 0 with Vovo. Yeah, but then it's just not consistent. All right. This hand isn't good. Mind you, Hannah, using Hannah to get a tag actually is kind of sick. Wait a second. That's sick. We can install Hana, clicklessly bounce off the magnet, get a tag, install manual lattes demura, run R&D C2 cards. Is it the coolest line possible? Is it cool? Reason not to botch this, yeah, you don't botch this preemptively. It's really bad, and well, it's not the worst, but it's not great into Hagen. It's bad into Magnet. It's Gatekeeper is still not amazing. Alec, how's it going? How do we get the tag off of Magnet? Hannah. Okay, this seems fun, but maybe not the line. Hannah. Run a remote server. Server 1. Oops. We honestly should have done this click one anyways. We wasted a click doing this. This is extremely wolf too. I know. Manuel. Run R&D C2. Respect Ikua. How's Seb? Fun. Hedge fund. Uh-oh. Vitruvius. We're the best. Remove a tag. Unless that's a Rashida. Can Lucille trash these? We can always clear the tag. Wolf 2? Yeah, there's 2 wolves in you, Morgan. One of them just loves accessing cards off centrals at any cost. And that wolf has been eating well today. I'm just going to draw. Let's see what happens when we float these tags. Yeah, we'll float. We have a praxis. That being said, like clearing with Hannah is really easy. Yeah, it's Rashida. That's the worst case. It was either a Rashida or what's it called? The Tranquility. Rashida's the one where sometimes like having that extra cards in hand, it's a Rashida into hedge fund, which is bad. Let her trash you once and waste her money. Yeah, it slows the game down, which is fine. Yeah, Wolf 2 does the cool thing. Wolf 2 is like the one with the sunglasses and the skateboard who's like, this roof doesn't look too tall. I'm pretty sure I can make it to the pool. Like, I'd hang out with the wolf every once in a while. Greasing the palm FA goes for, yeah, greasing the palm actually is going to matter in this matchup. No, Hannah! I think Manuel is more worrisome in the PD matchup than Hannah. Like, the fact that we Hannah the remote server was just nonsense. This is the card that you have to be scared of. This is our win condition. Threat 3 text, though, would have been sick. Imagine we stole an Echo and the threat 3 text on this is trash 2 cards from hand. Wolf 1 is TIA Mercury. Wolf 2 is RWR Mercury. I feel like Mercury is 2 wolves all the time. He's just the guy. He's just the teacher. Just doing stuff. Like, that slowed down the game immensely. Pay 4 credits, lose 2 cards in hand. After Rashida Hedge Fund. Like, that's Lucille's turn. That feels rough. And hey, guess who's going to praxis it back? This guy. Like, we have to clear the tag, which our next top decks are going to really matter because clearing the tag is rough. But, like, then we're just going to praxis, bring back Manuel, have a tag run our DC too. Like, it's going to be good. I love fashion and bypass. Yeah, that's true. I've been telling people my local medicines got revealed. Seb, isn't that scary? Just murders friends. Should I promise to follow through on that promise? Oh, Fall Guy, the card. Haven't teachers had enough trouble, Vincent? Oh, yeah. He's coming back. Like, Seb is meant to be the community leader, but I feel like he's sending his people out there to just get messed up by HB efficiency. Oh, he's gone. My boy. Yeah. Bioethics committee. More like goodbye ethics committee. Let's go. 2 cards out. PD though, who cares, right? We need to clear the tag on tempo. Friend of a friend, top deck. That's not good. Well, got him. Friend of a friend, top deck. Like, she can't keep clearing the tags. Andre's been on fire this week. I'm descending. We've been streaming so much this week. That's how it works. I need to clear the tag for that one. I got one. I'm not gonna say I got one. We could clear the tag here, or we could put it in her court. And hopefully with Nuka we draw into a FOAF. That's what you get for the sun. Okay, never mind. For what it's worth, we need to make it very clear. I shout this out, but like Morgan was very kind to mention in the comments. The whole sunny thing on this was definitely not intended. So, Wolf 3 is eating HQ. Is eating HQ on your dime. This is sick. It's just free sabotage. Just sit back, let it happen. Just install them. The cheaper the connection, the better. They just get cards out of hand. Yeah, I don't think you can afford to trash this. Spin though, oh maybe. I don't think so. That's money. You need money. I'm scared of face checking a bit because of drafter, but that's the only thing we're worried about. And Joe, we've been saying up until now that we're gonna go to float tags. Yeah, but did you see how good that wolf ate? Ah, fuck. All right, we should probably run archives, huh? Draw for a FOAF. This play is really bad, and you see the tempo cost for this. Ponzo, this is a payback for when you trashed every asset I tabled at one time. Well, I stopped trashing at some point. Okay, we have to remove the tag and then just click for credit. There's definitely agendas in HQ. The problem is once they get behind the magnet, they get behind the magnet. So I think we just click for credit here. Privilege access here is not fantastic unless we can get a friend of a friend. But yeah, what we did was do not try this at home. Our Sarah's Crew Devil Charm, though, we can just play like old school pressure Anarch. Like this is obviously not good to put down to 0 credits. More like Dr. Nuked. Stop playing assets not behind ice. Put ice in front of your friend, Sebastião. Yeah, are we going to get a fall guy? Technically, Sebastião is ice, right? How bad is Sebastião in As? Kind of want to play it. Kind of want to try it, but I feel like we have more stuff to do. Wolf2 says use a Wukwu. Is this a Wukwu? What was the add-on for JNet icons? It's a browser thing. Yeah, Jakob. So Rahi made it. It's called Cyberfeeder. It's fantastic. She's been updating it consistently throughout the year. That's probably Trank. It's really good. It's only for Firefox though currently. So we Praxis. We can install our Ceres for free. We can clear the tag with Hannah. The other option is Praxis into Manuel Lattes de Moura and just throw R&D. I think we need a Praxis for Nuka, let's be honest. Our money's messed up. I think we can click 4. It's a bummer, but like what we did to get here is kind of on us. Luckily, she's not doing much. If we get the Arceris crew down on the Praxis, we can run HQ and do some damage here. Which is good, because she definitely has like 2 agendas on HQ. We've seen 1 in, what is it? Oh, it's only a 44 card deck, but like she's gone through 17 cards. This looks like a turn 2 board state. You're not wrong. Well, how sick was turn 1? We didn't even play turn 1 properly. Like we should just a Hannah run. I don't know what's more important things you have to do than building an Az deck. I honestly think Az is the first place I would go to do an assassination deck. Like real talk. I think Az is one of the easiest people to find your damn, what are they called? Mono something knives. Wukwu sounds like something Homestar Runner would say. Azazin. Yeah, there you go. Azazin. Yeah, I think it makes sense in that deck because you actually do get good card draw. You cycle through your deck. You have prognostics and shuffles. You can probably find your stuff relatively easily in Az sooner than Sable, where they don't ice up centrals that hard into Az, but they do into Sable. So thinking probably an agenda, probably a seamless launch, probably a Managarm. So our play line here is probably Praxis Archives. We can get a Hannah. We can use Hannah to run the remote server. We can then pay 2 clicks. Yeah, I think we do Praxis for Hannah. I think it's a really good line here. I see we play Assassin's Eye for the extra deck consistency. I think, Ryan, the amount of card draw you get from Masterwork and the amount of reach you get with Prognostic probably makes up for the downside of 5 cards more. You can't say Teg ads without your mind. Man, if you still had Feint with Jay Shinhu, I still don't know how to say it. You do have Feint. It's just, what's it called? It's the other card. Vibrato. I got assassinated this morning. First time. I still haven't yet. Arceris. We'll do Hannah. Hannah the remote server. Server 1. We wish we had 1 more credit here, but we'll double click. We'll continue encounter. -6 strength. Remove from game. Well, from table. Oops. It's a Managarm. Breach server, pay 2 clicks, steal the off-world office. I'm telling you, that's the play you have to play around. How do you play around that? A lot of things happened at once. We're on game point. Hannah clears the tag, gain 2 clicks. Praxis is so messed up. Seems good. We started on no board state. We started 4 credits, no board state. That's what happens. Cool. Cool. I don't know what's happening. Wolf is driving bike. So now we should just probably play a bit more conservatively, because we can win on R&D, and the Ikawas are going to get ugly because Lucille doesn't want to jam on Ikawas. So that's our next stop on our tour, which next turn will be credit, gamble, Earthrise. We'll take a turn off. Again, we mismanaged our early aggression in a way that I would say was funny, but not correct. And we're still doing okay. I wonder if it was incorrect to trash our board. It might have been. Monomolecular Dirk is pretty threatening. Yeah. Molecular is probably how you want to say that. The whole time I thought you were saying Praxis. I am saying Praxis. Spin Doctor, cards and archives, credit, gamble, Earthrise, back in the game. This is where like Seb gets hard, because like if you don't draw tag cards, but you don't draw payoff cards, and that's why I think also Praxis is so messed up that you want to consider icing archives soon, is like it is exactly everything you want. It is a tag card, it gets you tag removal cards, it is just a bundle of joy. Saber desk seems more apt when we say it. Skateboarding trick might not have been worth it. Saber description. All right, we can win off of Iru now. We're on threat 3. I'm not going to do this yet because we want to get Iru down once we get, what's it called? Here we probably like, we want to draw into 1 econ piece, so rogue trading would be fine. Because if we do Amakua, run archives, like it probably does a Spin Doctor shuffle. I don't think we need to get that pressure off. Helium 4 though seems kind of nice. We can eat. Oh, they're greasing the palm here, y'all. You don't want to float. You don't want to float tags. It clears the tag for us though, which is like kind of fine. But if we really want to wolf it out, like Iro, Iyase, Pessoa, run R&D, C3 card, 2 cards because we don't have Manuel. Excuse me. Draw, credit, whatever. Hopefully we draw a sure gamble. Yesterday and Monday I was confused when he kept saying Praxis until he dropped the whole card name during a rant. Oh yeah, I should say the right name more often. That's the first card I think that I'm actually like nicknaming sooner than everything else. Tier is 7 strength. Just saying. I think tier is 7 strength. You need the accent to search tier on JNow, which is not helping anyone. Zaitinho? I think it's J Chin Yu. Yo? It's too early to have cute nicknames for cards. At least wait till the first competitive event. No. Forget it. No, I'm now. I don't think you're wrong. I just think Praxis is like, just sounds like I'm mumbling it, so whatever. 2 unscenes back into the deck. Hopefully we draw into economy here. I think we can let Lucille score out a thing unless she scores out a bad thing. But if we have an Arceus, we attack this. I already have cute names. No, it happens. Okay, so now we can do Iru. We can use Iru to run R&D. We can get the tag to install friend of a friend. The other line is like use Praxis. I'm doing it. Use Praxis to install Arceus. Oh, we're doing the same play again. Oh my god. So I'm doing it. So you use Praxis to run archives. The threat 3 text is active, which doesn't really matter. We could throw out the Amakua. You use Praxis to install the Araceris crew for free. You take a tag, it installs friend of a friend. We now have 3 clicks. We run the remote server. We take 2 credits to trash. I think we're on 1. It doesn't beat Managarm Anoetic. I'm doing it. You gotta ice up archives, let me tell you. Yeah. Let's go. Oh, Jimmy Lad, I'm not saying that. That's, you don't want to talk like that, kindly. Leaf Zeki. It's weird that there's a change from coalescence, which is admittedly a very hard word to say, and I think is begging for a shorter name, which is easy to come up with, compared to the simplicity of cash. And I like the simplicity of cash, because obviously it's like an on-the-nose pun. Program. Nope. Sebastião? Yes. Let's get a faux F. And then we'll get the Arceus crew. Cool. Turns out Devil Charm is good. So we have 2 options here. The problem is if we want to run now to double click through the Managarm, the friend of the friend won't stay. Was there a better target from hand? No, not really. Word for word chase. Yeah, no, I know you don't mean poorly. It's just, yeah, I appreciate it though. The word praxis gives me PTSD of studying for a life-defining exam. Ah, sorry to hear that. Oh, 6 strength. That's a bummer. Oh, I'm just gonna have to get rid of that. Maybe wheels. Yeah, wheels wasn't that bad either. It might have actually been correct because it gives us a click after that. Because this, we probably have to end our turn. I think if Lucille starts trashing her stuff, we're okay with it. Mind you, the Earthrise you can just trash. It has 2 cards on it. But I think wheels was probably okay. Oh no, it can't be wheels because we need the Arasaris crew, right? Yeah, you have a paid ability window here, for sure, in which you can res. So if this is Anoetic, I think it's fine because that's just more cards out of hand, and then we don't have to pay for the Managarm, and then we yeah, this is fine. Turns out we're a cutlery deck, yeah. So I don't think we pay 2 clicks here, because now if LL scores out, if it's not, and it looks like this deck is not playing Architect Deployment Test. So if we spend 2 clicks, I'd rather not spend 2 clicks. And then we'll just FOF here. You're playing ESA with extra steps. So we can friend of a friend here to remove the tag. That's okay. Otherwise we're clicking for a credit. Yeah, we'll just do it. And then I don't want to show Iru yet. We could botchless HQ. I think there has to be agendas in HQ. I think it's an okay setup, and we're still fine to top deck sure gamble. Coley? Hey, Ren. Coley's not bad. Could pop friend now and pay credits for Managarm, but then I don't think we want to play credits for Managarm on our board state. Our board state, our credits are more valuable than our clicks, I think. Oh, Luminal. Okay, that's bad. That's not good. If that was an offer of Vitruvius, we'd be okay. It was seamless as well, so Lucille, she's going to have like 4 clicks. It's going to come back too. At this point, like with 2 privilege accesses out, do you ice up archives? Honestly, with Iru, like you have good reason to. But now there's some good pressure here, so it's good that we're forking 2 pressures. That being said, if she puts something in their remote server, she's drawing a lot. What's she looking for here? There must be a janky way to make a rigless Seb deck based off of the game alone. I don't think it serves you well to do it, but you definitely could. What card do you most want as a playmat this set? Oh, I'd have to look through all the card art. There's some really good card art in the set. I think like very easily it could be Coalescence. Like that's obviously a very, very good art, but I don't. And it's clean, which is good for your playmat. Like there's some art that I really like that's just not clean. Hollow Man is the sort of one that like the art is fantastic, but it seems like there's a lot going on, right? And that is not my favorite playmat usually. But like World Tree was nice because it was soft. Friend of a friend is good. Earthrise Botchless. Okay. Okay, we found it. We found it. So probably agenda remote server. We can run and force Lucille to spend 2 cards, but it's funny that we actually lose to this. Like we do lose to no ice on the remote server, unless we can contest cards from hand. Trick Shot's good. Trick Shot's also really good. I'd have to look through the set. That's a good question though. So this could slip away from us super easily. The Ice on Archive showed up. We can run HQ. I think it's probably install Amakua, run HQ. We don't have money. We don't have money. Yeah, I think it was. It seems good. I've seen full res Hollow Man. I think it'd be amazing, Matt. I think that's a bummer too, is like seeing the art from this, right? Like not seeing the full quality art online and then seeing the card in person. It's a big difference. Not that Privilege Access doesn't have nice art on it. It's just like the full quality art versus the thing that you see online. It like Helium 4, it's going to look already way better than this, which seems like a high bar in person because there's a lot of really fine detail that just gets compressed out. Okay, so this is not that bad if anything. Yeah, Light the Fire would be good here. Not a connection, right? I think it's just Sabotage. Or not, yeah, Sabotage is a subtype too of cards. It's very strange. Thinking. So how do we push forward on this? I think we just need to make her spend money. We probably want Amakua counters, but we just can't afford it. Getting Nuka down would be good. Hopefully she reses like a Brawn here. Simply cheat. You can recur it. Yeah, you can recur it. Like Privilege Access is weird because it's not connections, it's resources. I'm just gonna run HQ. I don't think she's gonna jam out the what's it called, the 5-3. So there's a chance it's just an HQ. Yeah, all good. The more money she spends, also the less likely she can fire Anoetic. So we just need to put pressure on. Like, she can't res everything. Drafter would be a bad fire on Archives, because it's not good. Yeah, I like the fire Sabotage. Yeah, Sabotage is like an original. Oh, cool. That's fine. Gatekeeper. We don't mind about that. So she spent 3 for that. So she has 4 credits. So now pressuring other central servers is a bit better. So she spent 6 this turn. It allows her to draw, which is nice for Anoetic and recur stuff. But if she puts stuff back in R&D, guess where we're going? She should keep 1 agenda in hand, but she still has some work to do here. Okay. She might be on your digital life. I am frightened. So we can run R&D if she reses, we can praxis. We'll just get some good pressure on here. It's a single. We win on a single sometimes. Yep. Okay. On a print of the full art for Iru, it's just so precious. So Iru, like on the side of Iru, that is Sebastião. Like you see a bit of the corner of the wheel of his chair in his hand. So the art of this is like way bigger than the card, which is kind of wild. Like, are we going to see the full art anywhere, Morgan? Connections. Got connections. No further actions. Okay, so we can win off of this. The full art, he's there. All right, there's a drafter. So we know where one drafter is. We can't face check into drafter last click. That's just way too bad for us. So let's get Nuka, which will get us into a rogue trading. At some point. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is only pointed out during like one of their streams right before the set come up. Be like, you know, Sebastião's in the corner there. I'm like, oh yeah. And obviously the flavor text mentions Mame and Mbappe at the market. Are you excited to use Burner? I am excited to use Burner. I realize this is like, okay, this hinges on, you know, my feelings sometimes about certain cards, is that Burner's one of the cards that I think I'll feel bad doing to people. The same way that I'm not excited about Amelia Earhart, because it's powerful, it's interesting, but doing it to someone feels bad. Like, I just feel bad about it. That's on me. I think Burner is messed up. I think Burner is really good. I think Burner is good on every board state. I think it's super important to slow down corporations into Shaper who don't have slow down tools. I think Burner is one of the most interesting, powerful cards in the whole set. I've been Burnered and it's lost me games. Like, I think we played a game yesterday, if you want to watch the VOD, where like we left HQ open against a Shaper. Shaper Burnered us and we just lost 2 cards. Which is like, you know how Rashida gives you 3 cards and 3 credits and that's like a turn and a half? Burner's anti-Rashida technology. Burner's great except in Shaper's bad matchups that have a lot of shuffle. I don't think you care about the shuffle because you're not putting cards on top of R&D. Like, this is the thing. You're not putting cards on top of R&D. I think if people are burnering to put the gen on top of R&D, that's usually wrong. You just want to put their bad stuff on top of the deck so they have to redraw them. Obviously, shuffle's good there, but you want to empty HQ so it's only 3 cards so you can legwork, so you can run HQ. Like, you just want to disrupt the deck. I'm not burning agendas often from HQ to R&D because R&D is usually more iced. It's just not the play pattern I assume we're going to be doing more often. Catalog, yeah, Cataloger is straight up, like, very, very good. St. Bernard to be Bernard. Okay, this could be the drafter. She threw out a lot of cards. I think we Nuka here. Where's the money in the deck? Bottom 24 has 2 friend of a friends, 2 sure gambles, all copies of rogue trading. We can send it through Gatekeeper. I think there's probably agendas in hand. That server is getting wide, yeah. It's not unassailable. Like, if you spend money on this and score, the problem is, like, if it's not an off-world office, if it attributes the counter, I think it's okay. You need not to feel guilty about Burner. If they don't want to ice HQ against Shaper, it's all on them. But they even put 1 ice there, right? Like, with 1 ice, it's, like, still a problem. Thinking. Even Count Side added overall money to the system. The surprising number of cards that remove cards and money from the game. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, it's just a strange set because there's a lot of things that are, like, has way more teeth in ways that you didn't expect. Double cat deck. Charge really fun. What's the second cat? Begamut? Can you charge Begamut? Does it have power counters on it? Charge is back. I wonder if the monkey paw is going to curl. Because, like, unending cataloger doesn't seem fun. Like, that was the thing about indexing, is that it ended. But cataloger now just doesn't end. I don't know if I like that. Because I don't think there's good enough ways to play around cataloger. Mind you, back in the, like, the ways that you played around indexing were sometimes really strange, like Miraju, and they don't work against cataloger. There's not a lot of good ways to play around cataloger. Oh, maybe that's the second cat. Thinking. Sorry, we should focus on this. So we can face check HQ. We can let her draw 3 cards. We don't really want to do that. So we can wait a turn on that. I would love to see a Kit Lubasomim deck. We'll get to it, Jimmy Delad. I don't think it's the most exciting deck, but I think it's one of the best decks of the set. Do we face check? We face check. It's Dig and Catalog. I'm going to face check R&D. She can't really res this and this. It's a single, which is not great. I would love to get the Amakua down. We just need one more economy card for that to make sense. No further action, yeah. Spin. No. I think we do this so that we can practice next turn, because it's the only thing getting us back in the deck. In the game. Actually, Hannah is reasonable. The problem is it's too late to Hannah here. So I think we click for credit, throw out the worst cards. So Heliamphora, which mind you, running archives will purchase, unless we play the Heliamphora, which I don't think we will afford to. And then Julie just seems too slow. Kit has been all over in JNet. Yeah, I think it's one of the most straightforward decks to play. And I think it's pretty good. People love Kit. People do love Kit. Julie, yeah, on this board stage, Julie's too slow. If LL scores out, what's it called? The 5-3, Equa, I think we're happy. So we know that she's holding Drafter, which could be on server 1. She's holding Spin Doctor. Archives won't purge on Praxis? Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, if we Praxis, it won't purge because you don't breach. Or it replaces the breach. Excuse me. Yeah, it's a good point, Terrence. It's easy to miss. I think a lot of people will pop Spin Doctors when you Praxis, which is like, oops, that's on you, I guess. Because it's hard to ungive that information. I'll tell my opponent you don't have to do it, but information's been gained. Oh, server 1 might be a virus. Part of me wants to be funny if somehow Quetzal comes back. It's hard. It's hard to make Quetzal's ability more valuable than some of the other runners. The other runners have good text. The thing is, like, Quetzal's ability is a sort of card that, like, it could show up on a program. It could show up on a resource. It's just not the sort of text I think you're excited to put on that's a Spin Doctor, on an actual ID. There's ways to do it. It's just like, my bet is any Quetzal deck could be strictly better than any other Anarch with a bit more work, but a better, more flexible ID ability. It is what it is. So if we practice and this is a magnet, I don't think we do. So we threw out the Heliamphora. I've been streaming so much. I'm so stoked to have so many hours of VODs to watch. Yo, Lumilla, how's it going? I think you left a comment on the first day and I can't tell the tone of it, but it was fun. Yes, we've been streaming every day. And honestly, the response, the viewership has been absolutely sick to the point, like, if this is sustainable, I'd consider doing this more. This is really cool. New set hype, obviously. Saberhead Kid and Enter got Quetzal. Yeah. Criminal got the Jack out when you see a sentry. That was a card, right? That was Nero? Sort of. Okay. 10 credits now. The face check here could happen. I think we nuke it for rogue trading. Finally found it. So we can do rogue trading, use rogue trading, float to tag. Not very great, but we're kind of far behind here on value. I think we have to do it. We're assuming that this is a virus or this is a magnet. Yeah, I'm trying to get back into the game. Yeah, this deck probably has no new cards, which is fine. I think we just do rogue trading. If we hit rogue trading, she trashes it. I think if she trashes it, we're fine. I don't think we put down Foaf. I think we put down Hannah. Because Hannah means we can put down Clicklessy Friend of a Friend by running into this. We can also Hannah to check that. Yeah, whatever. We're floating a tag. I don't care. We're back in the money. Praxis, Amakua, Iro. We've got this far without breakers, which is kind of funny. Steelskin, Foaf. So what's the worst card here? It's probably Amakua. Is that weird? No, Amakua gets through Gatekeeper. I like the Amakua. Iro seems good. Praxis seems good. I think it's Friend of a Friend. I've been liking Seb. I know you were a little worried about his interactivity. Seb has some struggles. Right now, I feel locked with spending influence in Seb. Seb has been cooler than I think, but the majority of like cool stuff Seb does is on his side of the table. I don't love that. It's notable, like, I think one of the first Anarchs in a long time that's not interaction based from NSG. Not that it's terrible. Like, every once in a while, that's cool. But I don't have that many incentives to run in the deck. The part of Seb that we're focusing on is ice destruction, which, like, if it's good, it's probably not good for the game. Let's see it. Let's do it. That's cool. Jack out on the counter as you still got your face eaten by spiders. Yeah, that was Nero, right? Oh, hey, we said no new cards. So it is the 5-3. Holy shit, we lose to this next turn, right? What is this noise I hear? Non-interactive? You don't really have to run that much with Seb to make Seb do anything. I think there's a different Seb direction with Hot Pursuit and Mensa's badge that's more interactive. I think there is. It's just like it's hard to make the Breaker Suite make sense. Greasing the Palm is back. Oh, shit. We floated a tag into a Greasing the Palm deck. That's on us, I guess. Okay, they cleared the tag for us. That's very nice of her. So we lose this turn. How much you're going to like Seb running against Reality Plus? We haven't seen it yet, but what we've learned so far is that like the fact that you can face check in the ice and get tempo is better than you think it is. It's actually much better than you think it is. Cool. So we lose this turn. So how many times can we run this? This is a spin doctor, so like Anoetic can fire a lot, so we probably have to win off of central servers. That's kind of difficult. Practice for Manuel. Yeah, we probably have to practice for Manuel and say 2 on R&D, 2 in HQ. We can't really attack this. We have to hope that she doesn't have enough money, but even if she has, like, what did she return? Greasing? So if she has a Seamless in hand, she can do credit Seamless and win the game, probably. Or like Econ card, Hollow Man, whatever. Yeah, I think we have to start with practice and just hope. There might be a smarter line here, but I'm exhausted. Hannah's free. Hannah is free, but charging the spin doctor is probably not worth it. No, it's fine. No, that's cool. Yeah, it's a magnet. So the botulisms are cooked. That's fine. The tag you don't get until the run is successful, which actually is a bit of a downside on the card, of course. So what can we do? We can Hannah server 2. Drafter's kind of bad. Yeah, maybe. Server 2 Mavirus, no, we're pretty sure it's a spin doctor. It's okay. So that's our last practice, so it's not coming back. So we can get lucky on R&D. We can run server 2 with Hannah, assume she reses the spin doctor. Then we can install Amakua, gain a click from Hannah, run HQ, run R&D. That's probably our line. If they res ice, there's a chance that she can score out on 1 credit, let alone if this is a drafter, we run it too late in the turn, it's really bad for us. Oops, not what we wanted to do. This is a spin doctor for sure. I would Hannah server 1. With Anoetic, it doesn't really do anything. We can't pay 5 credits for her to pay 2s and 2 cards, especially with a spin doctor on the table. We can't challenge Anoetic. So this is clickless, which is totally fine. Now it does shuffle, you know, unknowns. There might actually be an agenda in archives. I think putting behind the magnet's pretty tricky. Magnet's actually a hard ice for us to deal with. It doesn't trigger on spin. No, we don't get the tag on spin. We don't need the tag because we're not going to use 0 this turn. But it's fine. It's still clickless, right? You can run the remote 3 times. They don't res ice, but Ikwa. Yeah, Ikwa's tricky. So now we do Hannah. We get Amakua. We run HQ. In theory, actually, we should run R&D first. Because if it's a drafter, we want to respond to it sooner than later. Yeah. Yeah, Amakua is good for this. No further. Okay. So we have a couple accesses here. Thank you. Damn, I'm good. Yeah, I got lucky there for sure. Got a bit lucky. Hey, thanks for the game. What was in the remote server? That was the line I think we had for the most accesses, if I'm not mistaken. I think the magnet was like not surprised because she put that there. So like, we can't get through it. The practice would have helped. Oh, sick. Yeah, so maybe like if that didn't work out, we could run this and then hope that she doesn't have enough money. If it's a drafter, and I think we actually thought this was a drafter because we saw a drafter in hand and then this came down, like you get a Rashida on the table and that's a problem, or you can protect the agenda. So it's not easy to challenge this, but it's hard to get around Anoetic. We messed up our opening. We actually had a more aggressive line. We lost the click by not installing Hannah click 1, but like there's some weird aggro lines there that we got into, and we slowed her down enough for trashing, but things got a bit slow on her side too, unfortunately. Thanks for the game. It was cool. Anyway, I won. We got lucky, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, it's tricky. If you didn't have the hedge fund, the hedge from Rashida, I don't think you can afford it. But I think you just barely made it work. The stats for pulling the win there was pretty solid. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Right, like we had 3 accesses. The last access we could not steal Ikoa, but like we had a chance to run. So we got 3 accesses on a good turn. Border control, drafter, MSC, Managram, Skunkers, Regolith, Seamless. Ooh, her hand is good value. It's just like the value you want to draw in the early game. Hey. Jeez. Have we liked this version of the Seb better? Honestly, Devil Charm and Araceris is just kind of messed up. It just seemed really good. Like, we contested the remote server in a way that you were not expecting. I do think you just need Ice Archives as soon as possible against Sebastião, because 2 free practices is like, it's disgusting. It is disgusting. Yo, Lucille, thanks for the game. That was pretty wild. Tell a late out of bed. Good night, chat. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Morgan. Get some sleep, huh? I know it's probably quite late where you're at. Hey, London. Oh, sorry, Veronica. Egg. Okay, we played against Egg once. We died. Izzy got us. Sisyphus into Cloud Eater dream was real. We tried to respect it. What did Egg get in the set? Tributary, going to be annoying. Sisyphus, going to be annoying. Cloud Eater, 6 strength ice. Now there's actually 6 strength ice in the deck, which is hard to play around. We can be a bit slow. That being said, once we get our Devil Charm Araceris, it's really hard for him to res because it eats every single ice in the matchup. Rogue trading into Araceris is pretty good. Rogue trading into Araceris Devil Charm that's a start for sure. We can just start face checking. I do think my thesis of trash all subs friends with prejudice is probably correct. It depends if you have economy or not. If you didn't draw a hedge fund, I don't think you can do it. Maw seems not worth it since you aren't running that much. Yeah, Maw wasn't great. Ah, no respect on HQ run. Did London mull? London kept. Okay, so I think we're just going to do the trash all your ice plan. Cool. We need card draw. How's Hollow and PD? Jakob's asking. Sisyphus and Seraphim? I'm more scared of Cloud Eater because of the Cloud Eater text, but yeah, Sisyphus and Seraphim is fine too. How much have you streamed the last 72 hours? Hope you're holding up. I'm doing good. It's like kind of easy because there's a new set and people are like hanging out in chat. So like we're just talking to friends, which you can do that. My throat's not the best. Like clearly I've been talking too much on average. When it honestly gets around 3 o'clock, I get hungry because it's just an awkward time to stream across like lunch into early dinner. But we've been streaming, what was it? Well, we can check, right? 6 hours yesterday, 4 hours, so 10 hours so far plus this today. It's like, it's doable. It's fun. Like if it's a job, right? Drink more water. Yeah, I've been working on it, but not enough. I should like get tea ready and stuff like that. So in theory here, sorry, what did London do? Draw Hansei. Like we can Devil Charm, just run HQ. Ideally, we're drawing into a connection to rogue trading for value. Not that connection, let's be honest, but we can take a turn off here. Can we install this? We can. Earthrise is really good in the deck because we're probably going to draw into a connection, so we can do rogue trading, install connection. Go. Take care of the throw, get the food. Yeah, thank you, Veronica. We're going to be streaming to around 3:34, and hopefully if you're still around, mind you, Axu and the TI friends are going to be doing a tier list on Axu's YouTube channel. I can't raid them, but we'll link straight to it, so you can go there and watch it. I'll put the link in the chat. But if you want to hear more about, I think they're doing the Corp card tier list. Yeah, they're doing the Corp card tier list. That'll be at 4 p.m. my time, which is in about an hour and 20 minutes. So we're just going to hang out for a bit. Your content's good. Thank you, Veronica. That's very kind. One thing I know from friends who stream is working on changing your speaking style to be easy. A lot of people speak in a way that uses more energy than they should, but don't talk enough to feel it. Speaking is a skill. That's not what we wanted. Right? Like teachers, people who speak all the time, they learn how to do it. I'm not trained. I talk more from here than here, which is not good because it burns out your throat. I also say a lot of words per minute, which is definitely not helping. So yes, I do think there's a lot to be learned about how to talk, and I could use some training. But my words per minute, right? Like I don't like silence in my stream, which is a problem because I do say I talk a bit fast. How much stronger is Chisel than Crew? Does Chisel not really have a place in the meta anymore? It's a billion times stronger. It gives you a tag. You don't have to host it on ice. Like now we are threatening every single ice on the board. That simple. Every single ice on the board, it's going to be immediately trashed. There is no ice London can res that's not going to be immediately trashed for 2 credits. And I can recur it. Right? Like you host it on the ice. Okay, what is that going to do against Op? What's that going to do against AgInfusion? Right? It's just messed up. You might say it's a stream of consciousness. I'd hope it's not exactly. I would like it to be considered to be slightly more functional than a stream of consciousness, but I get you. I'm done eating. Back to Rebirth. Take care. Happy hunting. Thank you, Lumila. Enjoy the Rebirth streaming. I know Lumila's been Final Fantasying. Would BGM help with letting silence happen? Okay. Let me finish the turn. I don't feel strongly about background music. Some people do background music. In fact, I now really like what's it called? More than I did when I started hearing it. Always Be Running. It's kind of sick. And I've heard it so much from NSG streams, from Jeff streams. I like it a lot. And it's nice. The way I see it though, is that you can put on your own music while watching the stream and you can choose the music. That being said, I've appreciated background music more than I thought I did when it comes to like watching people who do it. Like I think Jeff does it and I like his music. I don't think we have to do much here. Like it's just Cold War. Why not Cold War with me? I often do background music. I like it, Jeff. Like generally I'm bopping along with it because it's usually pretty good. Diogen, you just said alarm clock. Out of context. I don't know why. I'm glad there's no background music. That's the thing for me. We probably should have pressure on that turn. It's like, if you want to listen to your own background music, you can put it on yourself. You have control over the volume, all that sort of stuff. I'm not going to force you to listen to music, but I can see there's reasons to do it, especially if there's, you know, a more chill stream. Unfortunately, it's a mile a minute. Here we should probably play the game. We don't have a connection for, well, we can nuke up. That's too many cards in hand. Well, we're really getting it here. It feels to me feel better but not constantly talking. Yes, 100%. It's good. And it also like changes the tone where it's more like hang out with Jeff, which is, it's good energy. I hang out with Jeff all the time on Friday nights. What are we doing here? We can get Amaku Leech up. That's our breaker suite. But unfortunately, we don't have money here. We probably just need to like empty our hand a bit. Ice Carver run something? Yeah, maybe we should. But then we have to take a tag this turn and we don't have value from our Ceres crew, which like sometimes you don't need it. But like what server do we run? Because they're double iced. If anything, it's like Amakua run archives. And then if like we don't need Ice Carver on this res. We're hoping for something bad here. Like something of bad res. No anti-AI ice in the current rotation. There is a fair bit, even more Ravage in this set. We got Hammer, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because we just trash it on site. Doesn't matter. We just Devil Charm it with our Ceres crew. So this is strong. Rhyme, Hansei, they have big money. Oh, we have to watch out. This is punitive. We could have lost the game there. What are we doing? Helium 4 is really good for this matchup, but this is probably AgInfusion punitive, right? Do we Earthrise with a nuke on the table? You don't even need a Charm Hammer. With Arceus, you don't. It's cheaper. But you don't need to with 2 Arceus. We don't, but one could. So it's too late to Praxis. I would Praxis for a Rogue Trading, genuinely. I would genuinely Praxis for a Rogue Trading. I think we can... We don't want to discard God of War because it gives us some flexibility. I think we'd click for credit, throw out a Botulus. Botulus is not very good into AgInfusion. Yeah, double crew, but like 2 tags has an implication because we can't Sebastião while we're 2 tagged. I keep thinking you're saying Helium 4. I know. You mean the new virus? Yes. Heliamphora is probably how you pronounce it. I say Heliumphora. Pronunciation guide, thank you. But yeah, it sounds like Helium 4, which is an older card. So, run HQ, die. I think we want to beta res somewhere we can trash, then try to Praxis. Yeah, I agree. The thing is like Praxis on archives and AgInfusion is a bit tricky. So London's probably not resing the card, so we can't Praxis, right? Like AgInfusion's really good at shutting down, you know, runs. Helium 4A. It took Heliamphora to be printed for Helium 4 to be relevant, which like, what a glow up for that card. I'm getting to the point of the stream where I'm getting hungry and I worry the gameplay's gonna get worse, but it's been fun. No further, okay. Still threatening here, definitely an agenda in hand. We've gone through 17 cards with no filtering. Now, if they're on 3-pointers, their deck has about 7 agendas, so that's 1 in like 6 cards, 1 in 7. So we've gone through, again, 17 cards. Oh, continue to purge, excuse me. Imagine they want to purge next turn. Yeah, they probably purge, which is why I think Devil Charm is really important for the matchup. And why God of War is important. Because you're right, they probably will purge. So we want to be as aggressive as possible. A teeny. More like ain't teeny. I forget you don't take a tag on that. We could have chosen to take a tag if we wanted to install a thing, but we don't have a thing. This is going to be an agenda for sure. Well, that feels okay. So we still want to pressure HQ this turn, I think. a tiny bunch of ants. Because we can still like Amakua or Ceres, which gets us through even 5 strength ice. We just can't break Cloud Eater here. Or we could break it, we just can't destroy a Cloud Eater. I went to mention that I'm eating scrambled eggs with ham and pepper jack cheese on toast and hot chocolate to see if it affects your gameplay. I saw what you're doing there halfway. I'm like, I don't care. Oh, I see why. Okay. This is going to be expensive for both of us. 2, take a tag. We don't have a connection. Oops. All gone. Hey, I just trashed that, man. We can float a tag here, right? Hitting a, oh, that's cool. That doesn't do anything, but that's cool. Hitting a, what's it called, would be bad. The one that is bad for us. The 5/3 that draws like 9 cards or whatever. Bacterial, that would be bad. Yeah, okay. Well, I imagine the way that you need to play this matchup is a bit more careful, but we know London might not have ice. Right? That would be sick. Okay. We can still break all ice. The problem is money. So we need a Nuka into very specifically rogue trading, best case, friend of a friend, second best case. Best case is good case. Heliamphora is very good into like Archives Poison, but this looks like it's scoring out. But this looks exactly like the sort of decks we expect it to do, to be. So if we rogue trading, we float a tag. I think we want to not do that this turn. I think we can score Heliamphora. So if London purges out, it's bad. Lose 2 cards at random is bad. So that's a good thing we got going for us. What's the worst card in our hand? We can afford rogue trading next turn. We ideally want to have a connection before we hit rogue trading, but hey, say la vie. I think the worst card is probably Praxis, because we need London to be bankrupt for Praxis to do anything. I think we could throw out the first Praxis, no problem. Killing 2 5-strength ice the same turn is some powerful stuff. It's good. Oh, Purge, destroy 2, turns on Regenesis or whatever. But the Heliamphora there was pretty good. So the question is, do we Steel Skin first or do we Nuka first for a connection? I think we do. Yeah, that was the best case scenario. Friend of a friend. And then we can clear the tag. I think we should be Precious. Unfortunately, we're discarding cards here. Maybe we should have slowed down 1 turn. Maybe we should have nuked and set up. I think we should have nuked and set up. But this is where you appreciate having, you know, what is 36 credits? It's 36 credits on 2 cards, right? Like, seems okay. Ice Carver matters specifically for... Oh, we really need the Praxis. We've used all our ice destruction. This game's going to go long. God of War seems important because it is an actual breaker. We'll get rid of the Botulus. Is Earthrise better than Nuka? I think so. Oh, but that's our only connection. Sorry, 1 sec. Redoing the discard. I think Nuka's better because we have rogue trading in hand. And we're not going very fast in this matchup. Is this the second axis? I think it's the first. Yeah, it's the first. So we still have 2 more. Spin Doctor. Okay, it looks like we might have hit something, hit a nerve there with the Heliamphora, which now also, once Praxis is on threat, Heliamphora is a good Praxis target. Subliminal. Okay, we have to run every turn. Welcome to the grind zone. Are we a grinder? We'll run Server 1 sooner than London can get more value from it. Then we'll just rogue trading, install Nuka, clear the tag. We can play slow. They're playing slow. God of War is the next thing to come down because we do actually want to get virus counters on it. We haven't seen a Mav so far. But God of War plus Devil Charm breaks everything. This also turns off Subliminal, which like kind of matters. 16 to 17, whatever. But HQ pressure could matter here again. We've seen no agendas. We'll see what's shuffled back. It looks like an Atini's going back. That's hard for us to deal with. Yeah, Devil Charm breaks everything in the format besides tier. I think that's the only 7 strength ice besides like ice boosting effects. God of War is irrelevant. Oh, you're right with Amakua. Yeah. I see what you mean. But God of War is nice because it also does just break things in general, and Amakua doesn't. Like it allows us to get back in to get turtle counters to like push ourselves forward. So rogue trading, install Nuka, clear tag, value. I don't think God of War is irrelevant, but I see what you mean. Devil Charm Amakua works. Stavka is an ice. Okay. That's not untrue. How are we scoring out? It's turn 10. And like rightfully so, right? But like this can't be a good play pattern we like. So we probably Nuka here. We don't rogue trading. This is going to be where we want actually like the matchup where you want labor rights, because labor rights and Oroceros Cruise into this matchup is like obviously very good for us. So how much more card draw do we need, or do we want to gate our card draw? We don't really want to rogue trading until we get another connection, so we can do this. Botulus just gets Eden, so I think we can just take a turn off to install the Ice Carver and like click for a credit. We can also install the next rogue trading just to get cards out of our hand. That seems fine. Time to remote lock. Yeah, that's probably our game. It's hard. Mind you, the Anoetics didn't go back. Oh, one did, right? I should have paid more attention. Yeah, Anoetic went back. I don't think they'll deck themselves out. Spin Doctor, your digital life. No, I don't like Eye for an Eye. I don't think it actually does anything. But like, tell me if I'm wrong, but Eye for Eye seems like just weaker than playing Imp. In general. Ocular trading. All right, Valentina's here. So we can do rogue trading Valentina. I think we want to finish one rogue trading before the second one. So we can run server 2. Just use that before. Again, now there's only one recursion card in their deck. We still only have 2. So 2 unseen. So agendas. London's now going to set up a remote server. So if we can get pressure on, we can get pressure on. So the things we want to do, more money, get down God of War. So that will be Valentina, remove tag. Just trucking along. Would I rather be Kit in this matchup? Yeah. Do we have Ice Destruction in Kit? No. Just they're doing nothing, we're doing nothing. Will Imp exist after rotation? Can technically no, but I'd be like, I'd bet lots of money that there's going to be a replacement for Imp. An Imp-like card. And honestly, maybe the text on Imp has 2 virus counters, but then it also has the Eye for Eye, like trade a card for a card, just so it makes more sense with the trash for hand synergies. There's like ways to do it. Obviously, that's a lot worse. Maybe Imp will trash itself when it's empty, which we've seen a lot of NSG cards, and then it means Nobkuri is not busted. Nobkuri will rotate at the same time. So there's a lot of ways I think you can make it work. Hey, Off One, started to play a couple days ago. I'm loving the game so far. Yo, how's your experience been? Off on One, welcome to the channel. What have you been playing? System Gateway, I take it? I don't know if you're picking up RWR right away. I don't think you should. Not that you shouldn't, it's just like System Gateway is so good to learn the game. And this is a bit more complicated. Huh. I'm just hoping NSG remembers to print it with place and not load. Cards that out themselves? What do you mean? So rogue trading puts us on 2. We can install a card from hand. We can clear tag. That gives us a click to put down the God of War, which seems fine. So I think we put the Friend of Friend down. Hannah's not bad. Iru is also good archives pressure, but they're dealing with that pretty well. So we'll do that. We'll remove a tag. Valentina's doing fine. How near do we think Near Prince will be? Leech, Data Sucker near? I think we could easily see Leech, Data Sucker near for cards that people think are that important. I think we also could see cards that are like Simul Chip to obviously Clone Chip, which are near but more interesting and arguably more healthy. Either. I think there's precedence for both. I just think NSG wants to not have to support FFG. So if they think a card design is so cool, they want to print something super close to it. Yeah, they can. I have no doubt. There'll be a lot of really good stuff. What does /HJ actually mean? Veronica. Load his text that removes it when it's empty. Please equals place can sell to World Tree. Oh, is that the difference actually? Made a fun Arsana deck. Oh, you're getting really in there really fast. And a pretty good Mercury deck that I've been fun. Have an RWR Wayland recursion deck, but really struggle to find its flow. Yeah, Nuvem is tricky for sure. I sympathize with you on that. This is more likely an NGO front than anything. But it's not that we're not going to run it. Because take clicks, God of War, take tag, put the tag, install Hannah. We have a tag. I think this is an NGO front. How do you likely know it's an NGO front? Because install advance makes no sense in context of a deck that's running mostly 5/3s. So if we run it, we're expecting this to be a 5 strength ice, which costs us 10 credits. That's a lot. That's obviously a heck of a lot. So I don't know if we have to run it. It's nice to have some counters here, but like there's no way London's scoring out. Like if they're scoring out anything, it's like with Seamless or Nisi Mark II, but that seems antithetical to how the deck is working. I don't know if we want to spend that much money on God of War to be able to check this. Because again, it's most likely in a teeny, which is, we can't even break all of it. We just pay 6. Carnivore Praxis means you don't even really lose the cards you discard. Carnivore is at all time. Yeah, Carnivore got better with the new set for sure. But at what cost, you know?
I think we could botulus run this. That's probably better. I wonder if there's like Boto or any of the new cards. I don't know if Boto's good enough. We have to worry about Regenesis. Regenesis is the other line, which requires us running archives. I'm going to do this because I'm bored, not because I think it's correct. We could Hana it, but that really incentivizes to get that much more credits. Do we Hana it? No, I don't think we Hana it. We have a FOAF. A friend. We could Hana it. I thought you were talking about the queer cards having the talk with their parents. If you tried us going. Thinking again. More thinking. Let's run it. I don't think we'll Hana it. I don't think we need to click that bet on this turn. You might as well Hana. Nah, because it gives us a tag. Oh, it's a Tattoo Bola. We actually break Tattoo Bola for free. Botulus obviously in shambles. But we break Tattoo Bola entirely for free, which is cute. We're going to lose the Botulus. It is what it is. It's not that good in this matchup. It's an NGO front. Oh, it's a Charlotte. Even cooler. All right. Even cooler. So here we probably friend of a friend. I'd rather get the 9 credits, but with the rogue trading, I don't think we have to. So this is where God of War is good, because God of War camps. Why not use the Botulus? Oh, you're right. We could have used the Botulus. I should have bought out there. Do you mind? Yeah, having counters on God of War is actually important. We also could have paid a credit, but that's wrong. Counter. Virus 2. Thanks. Yeah, 100% that was wrong. Thanks. I was just so excited because it was 0 strength. Here we don't do much. We're not drawing. We can get a Nuka. We have a Nuka, so we can't get Nuka. I think we just take a credit. Like, this is where God of War, obviously with Devil Charm, we need to draw our Ceres Cruise. We have one more, and then Praxis needs to fire. So we need to start challenging archives. Why there's so much unres dice installed? Just a lot of Tattoo Bolas. They're all Tattoo Bolas. So with AgInfusion, unres dice has more of a value than in most board states. So it's pretty cool. Out isn't strictly removal. For example, sometimes I say I need something to out to a magnet. I definitely need a non-charge and breaker. It's definitely habits. Like, you need an out. Yeah. We don't really have to run this. God of War and 4 counters. How much money can we spend? Ice Phalanx. Yeah, it is Phalanx formation. So our Ceres would be really good here, because even just taking a tag to save 4 credits from God of War every turn seems good. But we need a break essential, so hopefully we make London spend more money. This is more likely to be the agenda. We can take rogue trading money to put down manual and then run. I think we probably want to do that. Actually, no, we can just do God of War and install Manuel. You want to see our money go? Let's see our money disappear. This is me being bored. This is not right. In a tournament setting, I think we just camp the remote server. That seems acceptable. Mind you, I'm Akua, but we have Ice Carver. Ice Carver saving 2 credits on every God of War interaction. It's kind of sick. Any logic in slamming R&D to hope to drain cash and hit HQ? We want to slam everything equally. The outermost being a problem is the thing we want to worry about. This deck could play Hippo if you really want into it. Having an out is having a solution, yeah. Tattoo Bola is the worst, especially with the Trojan heavy deck. It's really bad to Trojans, unless you hush it, which like feels rough. But yeah, I hear you. They didn't bounce. This could be the Tattoo Bola they put back. I don't know if you swap Tattoo Bolas. They can always trash this to move us. Whoa! That's true. There's a Vampire Nasa. Okay. So it says I declined to install a card. Why? A Maverick declined to use Tattoo Bola. Super strange. Okay, so it's 3 strength. So if we want to break this, we probably want to break this. Letting them draw cards. I think we're going to break it. It's going to be expensive. Andre playing himself over here. So it's 2, 4, 6 because we have to get to 3. Eventually with Leech, it's easier. Will we break all the subroutines? I think we will. But this is not a great breaker unless you have more support for it. But there we go. I hashed a tattoo yesterday because I didn't want the Corp to replace it with something scary. Yeah, no, sometimes it's right. Also bouncing off of it is sometimes correct. The fact that Vampy is here is important because they can't AgInfusion us into it. Well, they can. It's just not great. We'll see 2 cards here. Oof, there it starts. We could get punitived. But mind you, we're seeing 2 cards because Manuel. Let's see what gets res. The outermost being important is really scary. We're pretty sure this is a Tattoo Bola, but you want to res something big so that we can get AgInfusion into it, and then we can stop running. Yeah. Tributary. Oh, sick. Super cool. So Tributary is the card that I'm most excited, I think, on the Corp side in a lot of ways, and we still haven't played it yet. So we need clear the tag. We're on threat 3, so extra Valentinas are good. Iru seems pretty good. But the first time each run begins, it won't fire this turn. So this moving around is like kind of cool into AgInfusion. Got to figure out how to play around this one. I think every time you evaluate the use case of God of War, it actually breaks something as instructive. As far as not slotting it, turret always breaks low strength ice for cheap. Yes, but like the idea with God of War is that we can threaten once we're purged out, and you ideally are only breaking once or twice. This matchup is particularly cursed where we can't lean on this, but like no Breaker Suite breaks Vampire Nasa really cheaply anyways. I think paying 6 to break Vampire Nasa is like not too far off what you're going to break with Buzzsaw. So like once we have leech counters, like we actually break this for free. Poke R&D. We can break 3 strength ice. No, they can enunciate us, so they can Cloud Eater us. I don't think we can poke R&D. Thinking, right? Because they can still res this, and it'll be if this fires 5 strength. This is where it's like easy to get purged out. This is probably Rashida, which they need. Do we Hannah to remove a tag, gain a credit, gain a click? This is really hard. What about Turbine Buzzsaw for Vampy though? That's the only way you do it, but like I don't want every deck in the game to be a Turbine Buzzsaw deck, and like we're definitely not that deck. But you're right, every ice is bad because of Turbine. That's 100% true. I just think that's a problem in Netrunner, not a feature. I saw it breaks it for 2, yeah, but it's also a lot of work. Do we Nuka? It puts us on 7. I don't think we Nuka. I think we click to draw. That seems we can go slow in this matchup, I think. Draw. So now we actually, when we take a tag, we can install Valentina to gain a credit. Is that worth a card in hand? It's not the worst. Every deck is Buzzsaw Turbine. Yeah, every deck is a Buzzsaw Turbine deck. It's not good. With Ice Carver, GOW would cost 8. Yeah, but we have Ice Carver, we have Leech, we have other support cards that make more sense for the rest of our deck. Turbine does not support our deck in any way, and we don't seem to need a Buzzsaw. So, Anoetics out 2. So that's maybe a Lacosta. Okay. Worried that's Lacosta into Charlotte. But hey, it's turn 16. Take clicks. God of War. I'm going to trash this. God of War. Take a tag. Install Valentina. Remove a tag, gain a credit. Seems cool. Here we Steel Skin, I think. Sebastian's not once per turn, it's whenever. That's pretty generous. I guess we Nuka. Oh, there it is. Rogue Trading. Install an Araceris crew. We have a tag here. Probably Hannah. Gain a credit. Like, we want to recur. This is where, like, getting to the bottom of the deck, if you're expecting this matchup, you want labor rights, because just recurring Rogue Tradings and Araceris crews is a lot. The bottom of the deck, mind you, has 2 Devil Charms, so we actually can eat through R&D relatively quickly in the like nearest future, or actually probably eat Archives. I don't think we have to do much on this turn, unless they score out, which would be like annoying. Puts on tag 1, he shakes 1 tag off, he does hokey pokey and connections fly about. Yeah, I don't think we have much to do here. We can install Nuka. We're going to install Nuka for free next turn with God of War though, so whatever, we'll just hold. I like Rev Tag Rogue, install Nuka with Seb. Rev Tag Rogue. Charlotte, it is Charlotte. Will it be Sisyphus Protocol? I don't think in this deck it will be. I think this deck is probably on like Punitive. The same sort of decks we saw in the last competitive season. I think this is like a no-nonsense deck. So far we've seen Charlotte and Tributary, which seemed like really good. I have no doubt there's one Cloud Eater somewhere. Sebastian will do that, and Standard has a lot more tools to build up straight than Startup. Sorry, I think I missed your question. God, this board looks so much more developed than even my 60-minute matches. Yes, there's just a lot more options, right? Like always in Standard is going to be a higher power level, at least now. Back in the day, that wasn't exactly true because Startup had no ban list. And so there were some very powerful cards in Startup that were banned in Standard. But just having more options means we have more ways to take tags, more card draw generally, and then more ways to build up. Standard is cool. And if you're new to the game, the jump to Standard in terms of adding like 200 FFG cards is actually functionally, as long as you're playing competitive Netrunner or like organized play Netrunner, is like adding 50 FFG cards. Because like the ratio of FFG cards that sees consistent play versus the ratio of NSG cards is kind of night and day. So I would recommend it. So this looks like an Adrian or an Anoetic. I think a lot of the recent versions of this were playing like 2 Adrian, 2 Anoetic. Think we want to Era down, use a debate and Ag trigger and then Praxis maybe? Yeah, we just don't have Era yet. right? Like this is not Euro, but we do want to win off of Euro. Subliminal ice, that's fine. We're going to try and tunnel archives or tunnel R&D. And with Oroceros, we can always manual to get a tag. There's not a lot of cards left. Yeah, 100%. We want to tunnel centrals. I think it's actually going to be really hard to play this perfectly. So take clicks, God of War, take a tag, install Nuka. Like God of War seems good. So now we can Nuka. We want to keep the steel skin so that if we hit a Vampy, we can just be like, take damage. I don't care. Nuka will put us on. We have a Julie somewhere. There's a Devil Charm, which means we can actually trade our Oroceros to trash things. We want to break the Tributary. We wanted Oroceros the Tributary, unfortunately. So we could run here. Like we can install Devil Charm, run. We can Oroceros the Tributary. Then whatever this is, we Devil Charm it. I honestly think we actually have to pressure archives. We have them to use their ability before we praxis. Iru takes the tag before the run even is successful. So it's not like praxis, which is only if it's successful, but we can't praxis while they have AgInfusion. Should we run HQ here? Tributary will move over and then we can run R&D and blow it open, but I think we have to blow archives open. I think there's a case that we run HQ. If the Tributary moves open, we just let it fire. That would be on 2 clicks. Then we install Devil Charm, we run R&D, but if that's the case, we're tagged. And they'll definitely trash our stuff on 24 credits. So I think here we just take a turn off. Yeah. Credit. They might purge. It's not hugely impactful. That's why God of War is good. And we can throw out the Amakua. At the start of turn, we can put God of War tokens on. I don't think we need to, but we could, because it turns on manual right away. But with Oroceros, we don't need to. And we can always like install Valentina to just gain a credit, which is a neat interaction. It's cool that Valentina's threat 3 text actually makes her, like, you don't feel terrible about running unique, extra unique copies. Me and my friends love making this concept decks, so the versatility standard is calling for us. There's a lot more like ways you can win. Yeah, there's the purge in standard. So it's definitely like a cool place to be. So I'm trashing. You can't just trash your cards for fun, but on JNet you have to if you want to install another unique copy of it, which you're allowed to do. Cool. So Oroceros run, that's an option. I think if that's the case, we don't need to do that this turn. I think we can Nuka goes to 7. Yeah, we'll be fine. We can rogue trading, install Eero. We don't want to, the steals can stop mattering here. Like we're going to bottom out it for value. So we need to win in 1 turn if we're going to win. They're drawing every turn with Charlotte, right? So like they're going to mill themselves out slowly. Another ice on R&D is actually going to change the game significantly. But I think we can rogue trading, install Iru, make archive scary, remove the tag, throw out a steel skin. The praxises are going to get us back in the game because a Helium 4 is really important because we don't lose on archives. The one big play London can make is put out a Regenesis in the remote server. Now, if we privilege access, we don't steal the agenda. So like privilege access, then we have to run back. So this is going to be like the really skill testing thing. We're understanding to run archives to flip it, or like, how do we bait out? Do we do 2 praxises, like 1 praxis to a praxis? And if that's the case, like we have to run back with a Helium for to steal the 5/3. Games like this are why Ag are the problem and not Keeling. Keeling's the problem because Keeling's not fun. But admittedly, Ag is like, you can argue whether it's fun. At least Ag feels like a puzzle. Keeling doesn't feel like a puzzle. Keeling just feels like slowly gets smothered, like the actual hypoxia of the card. Priv really incentivizes cracking archives. Also go with the Iru. Yeah, but Priv, yes, 100%. Unban Nanocivic. I don't think you want to unban Nanocivic with Nuvem. Okay, now they're pushing. There could be a virus, which we have to keep in mind, but with a single Oroceros, we're not too weak to it. So I think we'll run... Oh, we should have kept the Iru because we installed it with the God of War. That's not correct. Advance, okay. So I'm thinking Lacosta here. Iru is good here. As soon as you need to force London to res archives, you want to land praxis? Yes. We have to force the res. We shouldn't have installed Iru because we installed it for free here. So if we click Iru, we take a tag. What are we doing here? We see 3 cards off of R&D. That seems like it could win the game. Quaitly Jinteki have the R servers are weird and labyrinthine slice of the color pie. It's cool, yeah. The other option's run HQ here, which will move the tributary over. I think that's in our best interest. That we just run HQ first. And then once the tributary's out of the way, we can challenge this. Because like breaking HQ is another line of winning the game. I think Keeling has some design issues that limit design space, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, it's just not fun to have a hand size because you just can't play the game anymore. Keeling limited with like 3 counters would have been legit. Yeah, that's actually interesting. It would see almost no play, but having a card that sets up kill combos as like it would play out like Prana, I reckon. Like you still have to deal with it. 4 Ace I struggle with too. The thing with AgInfusion is if it's the text on it's a bit wordy. NSG has, I think, slightly better text, but it gets value from unres dice as well. No further action. Okay, cool. So we have to figure out, just reprint Hero? I don't think you can play executives in the current meta. So we've just beat Tributary. So we have to figure out what we want to do here. If we run HQ, we get access 2 cards. That's cool. We break this for 1, we break this for 4 God of War counters. It sees 2 cards. Do you think London doesn't have agendas? I think London might not have agendas because it took so while to push this out. Maybe London wants 25 credits. But we can bounce off of this. And then we can Iru Archives. London has to res on that run. And that's where we God of War through that. I think we bounce here. Why fully break Vampy? We can let London draw cards. So we don't have to fully break it, but we want our counters for running archives. I think we just let this fire. We Iru Archives. This was just to turn off Tributary. Mill them. They don't have to draw. You may draw, so you can choose not to. So we're not going to mill them. We're 2 tags in. We have to keep that in mind. But now we're Iruing, which is run archives. If it's successful, CR&D, and because we're tagged, we see 3 cards. Brawn. I feel like that's a good Devil Charm target. And now you have to res this ice, and if you res this ice, Praxis is open. This is where like AgInfusion can be a cool puzzle if you're equipped to deal with it. Some people aren't, some decks aren't, obviously, but like it's a cool puzzle where it's like I have to do this, then do this, force the res, not res to respect this. Like there's a lot going on. If you want to watch a stream that Izzy was on and the 2 of us went through AgInfusion, that shows you kind of where it's cool. I agree it's powerful and some people don't like it, but at least there's like some built-in counterplay that is fun. Second Brawn. Okay. Okay, that's a problem. Neat. I can say I'm personally not equipped for this. I get it. We have another Devil Charm there. So how much does it cost to break? 10? We can afford it. we can't afford it. I have such a soft spot for AgInfusion. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. La Costa, okay, that's the remote server. Bacterial, uh-oh. That's a problem. I personally prefer 4E NSG, but it seems like a preference to be honest. What's 4E? As long as the cards work the same. And now we can Devil Charm this, but we can't. So we have to Praxis this next turn. So I think so. It's not like set aside. So we're going to see whatever card London gives to us. Poor Ender Grassroots organizers rich enough to throw money in his problems. Well, hey, he's out there doing some pretty illegal stock market manipulation. So it's a cool story. I like the flavor behind rogue trading a lot. It's good money. It's a bit clumsy and they know where you are. Like attaching tag to an econ card is really cool. You make the snark really show off the fun stuff. Oh, it's this is always the question. Yeah, I'm familiar with that problem. R&D is reordered, so you start again from the top as if it was shuffled. Yeah, the third card we're going to access London defines. So if you're not familiar with this agenda, it's a bit of a take some time, go stretch your legs, but 7 cards, and London can do whatever they want with them. Wolf 12. 4th edition was referring to D&D in the post. Oh, it's D&D, excuse me. I thought you were talking about Netrunner. It's like to leverage the idea takes so much work. It's equally a puzzle for the Corp and the runner. And on the Corp side, it always feels more like you're just hanging on a thread. Yes, it always feels worse. And I remember when like we played a really good game on stream, Izzy, against CTZ, and it was like super close. And then watching CTZ side of it, which I don't think is archived, unfortunately, was like so fun. Attaching tags to econ cards has never been an issue in the past. I've never seen it, but I don't know what you're talking about. Seb is different from Liza. Seb's way different than Liza. I think. Like, Liza is just messed up power. Seb, you have to clear the tags. It's not just free value in a polarizing matchup. Hey, take your time. It's 320. Okay. Rolling Thunder. Seb's been cooler than I thought Seb would be. I actually could see myself playing more of this deck on like trying to push it even further. Seems like Netrunner kind of has to be quite technically worded than D&D. Like even now there still feels like a lot of gray areas. So like this is the thing we notice when NSG and FFG like clash. Like NSG has reworded FFG cards to make them make sense, and they're very good at like codifying the rules. But that being said, sometimes it comes at the cost of like really weird sentencing. Like heaven forbid you read the card text on what's the worst case? Like Sundew? It's bad. And FFG kind of more took the laissez-faire, which obviously came with its own issues, where they're just like, it's worded the way that you think it works. Obviously, there's downsides to that. I'm not saying I prefer that. Do we die to Punitive? I think with Steel Skins and 6 cards in the stack, we don't. So Sleb Gift. Okay, we probably have to remove tags here, huh? So it's just 2 credits. Actually, that might have been wrong. Because the other option is to run this. Like, London has a lot to do to this turn, but luckily with La Costa, it's not that much to do. How many did you... what happened, by the way? It doesn't say in the log what happens. It's unfortunate. You're too rich? Yeah, but if they yodel, but we're not going to get punitive. I think you're right. It's a lot easier to get easy GM ruling. I prefer FFG style wording because I feel like I still have to look up everything on NRDB anyways. Attitude to hand, discard 0. Thanks so much. Thank you. Yes. Draft. I'm going to end my turn here. So London can just like cook with La Costa. They know the next 5 cards. So Celebrity Gift, let's see the hand. Because the hand is assailable. This is a good God of War matchup. Like, obviously we spent 16 credits on the God of War so far, but like, I don't know. C3 and R&D seems good. Reading Sundew's text inflicts damage on me, psychic damage. It's like unfortunately worded because it has to be like that, I think. I'm not going to pull it up because it's goofy, but it is just hella goofy. Celebrity Gift, mind you, show us up to 5 cards. If you do all of it, you gain 7 credits. 2 cards, they don't have to show everything. Celebrity Gift, a teeny, attitude adjustment, send a message, spin doctor. This ice is really smart. So the best we can do is run HQC2. This wasn't rezzed. I thought that would be a La Costa, but this was not rezzed. Interesting. So they know the next. So you know that you know the next 4 cards, right? So if they keep that in mind, London has to win before London decks out. That means the text on Tributary is like still annoying, but not the worst annoying. But here we take a God of War. We have nothing to install, but we need the God of War. It's basically paying a credit for 2 virus counters. Okay. What's left in our stack? We have no more Praxises in the stack. No more Araceris Crews. Excuse me, Sword Function. We have 2 Sure Gambles in 6. 1 Friend of a Friend. I don't know what else. A Leech, I think. So how do we win this? If we go HQ, it's a, what is it, 40% chance to win? It costs us a lot, but it also gives us Leech Amaku if we don't steal, which seems good. There's 1 unknown card in hand too, which is so notable, and there was a card discarded. Oh, no card discarded. So this ice here is probably a teeny. Celebrity Gift showed 2 Atinis. Attitude adjustment, send a message, and a spin doctor. So running HQ here for the credits is probably worth it. You may draw 1 or 2 cards. Do 2 damage, gain 2, the runner loses 2. I think London can gain 2. We didn't need to break that subroutine the first time in. So we wanted to tag here because of Manuel. No connection. We can install Devil Charm to save money in Vampire Nasa, but I think we just go HQ here and have the 40% chance to win. Can you keep controlling? No, because we're not controlling the remote server. I messed up. I should have ran R&D first. That was wrong. Oh, we should have ran R&D first. 100%. That was so incorrect. You remember Trip? Nope. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you always have to do a sacrificial run. Just fire it. I don't care. Yeah, it's Doom Rat. It's a chat delay. You remember Trib? Nah. I can fire. I don't care. Does the Corp have to draw? No, it's you may. Sometimes that's right, but if London knows where the agendas are, it's interesting. Trip you up, Terry. Tell me about it. Declines to draw. Okay, so each ice gets +2 strength for the remainder of this run. For this run, ice everywhere is really powerful. Oh, what the fuck? That's what that does? Oh, I should read the. I read all of the text on it. Like every word. That's okay. Now it's a 50% chance to win the game. That's what we wanted. Do you want to break that? No? 4 strength? What does it cost us? I don't think so. I think we'd like this to be out of the hand. Nah, that's fine. Nah. Yeah, I don't think we break it anyways, because now it's a 50% chance to win the game, and take 50s if you have them. So this is a teeny. Not reading cards is a mood. You see how many words is on this thing? I'm just looking at art. That art's sick. Okay, so we can install Devil Charm. Our practices are important, but we can install Devil Charm, run this. We break this for 3 God of War counters, or 3 cards with Amakua. We break this for 1. If the Tattoo Bola swaps for the teeny, it's fine. And then we have a 50% chance we can let a bunch of this fire, but not all of it. Yeah, I think we just do it. Let's see, 2 cards because we're tagged. Can't wait to find out which RWR card has the most text on it. It might be Tributary. You could just eat the damage. Yeah, we could eat the damage. We should give up on the practices, maybe. We're definitely not breaking all the subs. So if you want to res the Atini here, or you can boop us. Booping us into the Tributary is like kind of funny. It's kind of funny. This is a non-ice card, right? 1 piece of ice, sorry. Specifically an ice card, not a non... yeah. Reading without... It's rebellion without reading, I think. I think that's the line. Trash that. Fully break. I don't know. We could take the damage on it. Maybe that's actually worth it. The Devil Charm seemed pretty good, let's be honest. Mind you, this card does remove itself from the game. Reading without reading. Running without reading. Okay, so that's an Atini for sure, unless there's a hidden ice there. So we think it's a teeny. So 1 ice was hidden. It might be Cloud Eater, honestly. Okay. So this is expensive. So this is our 50-50. So we're at strength. Our Sarah's crew would win. What? Oh, excuse me. So gain 2, lose 2. Due to net, I don't think we do that. Drop to 2, we definitely break that. Due to net, pushes us forward. Actually, we should take 2 net here. Imagine it hits 2 practices. Like the practices are just too cursed. So that doesn't matter. Gain 2, we don't care about. Losing 2, I'll keep our money. Is Ice and RDR have a lot of text? Yeah, Ice in general is getting more text because they're more interesting. So they're going to go to 19. We're going to go down to up in hand size. Worst case scenario, we draw our whole... Holy shit, that was... that was the damage? Okay, 50% chance to win the game still. I'll flip a coin. We worked this hard to flip a coin. I don't know. I'm good at coins sometimes. I can't... Yeah, that's a big access for sure. Oh, thank God. What a game. Yeah. I see 2. So 1 and 2, right? Yeah, losing on the 1 and 4 there feels bad, but yeah, 2 and 4. Yeah, so 1 and 2. We'll take a 50-50. Only 19 turns? Yeah, for sure. We know the whole hand, I think. Good game. How's Charlotte been? Tributary. So good. Woo, Q into R+. Okay, so we're not going to Q into R+ today. But I do think the R+ matchup is more interesting than you think it is, just because face checking to the ice gives you tempo. Obviously, they're going to get a lot of credits, but giving that deck infinite credits doesn't often win. I just didn't show Cloud Eater. Oh, nice. Yeah, we called that. We called that. The 1 ice you hide is the snake for sure. I died to that today. That could be the ice I swapped tattoo with, yeah. So there's probably we assume a teeny, and then there's 1 on an ice, so Cloud Eater is the 1 ice you don't show. Yeah. It's a toss-up between bring them home, active policing, like, and munitions. Oh, with the most text on it? Stacking on archives when you're already taking tags, yeah. The hand there, when you did 2, was 2 Praxis and 2 Steel Skin. I'm holding 2 Steel Skin. Very funny. Charlotte's amazing. I didn't draw anything to push early, but also the crew pressure is really... Yeah, crew is wild. Crew is wild. Crew is wild. Your natural defense to Praxis seemed incredibly important. Also, 1x Sisyphus and DRM. We saw the DRM early, yeah. That's cool. 1x Sisyphus, DRM is a really good combination. Because you don't want a whole deck of it, but scoring it consistently seems obviously very important. Oh, neat. Yeah. Helium for us, cool. Making the purge bad is good. Thanks for the game, eh? All right. What have we learned? We've learned a lot. Sebastião was kind of cool. We have an interesting deck. There it is. Hey, what a cute little boy. Oh, I left. Sorry. We're going to see a res all there. That might have actually been very interesting. I think that's it for today. Mind you, don't go anywhere. You have about half an hour to go get a sandwich, to rest your feet, to go for a walk, to unrest your feet. But over here, you can find it. I'll put the link in the chat right now. But Axu and the folks from TAI are going to be doing a Corp tier list just in about half an hour. It's scheduled for 4. That's in half an hour for me. That's in half an hour everywhere. Obviously, time kind of works like that consistently. But that'll be up in just a minute. So if you want to see more Netrunner stuff today, it's just coming up. See you tomorrow for the Tuesday stream. Yeah, we have another Tuesday stream tomorrow. Actually, I don't know about tomorrow because we usually stream at night. So there's a chance there's only gonna be one stream tomorrow night and it'll be in the evening. So maybe I'll get my afternoon off. Yeah, I didn't think about that. We're not doing 2 streams tomorrow, are we? Are we? I don't think so. Probably not. No. So I'll see you Thursday night. And then the next Tuesday stream will be on Friday. Yeah. 12-hour stream. Food is a problem, man. I ran out of Soylent, which is the only food I feel comfortable eating on stream, as much as Soylent tastes like Play-Doh. It does fill you up nice and good. Again, huge thank you. We have some new patrons. Adam Fraser up there. How's it going? I shouted that before. I've updated this now. That's the thing I'm trying to say. But again, this sort of thing only makes sense because there's people that support the channel, and I appreciate it so much. If you're watching, you want to get involved at all, mind you, the Patreon link is in the description below. We have a bunch of people, also a lot of people supporting on the daily cast tier. Their names are not here, but I'm super, super appreciated to everyone who's reaching out to help make this thing do its thing. I've been streaming every day this week. It's been a lot of fun. It really has been, as much as maybe we had a rough start at the beginning. Good stream, always appreciated. Thank you, Justin. Also, if you just want to take a second, if you're here on YouTube, hit the like. It doesn't cost you anything, but it helps the channel a heck of a lot. If you subscribe, hit the notify button. You know when you go live. You could go webcam off a bit while you eat. Yeah, maybe. Have to do mic off. I don't know. Is there a stream schedule off? Unfortunately, there's not, because this is like kind of, I wouldn't say exactly seat of my pants because I planned this for a bit, but I just don't have a schedule exactly when I'm going to start. It kind of depends on a bunch of things going on in the house. Normally I start around 10 to 11 on the morning on Friday, but tomorrow we'll be starting at 8:45 Eastern. That's almost guaranteed. That stream schedule for the normal streams is below. But generally we just do Tuesday, Thursday. That is listed. I think that's largely it. I, for one, endorse daily streams. It's really cool. It doesn't like, it's hard to make it make sense all the time, but it's honestly been fun. Viewership's been great. Hanging out's been fun. The time's been passing. Like, it doesn't feel like a drag. I didn't think it would. I worry I take up too much space, which is like why I'm really excited to throw it to someone else, because if there's one person streaming Netrunner all the time, it's hard to feel like you're streaming Netrunner. So check out other people too. So yeah. This weekend, again, we'll talk about the news again on Thursday. There's an AMT coming up. It's time zoned, I think, for, I'm not sure. It starts at 9 p.m. I'm not sure what time zone that's good for. Probably APAC. But that is relatively soon. I'm off to refine some old crappy decks. Enjoy. Enjoy. That's it. Thanks for hanging out. And hopefully enjoying Rebellion without rehearsal. Hopefully you got your cards coming in soon, and we'll see you tomorrow night. Cheers.